Hello, people. Right, I've logged in. I'm ahead of the game, basically, as you can imagine. Anyway, how was everyone? I hope you're all well. It's afternoon here, so good afternoon, good morning, or good evening if you're from Australia, Hong Kong area, Asia. Hope everyone's doing well. What we got here? Shauna. Morning, Shauna. Morning, Sarah P. Happy day, Shauna. Not a good start to the morning. My car is overheating. Oh no. I'm on the side of the road waiting for it to cool off. Oh geez, I hope we get that sorted. So no, that's not good. That's not good at all. Sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe the day will go only go from here, get the crap exactly, get the crap out of the out of the way. You know, the good part starts here. And I'll talk about good parts. Heidi's here. I work doing reports. Absolutely diligent. I wouldn't expect anything more, Heidi. I called you Helen yesterday for some reason. I don't know why I called you Helen. But I expect nothing. We'll be silent for a few. That's not a problem at all. Not a problem. Oh, we're missing Amy this morning. She did say she got to take a friend, a next door neighbour, to get bloods, I believe, in hospital. Unfortunately, has chemo treatment. So, um, so the two gobby ones, Heidi and Amy, will be quiet. So other people need to, you know, keep the chat going. Right. I'm just waiting to be put in to this. Right, they're all there now. I'm the only participant. I'm not sure if you can see that. I'll just show it big screen. So I'm the only attendee again. So I'm hoping it stays that way. Bam, bam, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba. The webinar will start soon. Thanks for watching. Yeah, so we've got another about 10 minutes or something before we start. So we got this morning, then we got, well, I say this morning, it's afternoon for me, but then we got the Parkland officer as well after that. So like a big day today. Big day. Hopefully get a big crowd today just to make it worth it. So yeah, as always, guys, there's no restrictions. You can speak, not speak, up to you guys. But the more I have to speak, that means that no one's chatting in chat, and you don't want that, now do you? So you might want to consider saying hello. Ooh, Sally can wait. She knows it's too late. And I'll just put that there so we can admire my name. Admire my name there. Right, I need hydration. Heidi was telling me hydration. So I've gone for coffee and water. I love coffee. Coffee keeps me going, but obviously it dehydrates you. So then I got a pint. For every coffee I drink, I have to drink a pint of water. Hello, Gina. New to the trial on this channel, is there a place you can hear opening statements? Gina, welcome, first of all. Thank you for joining us. Hope you stay. No, there's not, Gina, is the answer. You will not find anywhere in the world where you can watch the opening statements. And I'll tell you why. Law Network fucked us. So they were supposed to show this trial, and they didn't. So luckily, a couple of my members found a link to the webinar. But by the time we got to the webinar, essentially the opening statements have been done, and we missed the father's um, testimony, and we missed most of the ex-boyfriend's testimony. We caught like the last 5 minutes, and that's all we got. And then we got everything from then onwards. But yeah, we missed the opening statements, and I couldn't go back. I couldn't rewind it. And as far as I'm aware or known to me, I'm the only person that streamed it or is currently streaming it. So sorry about that. We've missed it as well, which is a right pain because we don't know what they're going for, what angle of defense they're going to go for, or anything. Um, but yeah, apologies, Gina. But hopefully that doesn't sway you from, leaving us. Hopefully you still stay. It's only a day you've missed some inspectors' testimonies and stuff like that. But nothing major. And the phone guy. So back in 2012 is all 3G, so it's not very reliable back then. Um, so I'm not sure how useful that's gonna be. But I love this trial because the jurors get to ask questions and stuff like that. But, yeah, I don't know what the defense are gonna stand on, what their defense is actually gonna be. Um, yeah, and all the things we need to find out on opening statements, there isn't any, um, um, that I'm aware of anyway, that me and the chat are aware of, because we would love to hear it as well, not just you, Gina. Oh, thank you, Gina. Thank you for staying. Please subscribe and like the video. Um, some people come, we're missing some people. Got some people work. You can see from the chat, hopefully, we got one member, the car's overheated. Sarah's actually in another um, trial. I'm sure she'll pop in later. And Heidi's working, doing her paramedic stuff. You're here. There's other people here, but some don't want to chat. We're gonna have others on the way. Madwell's on the way somewhere. Oh, Shauna, you're back. Hi, Shauna. Nice to see you again. I hope the car's okay. Madwell's here as well. Oh, they're all coming now. They're all coming in. So, Gina, thank you for popping in. You're not on your own anymore. You don't have to listen to me talk shit all the time. So, oh, I should say, please don't be offended. We do swear in here. Shelley's here as well, Justice Seekers. Let's go, Shelley. Um, Shelley, by any chance, right? Because you're the queen, I can't find anything. But Gina was asking about opening statements. Um, I've not been able to find any opening statements for this trial. You're not aware of any anyway, are you? Just in case. I'm not, but just in case you were. If anyone is aware of it, it'll be Shelley. So, and I'm sure Shelley will let us know if there is. We could even play it here over lunchtime or something. Good. I'm glad he fixed it because that's not nice. Especially like I'm in Wales, right, and the weather is unbearable. Unbearable. It's hard to offend you, right, Gina? You've not met a guy called Lefty yet, right? Lefty will be here at some point, and then we'll test to see if you can get offended. I'm only joking. He's a great guy. Um, no, once he plays live, it's gone. Ah, damn it. Well, as you can see, I'm the only participant again for this one, so hopefully, we get like we had officially yesterday, we had 95 people all at once. I knew it said 97 on my screen, but it's 95 apparently. Um, and we made 300 and something, 305 hours for the day, which is amazing. And that's thanks to all of you supporting and stuff. Yeah, Chile, you meet him, he's a good lad. He's a good lad. Oh, actually, do you want to see a picture of him? We got an emoji for him. Where is it now? Um, so this is Lefty. That's Lefty. This is our Gilf. This is white gravy. Now, if you're American, you're gonna obviously say white gravy is awesome, but I mean, I've never tried it. So white gravy, and I added a new one for Lefty and everybody, all you girls when you get into Tither. I added a new one, if you can see that one. Yeah, I think Madwell, you have to sometimes. I love Lefty, but sometimes you gotta give him a little bit of a pre-warning, do you know what I mean? Um, it will start soon, but come on. I've been here for they wouldn't let me in till about 10 past. I've been here ever since. So that you guys can listen to the trial, not me. Well, you can't see it. So essentially let me just find it now. Let me try and find it. Oh, if it's not coming up properly, that's rubbish. Um, let me just see if I can find it. Images, emojis. Let's see if the bad boy is here now. Let's see. Right, it's supposed to be this. Right, I'll play it now. Hi, Felicia. You have missed anything. You have not missed anything. Present. this is sorry, I'm just doing this one. So this is what is supposed to be Mad World. Well, and everyone else. Um, that one. That's what it's supposed to be. So that's the gift, but if it's not come out right, I'll change it. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's supposed to be. So Gina, I'd like to welcome you to Lefty because it's Lefty's world. No, and Felicia, you've not missed a single thing, so we are lucky. 4 minutes away now. So yeah, that's the new emoji, but it's not showing properly. So we will delete that one and try and get a new one if people can't see it. I thought it was quite funny. Um, if you're offended, then I'm not really that sorry. Um, right, let me get this one up again. Share screen. Meeting in progress. I know there's a meeting in progress, but can we just you were horny and you weren't hungry or hungry, you were horny and you're welcome. Well, I was just trying to find new emojis, like, I'm getting I forgot what everyone wanted for emojis. I got about 4 or 5 emoji places left, so we'll have a discussion later on, see what everyone wants. But we got Gina, who's a new, member today as well. Felicia just joined us from yesterday, so welcome back. Um, oh, sugar. Shauna's back as well from yesterday, so thank you for coming back. Um, so as I said, Gina, this is Lefty, so can we have a fuck off Lefty one? Maybe, if I can make it, I will. I will. Oh, nice, Shelley. Yeah, Gina's here, so please welcome Gina, as we always do. I think you guys are freaking hilarious. Oh, thank you, Shauna. You try and be. If people give us a chance, they don't normally, they don't normally move. They normally stay here then. It's just getting people to give us a chance. We've got a couple of people. Amy, unfortunately, is taking her making an effort not to swear. Dylan, oh shit, Dylan, what the fuck? You just said it. You know, I just read it. I don't even think about it. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I need to not swear for the first 2 hours. First 2 hours. Hello, Jamie. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully you can join us later on, Jamie, after your stream is finished with MLS. But thank you very much for popping in anyway, as always. Um, now, Jamie, we've got a new one today, Gina as well. I mean, Madwell's not even said hello, Gina. She's so rude. She's a mod, and she's not even said hello to you yet. I mean, Heidi's got an excuse. She's working. Madwell's doing F all. So for the first 2 hours, I'm gonna try not to swear, guys, because we got demonetized yesterday. So I'm trying not to swear. After that then, we'll be swearing. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Right, let me move myself, Update layout, get the participants out of the way. But as you can see, it's just me, again. Happy days, happy days. What'd you say to the cashier about the other day? What the yeah, I know. Trouble is I keep saying these things, and but what my main problem is, like, my mother knows I swear, right, all the time. She gets angry when I swear on here. She's like, "Oh, what a potty mouth," and she refuses to watch. She never watches at all, but she's always bloody here, like, Um, caught her earlier on thinking I was live. Gotta watch it. Right, I hope the volume I hope they please sort the volume out over here.
Court will call the Hollendorfer matter 22 CR 714. Ms. Powell's here for the people. Ms. Cox and Ms. Goodman here with
I'm
the
not sure what I'm supposed to
defendant.
do. I
Good
think we
morning.
just
I'm told there are issues I need to decide, even though it's 8:30. Ms.
Again,
Powell?
Yes, Your Honor. We
I
received
remember what
some
we did with the
redactions
audio yesterday. I
for an
hope it
interview
just
with Colleen Geist
it's
that
just
we were
fine.
not able to agree on. And then some for Betty Hollendorfer that we received at 8 o'clock
Oh, I
last
found some new
night
stuff here
that
today.
we were not
Hello.
able to agree on.
And so is either of those two witnesses testifying this morning?
Not this morning, Your Honor, but I have to have my IT department put the redactions in for them this afternoon.
Okay, and so which redact, you got the Geist input from the defense when?
You sure she did due to her.
That one was Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's what we get in court. But
And
welcome,
so
court.
that was,
You're a new
I
viewer
apologize
as
for not
well.
bringing that up to the
Welcome.
court on
I hope
Tuesday while we
you've
were in
subscribed
session.
and
That
liked
one
the
is
video.
a
The
more
defense is trying to
minimal
prove she
issue.
died
There's
due
just one
to
issue
her. Yeah,
there.
that's what
The
we're getting. That's what we're
issues
getting
with the
from it as
Betty
well. It talked
Hollendorfer
a lot about the
redactions.
drug use
There's
for the ex-boyfriend and stuff.
3 issues in one interview and
The
7
judge
that
talks
they,
like we're
there was not an
chief. Yeah,
agreement on in
can't
another
even.
interview.
Gosh.
And you got these
Do
at
you know what?
8
I
last
can't
night?
even
So I got
hear.
that at 8 last
That's
night.
why, because it's through yes.
My order was for 5 o'clock yesterday. I can't believe this is happening. Why did those not go out at the time I ordered? I ordered by 5 yesterday.
We did, Your Honor. I mean, if we're going back, I think the original request from defense is that we get these things in advance of trial so that we can do them in advance of trial. I believe the court ordered originally that we should be getting those things the Thursday before trial. We did not get those things the Thursday before trial. As Ms. Brody just said, I think we got them Tuesday morning. And so while we have been absolutely working on them and yes, 8 PM last night instead of 5 PM.
How long is the Hollendorfer interview?
Hour and something minutes, I want to say.
So the issue is directly on the radar at 5 PM on Tuesday. Why did it take more than 24 hours to get the redactions you wanted? Ms. Cox?
Judge, we asked for it ahead of time. Did you get so? But I had to get today. So today I had off. And so it's difficult to get all those in the regular workday when we're trying. So, for example, the Geist redactions, I can't remember. And so I was able to get those back more quickly because it's a shorter. We have major like technology issues on some of these, like for instance, I cannot get the timing on Mr. Hollendorfer's February 2022 video to play with like video time. I can only get time of day. And so like I switched it to audio and on the audio, when I look at the redactions Ms. Powell is giving me, which I think we're in agreement completely with which stuff should be redacted, but I can't get it. There's completely different times for me. Like our times are completely different than theirs. So it's not an easy, quick thing to do. It's not necessarily that we're disagreeing even on the stuff that we're saying should be out, but it's just like the technology part of it.
Okay. My other order was for everybody to be here by 8:20 so that if we had issues, we could spend the 10 minutes to talk about those issues. Why did that not happen?
Well, Your Honor, I was working on the redactions this morning to getting the one from the defendant interview that I received at 11 PM last night to my IT so that I could, so that he can be working on those today.
And Your Honor, I also just have one response to the timing. We did send our proposed exhibit list Thursday of last week as ordered that had the interviews that we planned on introducing at that time. The proposed redactions were later, but we
Not
did
all.
intend, what?
Not all of them. I would say the majority of them went out by Friday.
Who is your first witness this morning?
Carolyn Nowak.
And then who's your second?
That's a great question, Judge.
So I'm not going to have the jury sit here for 20 minutes. I told them to be ready to go by 8:30. All of them were here by 8:25. We're going to bring in the jury and we'll deal with this issue later. If the parties want to email Ms. Hanson, whatever emails there might be that can be forwarded to me to start looking at them. If there are such helpful emails, if it's just timestamps, I don't need that because I don't know what they'll mean. But if it's a objection based on 404B, I can at least start thinking about those. Anything else before we bring in the jury? I'll take that as a no. Defense. Let's bring in the jury.
Rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. And thank you so much for being here right on time. We had to deal with a few preliminary matters, so I appreciate your patience. People's next witness.
Let's call Carolyn Nowak.
Shall we do it? Come on up here towards the bench, ma'am. And if you could just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through to this chair here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
Carolyn Nowak, CarolynNowak.
And Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh, why approach now? Have we not? We just started the bloody thing. Anyway, welcome everyone. I hope that we'll pick up in a bit now once the stream gets going. HR meetings are apparently mandatory now for Madworld. Madworld, once you sign up to Discord, I will arrange a HR meeting. How's that? What's going on? What's going on? Here we go. They're back.
All right, based on the bench conference here, I'm going to have Ms. Hanson discontinue the video of the witness, but we'll continue with the audio streaming. And so with that, Ms. Prody.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nowak. How old are you currently?
28.
Okay. And do you live here in Colorado Springs?
No, I don't.
Did you live here back in 2012?
Yes, I did.
And back when you lived here in 2012, did you have a friend named Kara Nichols?
I did, yes.
How did you know Kara?
We met at a party about a year before she disappeared. I knew her from pictures that she was taking, and I saw her at parties all the time, and I thought she just was the most wonderful being in every room that I saw her in. She was so beautiful, and I idolized her.
And so you said you met her about a year before she disappeared. So that would have been in 2011?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And so how old were you at that time?
In 2012,
Yes.
16, 17.
Okay. And was Kara older than you?
Yes.
And so you had met her in 2011. When did you become actual friends?
We started talking over the internet. I think it was over Facebook. She was in Chicago, I believe, to try and separate herself from the lifestyle that she was living out here with drugs and everything. And I was also in rehab in Kansas.
Okay.
And so we started talking. We were both, in similar situations, and we were both, you know, uh, trying to do better for ourselves. We were
Okay.
really talking about how to change our situations and how we were at that time.
And so when you, I guess, became friends, well, did you eventually both come back to Colorado Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you become fast friends at that time?
Yeah, we started hanging out pretty quickly after that. It was probably around middle of summer, like July, that we started talking, and we would talk pretty consistently until we started hanging out in person
Okay.
in like September, October-ish.
Of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said, that you were both trying to separate yourselves from the life that had been going on. In 2012, had you completed substance abuse rehabilitation?
Yeah, I went to rehab for 2 weeks, and yeah,
Okay.
mhm.
And was Kara in the same position that you were at that time?
Yeah. She wasn't in like a rehab facility by
Okay.
any means. I think she was with family. She was trying to get away from, uh, they say in those programs that like, moving yourself from the location that, the substances are available to you, you know where to get them, trying to remove yourself from that can be beneficial. So I think that's what she was trying to do.
Okay. And I should ask this more specifically. So in the fall of 2012, were you no longer using substances?
I was still using substances. I was still smoking marijuana at that time, but I don't think I was using anything else. I might have been drinking,
Okay.
but
All right. But marijuana was the, I guess, hardest drug that you were using at that time.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you also aware of how Kara was making money at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your knowledge of how she was making money?
She Before we started hanging out in person, she was working with a man, and she described it as going to parties and meeting up with men and either dancing for them or doing sex work.
Okay. And I'm not going to get too deep into this, but had you had, I guess, a brief experience with that kind of lifestyle and work?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Mhm.
I think there's this kind of myth or commonality that women engaged in sex work are down for anything and will do anything. Was that your experience?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
Um, so
Yes.
Right, what we got? Yeah, 16, 17 she was at the time. Jesus. Poor thing, like. We don't know the half of it, I don't think. Please like the video, guys. I know not everyone has yet, but please do it. It really helps me out. We hit 95 yesterday. 95 viewers at once. We probably average about 50. So let's see if we can get up there again. Let's see. It was just a bit odd. What this should have been sorted with this girl well before now. We've all seen her face now.
Did you ever, were you ever present with Kara when she went to do one of these jobs?
I wasn't in the room with her, but yeah, I took her to a job the last day that I saw her.
Okay. Let's talk about that day. Was that October 9th of 2012?
As far as I remember, yeah.
Okay. So you did see her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you may not know exactly that it was October 9th. Do you know that you saw her the last day anyone saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time you guys were hanging out in person?
The afternoon, I believe.
Okay. And what were you doing?
I don't know, we were just hanging out. We were teenage girls, like we were talking about things, and I think we went to her house at some point. I vaguely remember going to her house.
Okay.
I remember sitting in the car with her and we talked for a while.
Do you have a clear memory of everything that you did October 9th of 2012?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with law enforcement about your last day with Kara?
I've seen videos of it and I know that that is me, but I don't remember it. It was a long time ago and it was a very traumatic situation, so I don't remember it, no.
Okay. But you have reviewed a video of an interview you gave with law enforcement back in, 2013.
Yes,
And it is you on the video.
absolutely.
But you don't remember actually being there for the interview?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you a couple things and see if you remember some of your statements from then, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember saying that that you knew where Kara lived because you had picked her up there?
Yeah. We
Okay.
used to hang out there.
Okay. And that, that you guys had hung out and gotten some food and drove around?
Mhm.
And just because we have someone recording everything, can I get a yes or a no?
Yes.
Thank you. And you had said that you had taken her to a job, not gone in the room with her. Was that on October 9th or was that a different day?
I believe that it was that day. Again, I don't remember. It was a really traumatizing experience and I just completely blocked it out.
Okay. Would you say your memories of what had happened on October 9th, 2012 were better in 2013 than they are today?
Absolutely.
When you took Kara to do one of the jobs, do you remember where you took her?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Remember an apartment complex?
Okay,
That's the best I can do.
sure. And when she went in to do the job, what did you do?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Do you remember telling law enforcement back in 2013 that you just stayed in the car?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what I did, yeah.
Okay. You didn't leave and go somewhere else and then come back and get her?
No, I probably just sat there and waited for her.
Okay. Um, do you know if you took her to 1 or 2 jobs that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember telling, and the law enforcement officer you spoke with was Detective Gouliat. Do you remember telling her that you think you took her to 2 different jobs?
I did see that in the video, yes.
Okay. After that second job was finished, where did you go? Do you remember?
I believe we just went back to her house.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about how Kara seemed that day. You said you guys kind of became like friends in person, hanging out in September, October of 2012. So that was a fairly short period of time, is that right?
Yes.
And during that time period, how often did you see her?
We saw each other like every day.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time together. I felt most comfortable with her at that time. She was one of the only people that understood me.
Okay. Was that based on kind of similar life experiences up to that point?
Absolutely.
Were you ever around Kara when she was actively high?
Yes.
Okay. And this just may be me, but I guess I have this idea that when people are high on heroin, they just kind of pass out. Is that accurate?
Not all the time. I
Okay.
mean, it depends on how much you use, I'm sure. She wasn't using like a lot. It was more of like maintaining so she didn't get sick.
Okay. Did you ever see or know of Kara doing methamphetamine?
Not to my knowledge.
So on October 9th, you said you had taken her to some jobs. Were you aware of why she was doing these jobs?
Um, well, when we first started hanging out, she wasn't working. She had gotten in an argument with the man that she was working for, and she didn't want to do it anymore. She didn't like the ups and
I see.
downs. So she was trying to get out of it, and I was actively out of it as well. And we were both um, very close with each other because we were trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. You know, we were so young. Um, and she didn't talk to that guy for a long time. What felt like a long time for a 17-year-old. But she didn't talk to that guy for a while until she really needed some dope. She just like was running really low. She had a pretty small amount while I was friends with her, and she was using in very low doses, to the best of my knowledge. And she was running really low, and she needed, you know,
Sure. So on October 9th, to your knowledge, she had a very small amount of heroin left. Um, when Kara went in to do her jobs, what did she take with her?
um, I mean, most girls just bring their phone for safety,
Okay.
and that's usually about it.
Okay.
Mm,
Um, did you ever see Kara use heroin in front of you?
Yes,
Once, twice, a lot of times?
one time.
One time? Okay. Um, and was that on October 9th or a different time?
It was definitely not that day. It was another time. I can't specifically say what day, but
Right. Sorry, just one moment.
Hey, Shelley, you and me both. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, what have I done now? What have I pressed? I was panicking. What have I done? No, it wasn't me. Thank
Okay.
God.
And so do you remember speaking with law enforcement multiple times or you don't remember speaking with them at all?
Not really.
Okay. Do you remember meeting with Detective Gouliat and a male member of the sheriff's office on May 4th or May 1st of 2014, so about a year later?
Vaguely.
Okay.
Um,
Do you remember talking with any law enforcement at a restaurant in Denver?
Actually, yeah, I was living in Denver at the time, so.
Okay. Do you remember telling those officers a year later that Kara had done a shot before her jobs and that was the last of the drugs that she had?
That would make sense. I mean, that's why she was going to work to begin with.
Okay. So I just want to, I guess I want to see what your memory is. Because you had said that you had only seen her use in front of you once and that that it wasn't on that day. But then you had also told law enforcement that it was that day. And so one of your statements was in May of 2013 and one was in April of 2014. Do you have any clear memory of which statement is more accurate?
You know, it was the only time that I ever saw anybody shoot up in front of me.
Okay.
So the memory itself is very much burned into my brain. It was an extreme thing to see.
Okay.
But I really can't remember what day specifically it was. I mean, it was a long time ago.
Right. And that's fine. It was over a decade ago. So, I want to go back to a statement that you had said that you had known of Kara because of some photos she had taken. Were those modeling photo shoots?
Yes,
Okay. Were you also involved in modeling at that time?
I was trying to be, yes.
Trying to be?
Mhm.
Okay. I may have just one moment.
Give me a moment. For FFS Lefty, I'm trying really hard not to swear for the first 2 hours. And then I'm going to let rip after that. FFS Lefty. You Lefty. What a lad. I know they're better at. No, I don't think they're here. I don't think they're here. So don't worry about it. No, they're not better at it. That's great. I forgot to ask. We had 20 new subscribers yesterday in the end. And we got 3 new ones today as well. So, oh, here she comes, Spider. You're bloody late. Sleeping Beauty. Madwell's taking your job. Morning, morning, morning,
I'm sorry,
Spider.
partner.
So 3 new subscribers already. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Any more, hit that subscription button and press that like button. And then after hour 2, we let rip. We don't swear in the first 2 hours. Try not to because we get demonetized. After that, F them.
All right. So
Try really hard.
you had been the one that was driving Kara and yourself around. Did Kara ever drive?
No,
Okay. Do you know if she had a car?
I never saw her with a car. No.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of car you were driving back in 2012?
I believe I had a silver Grand Prix at the time.
Okay. Did you happen to drive a black Mercedes-Benz? Did you know if Kara had a black Mercedes-Benz?
Definitely not.
Okay. Do you happen
All
to
good,
remember
Spidey.
what
All
Kara
good.
was wearing when you saw her last? Okay. And before you had before Kara went into her jobs, did she primp? Did she like put extra makeup on? Did she do her hair? Anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Let's see. So she's obviously said a lot before now, which they're trying to rubber go,
Morning.
forget about that. She was all drugged up.
The district attorney was asking you about the different times you met with law enforcement, right? And this was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
And you were a teenager at that time. And so just wanted to be clear with you that we're not trying to be hard on you for not remembering every detail, okay?
Appreciate that.
But given that back then in 2013, 2014, I guess it was both 2013 and 2014, you probably had a better memory then than you would today. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Because it was closer in time to when this stuff happened.
Right.
And like you said, it was really traumatizing for you. So I'm going to try to go back and see what you can remember just a little bit more about what you said then or what you remembered, okay?
Okay.
So you were saying you don't remember the exact date that you were last with Kara, right?
Not at this time, no.
But when we tell you, maybe October 9th, 2012, that sounds like it could be right.
Yes.
And you do know that that last day that you did see her, it was the last time you saw her ever, and it was the day that you took her to those jobs, right?
Yes.
And you had gone over to her house that day.
Yes.
And do you remember that during the time you were hanging out with Kara that day, she had been arranging some ads on Backpage,
Yes.
and you were with her in a room while she was doing that, right?
That's what my statement was.
Do you
10
remember
years
that from
ago.
your statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. And you were saying just a few minutes ago that you didn't remember exactly how many jobs you took Kara to that day. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Do you think there could have been more than one job?
That's what my statement said 10 years ago, but even then I wasn't sure.
Okay, all right. And you were saying you'd only really maybe seen Kara use heroin in front of you once, but you were aware that she had an addiction, right? And that was part of your bond with her, right? Because you also had struggled.
It wasn't the main part of our bond by any means.
Okay, but it was something that you could relate to with each other, right?
To a very small degree.
Okay. And you were aware that it was a problem for her.
I know that she had a level that she had to have to maintain not being sick.
Okay. And along those lines, you knew that on that day, Miss Nichols had to shoot some heroin prior to her jobs that she did.
That's pretty standard for most girls that do sex work, yes.
To block out what's happening.
Yeah, it's a very traumatizing experience, even if you're doing it voluntarily.
And so it helps to have that in your system to kind of block some of that out.
It does help.
And you knew that Kara was using heroin intravenously.
Yes, I had seen it once.
And you knew it because you knew that she had track marks, and that was kind of an obstacle to the modeling.
Yeah, that's what she had said.
And you, as somebody who was also into modeling, you understood how that could be a problem because people aren't accepting of that kind of stuff.
It's hard for any job, but modeling especially.
Yeah. And do you remember that you told Miss Gouliat, who's here today, I don't know if she's here today, that same lady, that you dropped Kara off at her house that night at about 9:30. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And so while you were aware of what her use was during the day somewhat, you don't know what may have happened after that, after 9:30.
She didn't like to share that with anybody, really. I mean,
Well-
she talked about it with me, but she really didn't use very much in front of me, as much as possible.
Okay.
She wasn't proud of it.
Okay. But you knew that kind of the goal of doing those jobs, like you said, it wasn't because it's something that you want to do. It's because she was trying to get more heroin by doing them.
Did money, yes.
And that was kind of the focus that day of doing those jobs and placing that ad to be able to get some work so that she could get money to buy more heroin that day.
I'm sure, yes.
And you said that, to your knowledge, Miss Nichols wasn't using a lot of heroin, but just enough to maintain. Does that sound like fair about what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. But one of the things that you did tell law enforcement is that she was doing it, it was really bad.
Any amount of heroin use is bad.
And that's what I was getting at. And you can write it, right? Any heroin use is not good, right? And sorry, just I'm waiting for you to answer out loud.
Yes.
Thanks. But even knowing along those lines that heroin use alone is bad, you said that when the officer asked you how much heroin Kara was using in a day, you said, I don't know, but it was bad, and she shot it up. Does that sound right?
Yeah, but I'm not an expert on heroin, so I don't know any amounts or the dosages or how much is a good amount or a bad amount. Like, I knew that she took as much as she could to like survive.
Okay.
It's one of the hardest drugs to get off of.
And nobody's judging, and nobody's asking you to be an expert, okay? Just asking about what you said to the police, okay?
Yes.
And so you had told the police that officers that you thought that Kara's addiction had took over her life to an extent, and that was in place when you had met her about a year and a half before. That sound right?
I don't remember saying that, but if it was in my statement from 10 years ago, then
Okay. And another thing that police officers asked about, and this was in that restaurant interview that they were talking about earlier, if you remember that, is that when you dropped Kara off at her house that night, you guys hung out in the car a little bit and talked and smoked some cigarettes. Does that sound familiar?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? I don't understand what you asked me.
One of the things that happened that night was that you dropped Kara off at home
Yes.
and you guys hung out a little bit in your car and talked for a bit,
Yes.
and you smoked some cigarettes.
Yes.
And during that time, while you were talking in your car, Kara was falling asleep or nodding asleep in the car. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you were aware that at that time, at least, or maybe it's just more about the location, the heroin that was available here in Colorado Springs is like a black tar heroin.
At the time, yes, that's what I recall.
And you told officers during that same interview that Kara's first priority at that time in her life was heroin due to the addiction.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. One of the things that was the goal that night was that Kara would get some money so she could hit up her boyfriend for heroin when she was done with the jobs. Does that sound right?
She never said anything about having a boyfriend.
Okay. And one of the things that So you don't remember telling, Miss Gouliat at that restaurant in Denver that, she was doing the job so she could hit her boyfriend up for heroin when she was done?
I don't remember using the term boyfriend, no.
Okay. Do you remember using a different term for a guy she was associated with, or you just don't remember it at all?
I don't remember,
Okay.
but I definitely don't remember her ever talking about a boyfriend, and
Okay.
I don't
You don't remember telling officers in 2014 that there was some new guy that Carl was talking about?
know.
And you don't remember telling them that Carl really liked him and he also used heroin?
No, I don't remember that.
And you don't remember telling them that Carl usually got her drugs from him?
No, I don't.
And one of the things that detective at that time, Gouliat, asked you in that restaurant interview was, I guess in context, that day she was trying to get money. You knew that, right?
Yes.
And so Detective Gouliat asked you, did you know that she actually had money in her room, cash in her room? And you didn't.
No,
That
I
sound right?
don't remember that.
And you said Kara was so strung out that she probably didn't even think about it.
I don't remember that.
I apologize. I don't know if I asked you this already. You were aware that Kara was shooting heroin into her feet and her legs.
I don't remember.
Okay. But like I said, when you spoke to law enforcement, you were telling them the truth about what you remembered at that time.
I would assume that my statement from 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, would be more accurate.
Yeah. Okay. So if you remembered that on May 1st, 2014, that would be accurate then.
Probably. It was a lot closer to the day of her disappearance.
Okay. Just to clarify, even if you don't remember the exact time, this might trigger your memory. Do you remember that you told officers that you dropped Kara off at her house that night at 9:30 and you remembered the time because you knew you had to be home at 10?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. Nowak, so you just were asked a lot of questions about Kara's substance abuse disorder and her use. But you were with her on that day, that last day, right? And do you remember telling Detective Gouliat that she seemed fine?
As far as I remember, she seemed fine to me.
Okay. She was able to converse with you?
Yeah, we were having conversations.
Okay. She was able to walk out of your car and back to jobs and walk back to her house?
Absolutely.
And you said she was tired, or I guess Ms. Cox asked you, do you remember saying that she was tired in your car at 9:30?
Yeah.
And I guess just by tired, do you mean like tired it was late, or tired she was, zoned out on drugs?
It was more tired. It was late. It had been a long day.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nowak. I have no further questions.
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
I love the jury asking questions again. Love it. Can't get enough of it. I think there's a bit of a mix up there as well.
Or may we approach for the next 3 witnesses? please?
Okay.
Go in. Yeah, I think it's just cross-wired. Core, I can guarantee you, Shelley and you think alike. My frustration, I think Shelley's frustration a little bit was this witness holding back a little bit. Everyone definitely, no one more than Shelley wants justice. I know that for a fact. So I think everyone's on the same page on this chat. Hey Kim, how are you? Welcome back, Kim. So I know that everyone basically, yeah. And also, we can all debate about it if we don't agree.
Based on the bench conference, the court will continue to mute the video live streaming of the witness, but the audio will continue.
Your Honor, the people would next call Carl Juarez.
Spider likes it painful and messy. Oh Jesus. Kim, no doubt, no doubt. I've said I'm not going to swear for 2 hours. And Core, by the way, just in case,
Come on up here, sir, towards the bench,
keep expressing your opinions. Keep challenging it.
and then
you know?
raise your right hand. Do
Well,
you
we s-
solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be
We've
the
seen
truth,
him.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through to this chair.
What's the point of not showing him now? We've seen the guy. How stupid is this court? Yes, a court. Please give your
Good morning,
opinions.
sir.
Keep
Can you
going.
state your name for the
Love
record
it.
and spell your last name, please?
As
And
J-U-A-R-E-Z.
Gina, pipe up. Come on, Gina. We love you,
And,
Gina.
Sir, do you live in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I do.
And did you live in Colorado Springs in 2012?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where you were living at that time?
1320 Potter Street,
Okay, is that an apartment complex?
apartment 120.
And can you tell me at the time, were you going through any relationship issues?
I was going through divorce.
At that time in your life, were you using Backpage.com?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what your phone number was at the time?
Yes, I do.
What was it?
719-216-5049.
Okay. And were you contacted by law enforcement in May of 2013 regarding your phone number being on the call log of someone that they were trying to find?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. Okay. And did you recall having contact with her, phone contact with that individual back in October of 2012?
Somewhat.
Somewhat, okay. If her phone record showed that you called her for 8 seconds and then she called you back for 50 seconds, would that sound about right?
I guess, yeah.
Did you ever meet up with that female?
No.
Is that what you told law enforcement in May of 2013?
Yes.
And then in addition to speaking with law enforcement, were you contacted by Ms. Nichols, that female victim's family?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to provide them that same information?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Nifasat.
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury?
You've been missed.
Thank you for being here. You may step down.
This dude does a shit. Don't swear. You've been missed, Nifasat. Welcome. I'm
Next,
well.
Your
I
Honor,
hope
the
you're
people
well.
called Jeffrey Holling.
Now they've learned their lessons. Now they're cutting the camera. Idiots. Wow, Nifasat. I hope the move went well. Lefty, I'll show you on the break what it was, but it's basically a woman, big titties, with some aubergines
Come on up here towards the
next
bench,
to her
sir.
mouth. That's what the picture shows.
Right there. Do
Oh,
you
looks like
solemnly
two
swear or
now.
affirm under penalty of law that the
Look what
testimony
that
you're
is
about to
here.
give will be the
Love
truth,
it.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through to this chair.
For anyone new, Nifasat is an OG. She's awesome, and she's a great fan. But she's been missed since she's been moving houses. So welcome back, Nifasat.
Good morning, sir.
Awesome.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yep, Jeffrey Holling, Holling.
And Mr. Holling, do you live in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I do.
You live in Colorado Springs in 2012.
Yes, I did.
And what was your address in 2012?
521 Jersey Lane.
Okay. And do you recall your phone number at the time?
That's the same one I have now.
And what is that?
719-235-3426.
And back in 2012, were you using a site, backpage.com?
I don't remember which side it was.
Okay. But you were using a site that you could get an escort from?
Yes,
And were you contacted by law enforcement on November 1st, 2012 regarding a missing female they were trying to locate?
yes,
And they asked you whether you frequented a site like that where you could get an escort?
yes.
And were you initially hesitant to tell them that you did?
No,
Okay,
I gave them all the info that they wanted.
okay. Did you allow them to search your vehicle?
Yes,
Did you send them kind of the link that you had used that evening?
yes.
Did you offer up allowing them to search your computer?
I did offer it. They just asked for my phone records, which I gave them.
Okay. And do you recall specifically how much contact you had with that female that night, phone contact?
I never spoke to her on the phone.
If her phone records show that you and her sent messages back and forth approximately 6 times that evening, does that sound about right?
I honestly don't remember, but I'm guessing if that's what it shows, yeah, it had to be. I don't really remember. I'm sorry.
But there wasn't a phone call, just text messages.
Yeah, we did not talk on the phone.
Okay. Did you end up meeting that female that night?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
No.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the people next called Tammy Gouliat.
Okay. Right there's fine. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on in.
Hello again.
Hello.
We briefly mentioned during your testimony on Tuesday about your investigation in May of 2013 and your contact with some of the people that we just heard from, as well as from the defendant. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you testified that you had received a phone call back from the defendant on May 8th of 2013.
That's correct.
Do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I do.
And what was it?
Basically, I let him know, just like the others, that his phone number was on Kara Nichols' phone log and inquiring if he spoke to that person.
Okay. And did he say he had spoken or texted with that person?
He said, I believe he said some of both.
Okay. Did he say that they had arranged a time to meet up?
He did not.
Did he say why they did not?
He said that he was looking for an in call and she only did out calls.
What is an in call versus an out call?
So an in call is where they go to the escort, like the escort.
Okay.
An out call is when the escort goes to them,
Okay.
essentially.
So what the defendant had said is that he wanted an in call. He wanted to go to where she was.
He wanted an escort that he could go to.
Okay, and she wanted an out call where she went to him.
That's correct.
Okay. We also talked briefly that you did have a chance to speak with the defendant in person. And that was in October 21st of 2014.
That's correct.
Was that interview recorded?
It was.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I think you have been marked as People's Exhibit 28.
Mhm.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the interview with Joel Hollendorfer.
And how do you know what that's on that disc?
It says that's what's on this disc.
Did you sign and date it?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of that interview?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish Exhibit 28 into evidence.
Yes.
They love an approach. So enough of that. We you will see testimony if you go back a little bit from the ex-boyfriend, and a little bit from inspectors, and then they speak about 3G phones, network, sorry, 3G network, and that's it. That's all you've missed. Because this is literally, I'm the only one on YouTube, I believe, streaming this, and I believe. I was thinking about enough of that as well. Yeah, I believe I'm still the only attendee in this thing. See? Hang on. Still the only attendee. So that's why I'm surprised why there's not more people here watching.
$28 is admitted.
Dr. Gouliat, before we play the full interview, or the recorded interview from that time, did this interview take place before or after you had done a search at the property of his family?
After.
Okay. And so you kind of spoke about this when I was asking about the search that happened out at the Burgess Road property in October of 2014. And you said that you had a different assignment. Is that right?
I did.
What was that other assignment that you were doing?
Myself and former Detective Joe Kellerman, we were following Joel Hollendorfer in the event they found something on the property.
Where did you follow him to?
We went through Denver, north of Denver, Sterling, and pretty much just about to the Nebraska state line.
Okay. So the defendant was not present at the property out in Black Forest when you guys were doing the search?
He was not.
Was he aware that there was a search going on?
He was. His mother called him.
How do you know that?
I was there.
When she called him?
Yeah. After we turned around and came back, we went to the Burgess address.
Okay.
Because the incident was still going on that address. We got there later in the afternoon, and after I got there, I went into the house, and Betty was calling him.
Could you hear that phone conversation?
For the most part.
Could you hear both sides or just what Betty Hollendorfer was saying?
She had him on speakerphone.
Okay. Do you remember, I don't know if you remember any specific words or the tone or demeanor of the defendant only on that conversation?
I don't remember everything. But I remember he sounded nervous. He didn't let off that he was nervous. I mean, he didn't say those words,
Right.
but you can definitely hear it in his voice.
And that call was not recorded, is that correct?
It was not.
Okay. All right. And so that, sorry, this was then a week later, you had the defendant come in for an interview with you, is that correct?
Exactly a week later.
All right. And Your Honor, we would like to publish Exhibit 28 at this time.
All right.
Could we dim the lights? And Your Honor, the length of this video is 53 minutes and 5 seconds, I believe. Would it be okay if the witness came down to the table for the playing?
That's fine. Maybe we do 2 breaks. So take a break now,
Sure.
give jury 10 minutes and then come back, watch the video and then another break. Because I know we have some follow-up issues as well.
Sure.
So members of the jury, let's take a 10-minute recess. All rise for the jury.
Thank you.
Please be seated. The jury has gone. Just briefly about the Geist interview. I'm seeing the email thread where the defense has an objection to 1 minute to some description of what the dealership said, and then a 2.5 roughly period where the same objection. Is that about right? And just generally, what do those 3.5 minutes talk about?
They're speaking with Ms. Geist, who is the person who co-signed on a truck for Mr. Hollendorfer, about the period of time when he traded in an old car and they signed for this truck. And while they're at the dealership, the things that the dealership said to about what the car was worth or what they would give him for the car, that kind of information about the worth of the car or what the best thing to do with the car would be. And the implication being that the reason it would be important that it is hearsay is because so that Mr. Hollendorfer was making like a rash or a
Thank you, Nick, for that.
decision that wasn't actually based on the value of the car, but based on presumably being anxious to get rid of it.
Okay, people.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd be offering those statements as effect on the listener, not for the truth of the matter asserted as far as the value of that car or what it's worth. The effect that that information had on the defendant and his subsequent actions, that is why we're offering that information.
Do you have a copy of the disc that I can just watch it? Because I'm not quite understanding the issue.
I don't have the disc burned. We usually don't burn them till we redact them, but I can pull up the audio if the court wants to listen to that part of it.
Can you send it? Would I be able to play it on my computer?
Should be able to. It's not long. It's
Can you shoot it to Ms. Hanson, who will shoot it to me, and I'll listen to it, and then I'll look at the emails regarding the other witness, but it may be the case. Well, and I take it the people are planning to call these 2 witnesses and then play the videotapes right afterwards?
yes, Your Honor, with law enforcement laying foundation for them.
Okay, so we'll do our best to get the videos done in a timely manner, but it may very well be the case. We're gonna have to play the videos sometime later today or tomorrow. And so just make sure you have witnesses ready to fill in if we're not able to play the videos. How long is each video roughly?
So the audio with Betty Hollendorfer is 40 minutes. The audio with Colleen Geist is 35. And then the subsequent interview with Betty Hollendorfer in 2022 is approximately 2 hours long. However, there's a good bit of dead space in there. And so the court at least has the sections that the people are intending to play, which is, I think, only like 30 minutes total.
Okay. Okay, so we'll get a little bit of work done here on the Geist, and I'll try to make a ruling before we bring the jury back in 10 minutes. And then I'll follow with the Hollendorfer interview as I can. Okay, so about 8 minutes.
Rise.
All right. Oh, enough of that. That's sweet of you. And thank you again for becoming a YouTube member. You're my favorite land. Thank you, enough of that. Oh, the mug, the Jim Griffin mug. Yes, those are the days, aren't they? Coffee every day in it. I got another one today. I'm drinking from the alternate corner mug today, but uh I got loads of mugs now. But it's great to have you back. Right, just a quiet word now for that. Right, I'm glad you're here because Mad World, I think she listens to you more than anybody. She needs to be, she's been brought down a peg or two. I mean, she's a little bit mad at the minute about everything, so she's got a bit of a potty mouth as well at the minute. So I think she'll behave whenever you're around. So I'm glad you're here. So she'll the chat to be cleaner with you here, I think. But yeah, no, it's great, absolutely great to have you. I'm the same. I was waiting for that. Do you know what I mean? But brilliant to have you back. Um, we're doing quite well today. Um, Yesterday we did well, 95 viewers yesterday. Average over 20 at the minute. It's great news. Hope we get a few more people in. Got 2 trials today. It does seem, I think Cole was saying earlier on that this is all going to be about drugs. I think it was Cole. I don't remember who said it actually. It is all going to be about the drugs, isn't it? Gina, if you're still around, pop in to chat. Give us your opinions. Um, what do you want to What do you want an FFS one for? No, the for that is not Luna. The for that is not Luna. It is not Luna. Let me take a picture. I'll send her a message. Say Lefty's thinking you're enough for that. Have you not met enough for that, Lefty? No, enough for that is literally day one OG. She's her Mad World. Because you do my tits in the lad. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's nice of her, isn't it? Yeah, she's old school. Been here from the start. Same as Madwell, Spidey, and all them. So, just moved house recently. Yeah, don't worry. She's got a potty mouth as well, so it's fine. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Don't don't worry about the merch for now. And for that, you sell in, sort your house out. They pick on me again. Madwell does rock. But she behaves whenever you're around. For that, she does behave when you're around. Oh, it's there. It's there. I did put it up. Madwell is just waiting for it to actually work. I'm not sure if it's clear enough or not. Did you actually see it then? It's not even come up on mine. Oh, it's not coming up on mine for whatever reason. Might refresh this then and see if it comes up. I've had to warn everyone about Lefty, so don't have to warn you. Enough that you'll smell out Lefty from. Oh, here he is from day one. Yeah, good. Glad you enjoy it, Kim. Kim as well. You probably don't know enough of that. Uh, it's nice to me because everyone's very similar here and everyone's so nice. It's awesome. It's nice to see enough of that back. Enough that we lost a lot of the early door guys. Most of them have gone, but I'm always pleased to have you here and Mad World Spidey. I'm well now. You got your girl now, yes, Mad World. You got your girl back, but I'm glad because, as I say, you might behave now. Do you know what I mean? Not that anyone's ever going to tame Lefty, so it's all good. Spider Girl, Lefty. What's that? Okay. Oh, right. What else is going on here? I'm gonna have a look here. There's so many chats open here. Right. I just can't wait to get into the juice. I can't believe they showed the people. Oh, we're gonna not show these people, just audio only. Bang, showed them. I gotta remember to take these off whenever there's a break. So all the audio goes through this. It's necessary, Kim. It is necessary. I don't remember what the other emojis you guys wanted. It's your web with a lefty in it. Happy day, spider. Oh, lefty. This is what. Hang on. Let me just find it. Let me just find it. Oh, let me find it for you, lefty. This was the other gilf um emoji. Sorry. I find it. If I can find it, that is. Oh, here it is. So right, lefty. This is it. Oh, lefty. Oh, so this is the one. Oh, Jesus. Um. So this is what it's supposed to be, lefty. That's what the emoji is supposed to be, but it doesn't come like that. Oh, Felicia, I was trying to find you earlier on. I was just saying how are you and stuff. Oh, I should take that off, shouldn't I? Oh, if you go in now, sorry, Felicia. I was trying to chat with you earlier on, see if you were here. But come back. I was trying to tag you in. So I thought you'd gone. Yeah, Madam Felicia was here earlier on. Then I thought she left because I was trying to speak to her, and but now she has to go. Well, Felicia, come back later on if you can, or another day, whatever. It's just um always great when you're in the chat speaking. Missed having you today. Um, I'm doing the Parkland one after this as well. But yeah, shame you have to go so early, but I understand. You've got stuff on. Shout out next time a bit more so we can get Lefty in the corner somewhere. Oh, an hour and a half in, I've already boo-booed a little bit today, so hope they don't see or review this channel today. Um, so yeah, so Felicia's left us. Which is a shame. She's always a good person to have in chat. She's probably busy today. We got some new people. Gina, if you're still here, Gina, and you can talk, say hello. Core, say hello. I think Core, you're gonna be besties with Shelley. I think you both got the same principles. So Mad World plus Lefty. I know what the white is. Yeah. You just gotta put a gilf in there somewhere. They're not very clear that the actual emojis, are they? But you can only do a certain size. It's just a bit of a nightmare. Loving the banter, loving the banter. Hope everyone enjoying the banter. If you don't, then this genuinely is probably not the right channel because we're actually quite tame right now. It's here we go. Here we go. I was gonna say it's very, very tame right now because we can't swear, we can't do anything for the first 2 hours, so we're just trying to be patient here. After 2 hours, then the Band-Aid comes off and it's F this, F that. Just to pre-warn to people, we're not changing channels. We're still gonna be the same as always. We're probably gonna be demonetized today. Um, yes, I mean, this is tame. This is nothing. After 2 o'clock, I imagine this is gonna build up a little bit more. Um, One lefty gets in the groove of things, and then Madwell's in the middle of it at the minute. And later on, hopefully, we got Lady Law joining. So that's when. So there's a certain point where lefty gets in a bit of a lull. He's used up all his energy, and he's just done. He's spent. He's used all his ammo, and then that's normally when Lady Law comes in, and he's just like all pent up again, and he just goes again like a kid. When you know a toy, you wind the toy up. That's lefty. That's lefty, basically. I know. So this is I'll check now. See, they can't have demonetized me yet. Surely. Oh, we're back, right? Let
The
me
jury
mute
is
now.
not present. Talking about Geist briefly, Ms. Cox, what was your objection to those two snippets in the Geist interview? Hearsay.
No, yes. That's seriously.
I didn't understand her to be saying, here's what the dealership told me. Oh, in terms of, okay,
In terms of, here's the best route to take with this vehicle, here's what you could get for trade, and here's what.
okay. The objections are overruled. There is some hearsay about what the dealership might have been offering, which is not a whole lot, but the probative value of the rest of the conversation and what Ms. Geist is saying, and I'm assuming she's testifying, correct,
Yes, Your Honor.
is very probative, talking about the defendant's anxiousness to get rid of the vehicle. There is a reference to him being in jail, however, I take it that's being redacted.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, we'll bring the jury in. I'll continue to work on the Hollendorfer objections.
No, we're not demonetized yet. No, for that. No, I've only got. Yeah, lefty suspend wind up toy. Yeah. Um, no, in fact, I've only get 9 emojis, but if I think I get another, I believe another 3 members, and I get another 9, I believe.
All rise for the jury.
So it's just trying to make them like topical to the chat and change them as
Please be seated. We'll get the lights down and you ready to,
Yes, could we have them dimmed, please?
yes.
Forgot to take him out. And Your Honor, we intended to have this first 3 minutes removed. It's just a dark room with no one in it. With the court's permission, we would skip ahead to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think I've talked to you a couple times, I've been tested you on Bryant. All right, so you don't leave me down at your parents' house. Now, I'll try to give you some detail. So we heard about Kara Nichols.
That's the girl. Trying to get out there.
Right. Yeah, and you, I'm sure it's her ad. Let me try. So we're talking, we're gonna cut October 9th. That's as well.
Years ago.
Yeah. So that's my case is done. You, I talked to you back in, I think it was May.
Sidebar.
Okay. I called you, we referenced that ad because your phone number is on her telephone. Do you remember any of the calls or the text messages back and forth?
I just remember that time when I was pretty bad at the crack. Not a good time between me and my wife. We actually got divorced shortly after that, December. We're back together now, so almost a year, November 1st.
Were you and your wife separated at that time?
I was living with her off and on.
And you were living at your parents' house, though, your mom's that you were? Yeah. And was that a Lazy Street address at that time?
Yeah.
So tell me what you remember about the escort.
I remember looking her up, thought she was came around and meet up with her. I texted a few times. First one's gonna meet up. And she ended up, we gotta meet up with me. Supposed to be.
So do you remember what happened? I mean, as far as you, do you remember where you were supposed to meet her? Were you supposed to, was she supposed to meet you?
She was supposed to meet me. Somewhere around me in hours at the time, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
She was supposed to meet me there.
Okay. All right. So she don't come to meet you there. I understand she never did.
No. Every time, no response, or no response, I will be there, it's gonna be there, I'm pretty sure I tried calling her a few times, with no answer, on any message. You know, from what I remember.
So you two didn't agree to meet there. She was supposed to meet you there.
Yeah.
Did you know when you talked with her, did she think you had a ride or she didn't have a ride?
Yes.
Right.
Those things really not my business, you know. Unfortunately, I thought it seems that's kind of what I did in marriage.
You.
About that.
was pretty bad, on the straight love all the time, wasting money, you know, we're supposed to be paying bills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got to get another 2 years, but
I understand.
Dean, unfortunately, Steve did that stuff, drugs and that sort of stuff. So that looks
So
amazing age stuff that goes right.
okay, because you told me it was Naomi when I talked to you on the phone in 2013.
That's the name that I, it's by Naomi or something, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right.
This is your phone number at the time?
Yep.
This is what I have for you. These are messages. So I think I'm on 100 of these. So we have 11:08 was the last message, right? And this is out. People are in, you see. This message is. So you left her voicemail here. Can you hear a voicemail? Do you reckon?
I really don't.
Sort of confused. 12:55 to the next morning. It's an out message from her phone to you. But the weird thing about this is it never connected. Did you ever remember getting a message back?
I don't think so. I don't know. That's what I think.
Okay.
That could be what I think it is.
So sorry.
We talk about on a hill in the trees and how about 3 kilometers to come down. Absolutely honest. So the property, if you just went outside the house.
Oh, well,
it's probably the same.
Women works the same way. So what did you think? I was asking because you haven't even brought it up. What did you think when we were out there? Did you, I mean, it doesn't, here's why I asked.
What, you know, what they looking for, you know? See, I know. This person usually lives it 48 hours, you assume the worst, I guess.
Yes. It's been 2 years.
Right.
So here's, let me tell you how we came. I want you to understand why I needed to talk to you. Okay?
She said.
So we took this girl's cell phone, so phone towers, and we gave her a pass, the route she took on her phone like that. Okay. So at this stage, she's going in her valley. So she took out from Peterson. Now she doesn't have a vehicle, she doesn't have a driver's license. So people would have to pick her up. It's just the way it went. She was known to be doing alcohols. She only did alcohol, so then you said you wanted the alcohol. However, she would let people pick her up. Okay. So she takes the other road to Peterson. Turns northbound on Marshall. Northbound on Marshall to Woodman. West on Woodman to Marshall. Continue on the Black Forest to Woodman. East on Lower to Black Forest and Burgess to Lower. Her phone went dead. I mean, what do you think about this? Her phone went dead. Seconds from your parents' house.
I lost the signal, I guess.
Her phone went dead. Nobody ever heard from her again.
I don't know. I guess she was in the ground or something.
She was.
The only thing I can take on the top of my mouth I've got lots of Sarah, you just lots of meth heads, crackheads, everything. You know, some other people do some pretty.
I understand that. So hear me out. And I'm just telling you what I know so you understand why we was talking to you. So she needed a ride. She was known to have John's pick her up to get money, to get heroin. So your last message to her is at 11:08, and you said you were sitting there waiting for her, right?
45 minutes maybe.
45 minutes you're waiting for her?
Something like that.
See the bit for that.
Nothing else.
So you're sitting there waiting for her, and you text her, and she leaves her house exactly 8 minutes later. And then she takes that route. Now that put her right at Cali where you said you were gonna meet her. So, but you're saying you never met her.
She never showed up. The only thing, and this was actually my wife, she watches all that. Type of shows. Like there's one about Please time.
Yeah, I see.
But she said she was attempting to rob 11 homes. She didn't want to do it. I have no idea. Almost been robbed by these girls before.
Yeah, I do something like that.
It's a real shady situation where I've had like hotel rooms and stuff. This were in the room trying to get me and stuff. This has been on the devil.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that. It's all illegal crap.
Right.
You know.
So
I'm really not comfortable talking about so you can't help you guys. Nothing. Just make two bears.
I know. You know what I mean? No, as far as soliciting escorts, I really don't, I mean, that's your business. I just care about this particular escort that he's soliciting. Right, and you're the last person to talk to her. And then you're the text at 11:08. And I guess it's, I'm thinking is you're like, I'm out here waiting. And that's true, because you just told me about it, right? That's what you tell me.
Where are you? Where 300 stuff.
Right. And, oh, and she goes down Galley, and that's where you're supposed to meet her.
Yeah. So I can't really.
But here's my thing. It's not to use disclosure. Okay, because I don't know. I told your mother the same thing. You know, so Kara was in pretty bad shape. We all knew that. I can tell by her text messages, she was hard up for drugs. If something happened to her on your watch, I get that. I told your mother, it's abuse of a curse, it's this year. That's it. It's not bringing her home. It's not murder. It's not manslaughter. It's not attempted. It's not anything like that. It's abuse of force. If something happened to her and we got rid of her, and you're not the first person I say this to, okay? But it's a disclosure of that. I know she was on the last edge of her life. I mean, she's doing a lot. So, I know she's also doing sex for drugs. So what kind of arrangement did you guys make as far as payment? Did she tell you?
I never traded drugs. Never ever.
What did you make arrangements for payment, or how did you, what was the deal you guys made on the phone?
There's a general deal usually, you know, I won't go into it unless I know the set rate.
Okay.
Maybe $100 for a half hour or something. You know, I can't recall for sure, but it's so usually that's
Okay.
what I enforce.
Okay, so what, do you remember what her rate was by chance?
And it was probably about that age or yeah, which is, you know, okay. Sure.
Where did she rest that on when she's gonna meet you, because you were gonna pick her up? Was it just something that was gonna be done in the car?
Yeah, it was $100.
Okay. I wonder if that yeah, too.
I was just gonna ask her if she had anything. There's tons of stuff close to there. Straight up off Peterson and Peterson.
Sure.
They stop at Airline Commerce. I was just asking her clothes. Take her back home and take her to.
I'll go there. That would be really bad. So have you ever taken escorts back to your parents' house before?
No.
Here's why I asked, and this is a little personal, but I mean, I go there. So when we did search one in your parents' house, in your room was also the condoms. So what process was that you'd have those there if you need them, somebody's in your room.
Actually, that was when I was working out of state. So, something that's something that I haven't taken home yet. Just think I don't really need, I want to see those, I don't need it more. But yeah, no, never girls like that. I've rarely brought any girls there since I've been an adult. Never. Never allowed something like that to be my.
Your parents are great people to us. They were.
Yeah, it's just what I'm talking for a long time.
But we weren't, because I mean, here's the deal, when you were the last person to contact her. And, the route of travel is to your parents' house, see, and her cell phone goes dead, 60 seconds from your house, your parents' house.
Right.
You know, it's hard, it's hard to show you. The photo is about you. Because of those reasons. I mean, I'm not gonna bullshit you, it's for those reasons. I mean, that is.
Yeah, I agree with you, absolutely, that's a great place to go.
Yeah.
It's really helped me further. You said I have kids, I have a daughter, she ever went missing, I never stopped loving it. I hope she's okay, already.
Is there anywhere else on Burgess that you think I can look? Or Naomi, that was the first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's only, I want to say 2 girls that I've ever seen are. Just random, no one's I've never seen before. I was kind of trouble with like this place, I was at the strip club and stuff.
Well, you'd be in trouble with me too, I'll tell you what, that's.
Yeah, we're doing so much, we've been back together for about 6 months.
Okay.
Things are wonderful, but John's going really well. Since the middle of Johnson now.
Okay.
And it's almost a year, we're putting together a field truck right now, other machine on it, toolboxes and stuff. It's very awesome.
Sometimes it just takes you to get on to get back. You know,
Yeah.
so, real quick, make sure I don't have it here. Your wife, you said she knows everything right now? So is it, would it help me to interview her?
I don't see how she didn't know anything about.
She knows about it now, though.
Right. So you guys brought it on Dad's house last week. Just wanted to speak with her.
So, help me understand. Maybe would bring that up in our conversation. I mean, if that was my mom and dad's house, I'd be freaking out. I'd be mad.
Spouse and stuff, mom explained it to me when she called, so I was like, okay. What they're gonna do, what it costs them, understanding, you know, this person.
Well, it's not just that, huh? The fact is that everyone is leading to you, you're a person of interest. And I explained to you why, and you said you understood, you can see why. It's just kind of all right there. We can also find out from other people in the area that you have a lot of access with the house across the street. It's Love House. Did you take care of that property for this month?
She lived there.
Yeah.
Outside. We did a little, flooring on the bathrooms. To our house.
To the property, to the yard. What out there today? That's where all my detectives
Yeah.
So when you saw Kara go missing, I'm sure it was all over the news. Did you put 2 and 2 together as far as this being the escort?
No, pictures on TV. I just remember seeing missing people on these maps, but
So the Facebook the same as,
not at all. And even if you show me the same missing person picture from back then, I probably still would.
okay.
You can see how these girls, you know, themselves up in pictures. There's been several that I've actually had up and walked out, so I'm like, that's, you're not that person, sorry. You know, it's, she messed up. Not that I can say, you know, not get on me before. So I saw it, just clear this nature of the game.
So you're saying that, correct, you're, you know, doing a lot of drugs and stuff at the time. So do you remember if something happened after lunch? with the-
Absolutely.
Just ask, because I know how, or, you just, or,
Can't ever forget stuff that I do when I'm on drugs. There's always alcohol and around. Yeah. It's like super obliterated drunk. Yeah. Should say like sometimes I remember how I drunk. Shit, sexually on all drunk on alcohol, so that's. Choice, not go out views.
yes, worse, all right. How many escorts do you think you were doing? At that time, a week?
It was just random, it wouldn't be constant thing, it'd just be whenever I felt like it. Here and there,
I don't know if it's habits or stuff like that.
you know, it was just random spur of the moment things, like, it's Wednesday, I got to take a run, I feel like I get it next week. That would be like on Friday night at this time, I know I can call you 2 hours, you know what I'm saying?
It's just random. Okay. And would you always use that page or do you use it?
Yeah.
Just your. You've never met Kara before or Naomi? First time. I saw a lot of random numbers all over yourself, but I said I didn't have your phone records at that time.
Yeah, sure.
Warrants.
Probably 75% of them at that time are probably in sports. I'll answer because it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Were you a night owl? Did you stay up all night on those drugs?
Yeah.
So you slept during the day?
Sleep when I was doing that, I'd stay up all night, usually go to work.
The reason I asked is on your phone records, I can show them to you. On your phone records, the call at 11:08 to Kara, to Naomi, to the escort, was your last call of the night. You didn't make any other contact to that, so if you're high and drunk and, not drunk, high and on drugs and stuff like that, I assume that you would remember all that.
But it was probably because I had already been up for years, you know, ran out of drugs, and I was like, well, that's it.
Wait, do you remember if she asked you about drugs?
You know, I've been there for once at a drive, I was speaking like that over the phone. I mostly even asked about specific things, don't hang up on you. I would say if you can't.
Once you left the Diamond Shamrock, right, in the county?
I think it's a little bit. Say, I think that's your loss.
And so, shots right there.
Right.
Okay. Once you left there, did you gain contact?
I don't think so. Like I said, I probably have stuff I have these. Just to find one, I guess it's just not yet. It makes sense when I do that, I'll just get like. I'm sure it's on there.
These are your records. I see. No, wait. She wrote that's her. This call. And then 8:47, you called your friend Cody. Was he at standing time or you're still local?
Maybe that's his own part.
So if you didn't have another call, from that point on. I guess, tell you my theory on that is that you were busy.
Okay. I said, I'm usually on 2 or 3 day runs on drugs, and I couldn't do that in 2 or 3 days.
You let up that you call him drug dealer. After you talk to Cody, was Cody dealing drugs at the time? I don't give a shit. He's just been Friday.
I'm not sure yet.
No, I guess I'm just something straight up ask you, did you make any comments? Never mind.
Check my back on the few girl.
Your explanation, so you're saying that 11:08 text was the last text you sent her and waited. Did you wait 45 minutes from the first time you called her or
I want to say I was there for, it's just a guess.
and how many times do you think you called her from that gas station or local drug?
Probably.
Okay, so let me, just want to show you those real quick again, so maybe you can.
I can't remember. I'm sure it's right.
No, it's right, it's on your phone records actually match these. So,
Right, that's what I mean, I'm sure it's.
but when I round up your cell towers, which I'm gonna do, what is it gonna tell me? If your cell towers aren't gonna match her.
If you. Like I said, the only thing I can think of as far as where she was going is if maybe she was following somebody. I don't know. It's the thing we could come up with.
Okay, so if they match, that's your theory?
That's the only thing I could possibly think of, why they would even be in that powder. Sweet principles, period.
All right,
You know, I mean, what other explanation is there? Either she's living or she's not, like, if she wasn't living. We wouldn't have. So I've never ever. So they never ever would, because I know what kind of people they do. Everyone wants to see all the nice things.
do you pick up escorts often? I mean, is that, I don't know back then.
Pick them up. Actually pick them up. I was either meet them at a hotel or it could be.
But not this night. What made you change your mind this night to pick her up?
Just because I liked her out, pictures, and she was, should have been most convenient. That's the plan.
Okay. Did you, what kind of vehicle was she driving?
Or that decent outcome.
100%. But that's the video from the Bryant there. Not, I mean, from the streets. So now that I know what it is, maybe I can. Look at that. Did that route sound like a route you would take off too, because I see it?
Yeah. Different ways through town, depending on where I am. No, I never, set specific route, like, oh, I have to go back to this road. Yeah. Same route on the side, same right. If you, I could take you downtown and take you 20 different ways to get to the same.
Me too, it's, so based on the information I've shown you, do you think, I mean, I'm starting in the right direction?
Absolutely, that's what I would look at. Based on the information, I'm happy to.
Yeah. So that, I've been up this case, down this case, and I've evaluated every phone number that she had on her bill, and, yours just kind of. You know, so if I send her calls, and her phone went, north, go down Academy, and we got it over with. It's just, like I said, it's just a coincidence of where it went.
It's me too, and why is this possible? That's like the only thing I think of. So maybe she was trying to follow me to try to rob me or something. I've seen a lot of these girls that seem to do a lot of shady things. I'm looking at something that's going on there.
Well, I think have my card, you know what I mean? They think of anything. And I'm gonna put this out there, and you can just not even answer it. But if you come to realize you were with her, that's fine. Just need to tell me, so that I can stop running these circles. Just asking for the truth. It's fine. I don't, just saying, if you leave here and we decide, you know, you've thought about it. Pops into your head, because you said a lot of times on the craft, the alcohol, things just phase you, you know, you just. I'm asking you to do me the favor, bring this along. Oh, it's true. You know, listen. You said, how did she know who to look for?
So I'm pretty sure we said she texted me when she was there. I can't remember.
She texted you when she was there?
She was like, when she was there.
Okay.
Call me or something.
But how did you, oh, you tell her who you were, or what you looked like? Okay. But she had no idea who she was looking for.
I don't think so.
So when I get, which has been keeping for 3 years, so it's still time, the loaf of jug has video. So when I get that loaf of jug's video, I'm gonna show her getting into your car.
She never know.
Okay. But when I asked you about, does she look the same as the missing person stuff? And you said you didn't think so. Her ad is an ass shot.
Only for pictures. 4 or 5 pictures.
I want that same ad.
Sure, there's always multiple pictures on them.
Okay.
So there's no been, I want to say like 5, maybe 6 pictures.
Like I told you. You're my person of interest, and this is you. I don't have any other binders to this. Reference a person of interest. So if I tell you you're my person of interest, you're, it's not like you guys just. Right, we both agree on that. You're saying she probably followed you, but how could she have followed you when she didn't know what she was looking for?
When I was driving, I can't recall everything that night.
Okay.
You know, I'm surprised I remember this much. And mostly it's because of what you're telling me.
Right. So it's a tragic event, remember that too. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there, catch, that's for sure.
Right. So. Here's what I'm telling you, Joel. This book, everything points to you. I was at your parents' house. It kind of looks so, and it brings back again your alarm speed that. You didn't call, you didn't, I had convinced you to come in so many ways. You're like, you need me to. And when we were at your parents' house, we had bulk land, we had dogs, we had. I would be calling, and it was not reference your parents, it was reference you. I'd be blowing up this office's phone. Saying, what the hell, let me turn this up. But I convinced you to think.
Not really. I just don't really know how I can help you, because I don't know.
But you're doing that now?
Yeah.
So how can you convince me that you weren't with her?
Just by what I told you, I mean. I don't have any way to prove to you that we weren't together, it's.
No, I need something else. I mean, I need something else, and I just need you to help me find that. I'm trick you telling the truth. That's all there is to it. And then if figuring out another way to prove that you weren't with her. Is the stuff. But I can't do that because we took the same route. We took the same route. She probably published to your house, but you didn't know what kind of car you were driving.
So I can't remember for sure, but I don't remember what I was in one of those, so now I may. I'm sure the girls will ask you, like, when you're pulling up, what kind of car are you in? Like, if you're going to a hotel or something, so I know. Can't remember for sure.
And then you stopped using your phone right after the last texting part. You just stopped using your phone completely. Which is not, based on your phone records, it's not protocol for you. You seem to use your phone all night long, am I correct?
Sometimes.
What do you just kind of time? You're on your phone continuously. And you stay up at night, you're nocturnal because you're doing drugs. Maybe you weren't, I know when people crash, they crash for days. And then they start all over again. Were you different than that?
Yeah. But then for days, but I would never crash for days. That's just, I get 6 or 8 hours of sleep, good to go, no matter what. Taking it, you know, I go to bed for 5 or 6 hours. I'm sleeping my normal 5 or 6 hours of sleep pretty much every night. Good to go.
How can you, beside her phone, because she didn't have a car, I know that for a fact. She didn't have a driver's license. She didn't have anybody there to drive her. So how can you help me understand her being at your parents' address?
Explain it. No possible way of knowing how that can happen.
So do you see my predicament?
Absolutely. Makes it look like she's with.
Yeah, well, tells me, I mean, in my eyes, it tells me she was with you.
That's absolutely.
Those 7 hours, everything.
That's where you get from all the information you have.
So how can you sit here and tell me about this?
Because it's true.
I just don't know. I don't believe you. Well, I don't because of this book. And you see what happened, and you say the same thing. I don't know how to unexplain it.
I don't either. I wish I had something. Wish there was some way I could explain it. You know, he said I'm to my wife to be able to start suggestion, maybe, you know, maybe.
But before you told me she didn't know if you were gonna text her when she got there, now you're saying, well, I might have told her what kind of car it was in.
Yeah, I can't remember. But I really can't.
Okay, so if she followed you, right? What were you stopped her from her task?
No idea.
She went all the way to Burgess address, your parents' house, which her cell phone was her right there.
Right.
Why stop now?
That's what our intention was, so. Yeah, all I do is yes.
Do you know you're back, that you went straight to your parents' house that night, or you just don't remember?
For sure, I'm pretty sure that's where I
Your dad was out of town. And your mom's not so sure. So, if mom and dad were out of town, would you have brought something back?
went. Okay, so that's- Now, if it was someone I was dating, yeah. Sure, absolutely.
I don't know what to do for you, Joe. I'm being frank with you. I don't know what to do for you because I have this phone tells me that you're my suspect. She's with you. Finishes.
Yeah, I totally get that. Wish I could give you more information now, if we find it, I really do.
But if I understood what happened, if something happened,
And if I knew something that happened, I would surely tell you. We don't get to tell you.
do you know if you were afraid of getting in trouble? So would you honestly tell me if you knew something? I'm asking you.
Absolutely, because I know that if it was my child, I would want to know regardless of what happened. I would sure think that that person would have the same common decency. Give the parents peace of mind, you know, I would guess or no, this person's so. Pretty much. What do you think of these, her parents out there not knowing where she's at, if she's dead or alive, if she just decided to disappear, they never called. These things happen. So, really can't say what our thought processes are.
I can't either. I know a lot about her. I know right up until the last day of her life.
Michelle. Contact us, obviously looks like it is. I wish I could say why. I asked Lauren and I dropped her off for she died in her watch or whatever.
Well, so I want you to think hard and heavy about it. I don't do. You know, maybe you'll remember something. Anything. Like I said, sure.
If I'm not something about it, obviously.
I know, but if she was with you, you know what? It's okay. I just want to know. And if something happened to her, even en route, or if you guys bypass mom and dad's house because something happened, I understand that too. So I want you to think, I just want you to maybe give me some time to think about that.
Remember anything I had to help you guys. Like I said, I don't want every person who has anything to do with it to try to remember every possible thing.
I mean, you solicited experts at the time. We know that. That's not a secret. So if she was with you, you know what? She was with you. She was an expert. I get that. That's what she did. She posted an ad. She wanted John. She wanted money. She wanted to do drugs. I get all of that. But if something happened, it happened. And we'll work through it. You're my person of interest. And I want to be upfront about that. Everything to me says right here, right now, she was with you and her last minutes were with you. And I have not given shit up. I showed it to you. And just need to know that. I know, I just.
I don't have a clue. If I tell you, her name is Shabazz.
Right, but you have a family too, and sometimes we think about our own. And I, you know, I'm under this business, I get that too. I probably think about my family too, but what I'm telling you is if something happened, sooner or later, it's gonna get to you. There are most people that will.
I've been finding stuff that's still AIDS away, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. All right, let me do one more check with the generator. So,
So I think this is. I wrote down to take it out.
Hey, Sal. Hope you're doing well, Sal. What's happened now?
And Your Honor, for the next approximately 3.5 to 4 minutes, it's just the defendant in the room. So I'm going to skip ahead just a few minutes.
I thought that was my fault.
I don't have anything else to add.
But no.
I don't have anything else to add, just I asked that you give that thought, you promised me you would, you know, anything. You're not watching the side of the fact, Joel, that I can't fix these facts, I can't change them.
So that's already happened, so I feel as far as bad information you have, I get that.
Okay? I just can't change it. I can't, and you are my person of interest, and I mentioned that here. And if I find a body, you're the first person I'll come.
Absolutely.
Why would you, let it help again? We understand, I mean, this business. Why would you understand that? Why would you, I know I have my facts, I told you, you're my person of interest. Why would you understand? I'm coming, if I found a body, I'm coming to you.
Because all the information you have. Nobody telling me, you're the person of interest, we think you know something. You know, so like, oh, yeah, I don't. So everything I do know, I can remember.
Okay.
We do find her, I understand, you're gonna think that's. You know, I think that. Don't have anything to do with her. Never did. I've been trying to, whatever you want to call her.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure something.
Yeah.
What's up? 5 minutes. You got to go downstairs. Mr. Joel, let's finish your class. Sorry, we're trying to get time roads removed. That's true.
Why don't we set, do another break, 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. I'll rise for the jury.
This is really hard to listen to. Really hard. Shauna, Salvador gives Lefty a good run for his money. Sal is a simp as well. Do you know what I mean? So he's like Lefty 2.0. Nice to always have Sal here. I always think my IQ goes down a lot when Sal is here because he's so intelligent.
Please be seated. The jury has left. Turning to the Hollendorfer interview objections. I'm thankful to see there are only a couple, so this is not a big deal. The clip 29 or 59:50 to 1 minute and 44 seconds.
You mean the Betty Hollendorfer or the
Yeah, Betty.
Betty? Okay.
Yeah. So that what is described in the email as confronting Ms. Hollendorfer about her comment from 2014 about going to check Martha's house because Joel watched it. And is your objection there's hearsay within hearsay?
Pulling these up. What was the timestamp on that, Your Honor?
50 to 1 hour 44 seconds. Also, it looks like it's 10:17:30 to 10:18:27.
That would be hearsay within hearsay.
Okay, people's response, and maybe tell me what the probative value of it is.
Sorry, Judge, I am trying to follow you. Which interview, are we talking about 2014 or 2022 interview? The audio one that you,
2022.
2022, okay.
Am I supposed to be looking at two different sets of redactions for Betty Hollendorfer?
There are two, Your Honor. There's an audio only from 2014 and a video one from 2022.
Okay.
This reminds me of Mark Jensen's trial with the old
And all I
audio.
have is an email referring to
Yeah, Cole, we heard that yesterday,
the
actually.
2022 interview. I've not seen anything
Tuesday,
else
so Shelley
with
said that.
respect to her. I take that back. I do have it. So I'll have to look at the other interview on our break here, but so probative value of the 22 interview where the detective must be referring back to Ms. Hollendorfer's statement about looking at Martha's house.
So, Your Honor, that's the other property that was searched in 2014 at the direction of Ms. Hollendorfer. It's the 1160 Green Acres property where they sent dogs over there. The CBI came and helped, and necro search was sent over there as well to review that property. So
Okay.
it's Martha's house is that neighboring property that was also searched in 2014.
And so the previous comment is Ms. Hollendorfer's own comment from 2014.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so since Ms. Hollendorfer is going to be testifying and can certainly be confronted about the 2014 statement, and this is just a reference back to it, that objection's overruled. Then there's a reference to DV classes. I take it you're taking that out?
Your Honor, that particular one, she said Joel had to go to a class, and she does not say DV class. Because it is from that day, October 9th, I thought that the probative value, because she doesn't say domestic violence class, she said Joel had to go to a class and he went to a class.
Okay. If there's no mention of DV, is it okay? He mentioned in the interview here going to a class.
Guess I need to listen to it. Yeah, again, I think I may have just known that's what he was referring to. I mean, I'm not sure the probative value of him going to a class anyways.
Well, it's,
His timeline on that day is extremely important, Your Honor.
I agree. So I'll let Mr. Husher take a look to make sure the words domestic violence are not mentioned, but otherwise I find that any danger of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value. And then last, Ms. Hollendorfer talking about childhood memories.
That portion was not within the timestamp that I provided. I cut that part out, hunting squirrels. So I don't know if it was just off on their timestamp a little bit, but that portion is not in what we intend to introduce.
Okay. So other than Mr. Husher taking a minute at some point to look at for that DV comment, have we addressed any redaction issues on that recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else before we take a 5-minute recess, Ms. Powell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Husher?
No.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Rise.
Fucking bollocks mute. I can swear now. Yeah, Shelley mentioned it that because he told the ex-wife after the father died, didn't she? Didn't he in 2019, and she waited 2 years then to tell the investigators about it. So yeah, we're up to date on that bit through Shelley as well. So, but thanks, Cole, for reiterating that as well. It's good. Salvador, are you still here, or you left us? Have you left us all in Lefty's hands? The audio reminds me of the Mark Jensen trial when they were showing the old videos. It's just unbearable. You can't even listen to it. Got another 5 minutes of break, but there's probably another 20 minutes of this one. Then we got more to come. If I'm playing that straight away or not, I don't know, but it's a bit of a nightmare. Anything else? Anything else going on? Thing is, Shauna, blood's thicker than water. Do you know what I mean? I presume that's what it is. I think until you experience it or until we've experienced it, I don't know. I've got no answer to you. I couldn't tell you. I've never been in that situation, so just got you. You look like a nice bloke on the couch. Yeah, got that one, Erin. I know. Just on the couch, chilling. Because that's the alternate corner. It's supposed to be. I just need to get some stuff behind me. I'm just too lazy to get stuff done behind me. That's all. Try green screens and stuff doesn't work, so I need to sort myself out a little bit. Yeah. So you've missed this, Erin. It's unbearable, unbearable here. I don't disagree with you guys for saying that family members ignore and stuff, but I got no comment on it because I've never been there, so I don't know how I'd react in that situation. So I'm not gonna find it quite hard to judge people when I've not experienced it. That's all. Um, Again, I am still the only one here. Well, sure, yeah, that's different. For that, yeah, that's just ridiculous. How long is this trial supposed to be for? I don't even know how long it's supposed to be for. Again, once again, I'm the only one in attendance. They must be thinking, who the hell is this Dylan guy? They, I tried to mute myself earlier, before it all started, but nope, can't do it. Not allowed to. Okay. Just a reminder, after this one, we're going. Well, we're closing this down and we're starting a new trial in another whatever you call it. I laugh every time thinking of that. What are you thinking of? I don't even know what you're thinking of, Jamie. There's one thing about being like 15, 20 seconds behind. I say something funny or I do something like I do, and I then forget about stuff. Like I've said before, if we all ended up in something even close to this crap from mistakes yeah, I know. I'm so thankful to my parents that I'm not in this situation. Do you know what I mean? Hi, Jamie Tacos. I didn't know Doritos were tacos. Your joke about being the only one. I don't even know what my joke was for being the only one. The only one who could ever see me. Something of the preacher man. Da-da-da, da-da-da. I'll have to watch it, but I never remember my jokes. Oh, for the attendees are hidden. I don't think so. I genuinely don't remember what I said. I'm not even kidding. I don't remember what I said 30 seconds ago. Being the only, I, uh, I know. Sorry, Jamie. I'm really bad at stuff. My mind. But nah, do you know what? I don't think so. Lighthouse, Lou. Maybe you're right. But I can see everything else. But it'd be quite hard for them to do that. I imagine to hide all attendees. I do know I'm the only one on YouTube that's streaming it, unless they've named it something different. I don't think this case. I think. Oh, we're past it now. This is more. We are well past it now. This is more funny. I don't even know what's even funny anymore. I don't even know. For fuck's sakes, Lefty. I like that. I wish you could see them better, the emojis. Now, unfortunately, I forgot what I was even talking about earlier on now. Um, I don't know what I was talking about. I don't know. Yeah, do you think a lot of people know about this case then? Because law and crime. Well, actually, Jamie don't want to put this to us. Um, and yeah, basically, law and crime weren't streaming it. Luckily, Amy and Spider came to the rescue. Otherwise, we wouldn't be watching it. I don't know what I think about it yet, to be honest. I quite find hard to get into it a little bit. Can't even with you. I know, Jamie, honestly, I'm the world's worst. Genius, yes. I'm glad you like that one. We got we got Lefty, we got Gilf, we got White Sauce, and we got for fuck's sake, Lefty. Oh, there we are then, cool. If you were in there earlier on and you didn't see me, then they're hidden. So Lou was right. Lou was right that they're hidden. That's fair. That's fine. But it does mean that still no one's streaming it. So it's a little bit odd. It's a little bit odd. No one's streaming at all. Just me, the alternate corner. That's all. I'm streaming this trial. I bet you don't know. I bet you don't know. For fuck's sakes, Lefty. White sauce is popular in US of A. But not in the UK. Not in the UK. You'll have to go to the USA to try white sauce. See, again, just got to remind the people I cannot sing in my natural voice because of copyright issues. So I have to do a little bit out of tune. I like that Erin likes the for fuck's sakes Lefty. I know. I'm trying to think what other stuff we said, but I think I've only got another 4 to go. I might take out the Lefty one, the white sauce one. The white sauce one, we can't see it properly. He had to tinkle. What's tinkle to me is having a piss. I'm just going for a tinkle. Is that what you mean? He had to tinkle. If I say to someone, I need to go out for a tinkle, it's like, oh, I need to go for a piss. Not that I'd ever use the word tinkle, but here he is. Bane. Judge Bane. Tinker. Yeah, no, Tinker's Tinker's, obviously
All right, can we bring
tinkering
the
away,
jury
isn't it?
in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This morning, due to disagreements, I was cordial, just didn't agree with speculation chats. Nice change for fuck's sake, Lefty. Oh, which one, what was the trial you watching? I love when there's disagreements in the chats. I just tell people, come here. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of disagreements here, but mostly people get on. Also, we name and shame here. We don't care. I love you got heated another one. P. Oh, you going for tinkle? That's fine. PP. Oh, wee wee. I don't like. No reason to say. Ah, it's fine. I mean, I just call them out. I do always. Um, I don't watch other streams, but I love to know where the action is.
Please be seated. The jury is back, and does the witness want to retake the stand?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go. I like it because
So we
then
just watched the interview
I just
that
avoid
you
them then.
conducted in 2014, is that right?
That's correct.
And I think we all saw that there were some fuzzy portions. Was this an older video system at the sheriff's office?
Much older. We've upgraded, I think, twice since then.
Okay. And this interview took place a week after you had searched the property where the defendant was living.
That's correct.
And in that in that interview, the defendant said, yeah, my mom told me what you guys were doing, that you were out there for a long time, right?
That's correct.
So he knew that you hadn't found Kara at that time.
That's correct.
And in this interview, did he give different information than he had in that phone call in May of 2013?
He did.
This time he said that there was an agreement to meet up,
That's correct.
and that there was nothing about I only do in calls or out calls, anything like that.
No.
And this time he said he actually did go to the Loaf and Jug gas station
He did.
and waited there for about 45 minutes.
That's correct.
And he indicated that he was going to get a hotel.
That's correct.
Okay. During that interview, did you use like the police tactic of kind of bluffing or saying you had more information than you actually did at the time?
A few times.
Okay, so at one point you indicated that the Loaf and Jug would keep their video surveillance for 3 years and you were going to obtain that.
I did.
You said that or you got the video?
No. I said that, but I
Okay.
did not get the video.
Um,
It was not available.
It was not, thank you. I think you also said that there was street video from that area. Was that a tactic?
That was a tactic.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, when you were talking to the defendant about his drug use, he indicated that he used methamphetamine and crack. Is that crack cocaine?
Crack cocaine.
Okay. He did not ever mention using heroin.
That's correct.
And during that interview, you also confronted him with, I did this on Tuesday, People's Exhibit 17, I believe, 27, there we go. May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 17, and that was.
27.
27.
Yeah.
And that was the ad that had been placed on October 9th, correct?
That's correct.
And on this ad, is there any indication on there that there were multiple photos or other than the photo that's actually on the ad?
Other than the photo that's on the ad, just the one photo.
Okay. And underneath the photo, there's like an option that says enlarge photo, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing that says, like, there's no arrows, like next photo or last photo.
There is not.
Okay. And during this interview, the defendant said, yeah, I was out of stuff. And so I probably went home. During the context of that conversation, out of stuff, did that indicate he didn't have any drugs?
That's what I took it as.
Okay. And during that interview, you also, multiple times said, if something happened when you were together, you just tell me. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Did you say that once or more than once?
Many times.
Okay. And then also in that interview, multiple times, we heard the defendant say that he wished he could help and he wished he had more information. He wished he knew where Kara was. Do you remember those statements?
I do.
And he said he didn't have any more information. He was being 100% honest.
That's what he told me.
Okay. But now in 2023, after Kara's body was found on his property last year, we know that he did have more information.
Absolutely.
He did know where she was.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Again, Detective Gouliat is going to be multiple times, so this is
Correct.
for that portion. Thank you.
Cross-exam? Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about some of the things that you were just talking about with Ms. Peroni, specifically those tactics of bluffing.
Mhm.
Now, that's something you just told us that you used a number of times throughout the interview, right?
Twice, I believe.
Twice.
Mhm.
Those two occasions, was that the reference to the videos of the Loaf and Jug
That's correct.
and the reference to videos of the street
That's
or street videos?
street videos.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, you referred to Joel a number of times as a person of interest throughout that interview, right?
I did.
Okay. And I think a number of times you tell him, this is my binder. You're the only person I have a binder for.
That is correct.
That's presumably also an interview tactic, right? You're trying to show him that he's just the main suspect to get him to open up.
Absolutely not. Everything in that binder was about Joel.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the actual phrase, I only have one binder, it's you.
I only had one binder and it was him.
Now about that though, you say that he is your prime suspect at that time and you're mainly referring to those cell phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because you told him a number of times that they showed the parties were together.
Yes,
And they showed, as you said, that the last ping of her phone, I think you said earlier, was about 60 seconds away from Joel's parents' house. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you told him all of that in, well, you said before that you only used 2 tactics for bluffing. So this was not a tactic for bluffing?
Well, I mean, I guess it can be considered one because I don't know the complete accuracy of the cell towers and the timing and all that stuff. So I guess it can be considered a bluff.
And that's what I was going to ask next, because you were sitting over there while Kevin Clark testified, correct?
I was.
Okay. And do you recall him talking about what can be mapped and what can't be mapped with, the information that you had?
I did hear that. Yes.
And so you told Joel at one point that you could trace that the phone at least was traveling from the intersection of Woodman and Black Forest, and then it took Volmer Road. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And then that it took to the intersection of Volmer and Shoup, I believe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And you continued to lay out a diagram basically up to where you thought Joel's parents' house was, right?
I did.
Okay. Street by street.
Yes,
Okay. You recall that Kevin Clark said that's basically impossible, right?
I do.
Okay. So that is a tactic for bluffing, we could say.
Well, at the time, that's what I believe to be true, based on the information we had from the cell towers prior to Kevin Clark doing the examination of the records.
Okay. And he determined that you can't do all of these things, right? And that it doesn't, in fact, show that this exact route was taken.
He did say that.
Okay. This quote about being 60 seconds from Joel's parents' house, you said that was the last ping, I believe, during your interview with Joel?
I did.
Okay. We know from the testimony that Mr. Clark offered yesterday, the last mappable activity is at the intersection of Woodman and Highway 24, correct?
I believe so. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. And when we were looking at that map up on the screen, it's that one that's kind of far out to the east, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall where that area is?
I do.
Okay. That is not 60 seconds away from Joel's parents' house, correct?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we may revisit that point later, but it's at the intersection of Woodman and 24, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And as that map showed, it went kind of north and then it went pretty far east, and that's the last mappable activity.
Yes.
Okay. So for all of those things that you told Joel in that interview, you really now can't say that that is what the cell record showed, correct? You would agree, I'll rephrase, you would agree, those things that you told Joel in that interview, that is not what the cell records indicate.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you.
We'll just start right there with the cell phone and Kevin Clark's testimony. Mr. Clark also said that his map was the most conservative estimation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that it's not actually like that pie slice, that is the most conservative. It could be larger, it could be more widespread, but that would be the absolute general area that he could definitively say.
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated this, that at the time you were going off information from an initial review of the phone records, and that person was not an expert in call detail analysis like Kevin Clark.
He was not.
But when you were going through that information with the defendant, he agreed that that goes to his house.
He did agree.
And when Mr. Husher was just talking to you about the binder and the person of interest and how all of the information led to the defendant, he agreed.
He did agree.
And he said, absolutely.
He did.
He said, on paper, it definitely looks like I was with her.
He did.
And Mr. Husher said, or asked you, was he your person of interest because of the phone records? And you said yes. Was he also a person of interest due to the drastic change in his account of what had happened from 2013 to 2014?
Well, yes, because he was the only person that we talked to that said he was waiting for her. He actually arranged to meet with her.
Okay. But a year later, he had said that they hadn't.
A year prior.
Sorry, yes, a year prior, he had said they had not.
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the jury? Looks like we have one.
So, Aaron, just to be clear, you want a taco emoji, what, bigger? So you're on Lefty's ass and a taco over it. Is that what you're saying? You're going over and over her or his location. What has that got to do with it if they admitted to accidentally killing? I have no idea. This is why I'm confused with this trial. I literally am confused with it all. I don't 100% understand this trial. It's your face. Obviously, Lefty's face with a taco on it. The only thing is, it's not very clear. The emojis. I can try and do one. It's just. I'll try and see what I can do. Try and see what I can do for you, Erin. I'll try and see.
So the question has basically calls for the DA to look at the video, and she may follow up with a question or two, but the videotape itself is admitted in evidence. And so when you start your deliberations, the DVD will be there with you and you can watch the DVD. So you'll have the access to it then. But the DA may follow up with a question here.
And Your Honor, I think I'll follow up with a question later so we don't delay.
Okay.
So no further questions.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay. Here's.
Your Honor, the people would next call Aaron Shabazz.
Oh, Erin, I'm trying to make one now. Just for you.
And this is one of the witnesses we had a bench conference at earlier, and so the video will be muted, but the audio will continue to live stream. Coming up here, sir, towards the bench.
Yeah, you
And
can't
right
see
there,
the
raise your right
symbol, can you?
hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? This chair here.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure. Aaron Shabazz, Shabazz.
Mr. Shabazz, did you live in Colorado Springs in 2012?
Yes.
Remember approximately where you lived at that time?
Academy and boy, what is it? Just forget it. Like near Doherty High School.
Okay. And at that time, what was your phone number?
719-244-8953.
And at that time, were you going on to websites like Backpage.com?
Yes.
You recall a specific time in October of 2012 doing that?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Do you recall going on Backpage in October of 2012?
I can't say remember that specifically.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement on August 28th, 2014?
Yes,
Okay, and did they ask you about your contact with a particular female
they did.
during that interview? And were you able to recall that specific phone contact with that particular female?
No.
Do you recall having like a phone conversation versus text message conversation with that female they asked you about?
No,
If her phone records showed that you exchanged text messages with her between 10:09 PM and 11:04 PM, does that sound about right?
um, again, I don't remember, but I mean, it's totally plausible.
Did you ever meet up with that female that they asked you about?
No,
Did you share that information with law enforcement in 2014?
I believe so, yes,
Okay. Did you cooperate with their investigation?
to the best of my ability.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next witness that people would call is John Watts.
Okay, Johnny. Well, Erin, there's that. Oh, hi, Sarah. Nice to see you. Oh, lose my voice.
Watts.
Erin, I hope you like that.
Come on up here, sir, towards the bench. And if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
I don't really know what's going on court, to be honest with you, anymore. So, yeah, they're just showing the men are hooked up with her. That's your service,
Good
Erin. That's
morning.
your
Can you
service.
state your name for the record and spell your
I'm
last
like a
name,
fucking
please?
bitch.
John
aren't I?
Watts, Watts.
John,
Mr. Watts,
slide
where
over,
are you
John.
employed?
Slide over, John.
Currently now I'm self-employed.
John,
And in
slide over.
2014, were you employed somewhere else?
Yes,
And where was that?
the sheriff's office.
John, slide over,
And
mate.
what position did you have at that time in 2014?
Investigations.
Were you a detective?
I was.
As part of your work as a detective, were you asked
over.
to assist with a search
Motherfucker.
warrant on October 15th, 2014?
Yes.
And do you recall
So
the
good.
address for that
All
search
good, sir.
warrant?
Thank you.
9665
I
Burgess Road.
appreciate you.
And during that search warrant, did you participate in searching the residence and outbuildings on that property?
Yes, ma'am.
And so are you familiar with that property?
Yes.
I mean,
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
tell him to fucking slide over. Tell it-
I'm handing you what was marked as people's exhibits.
The other way, detective. The other.
You can just go through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Can I just put something in chat to them? Is there a chat?
You want me to do it per picture or look? at
No,
all?
just generally. No,
Okay.
thank you.
I was gonna say we'll be here for a while.
Yes.
So I guess we're not going to see much of this guy
I'm
then.
at 49 and yes, I do recognize them.
And what
Sorry,
are they of
ladies.
generally?
That address 9665 Burgess Road.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the state of that property in October 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit exhibits 42 through 103.
So admitted.
And Mr. Watts, you have the copies in front of you. I don't know if it's going to be easier for you to do that or look on the screen behind you, whichever is easier.
Thank you,
Okay.
detective.
We're going to start
Thank
with
you.
People's Exhibit 42. Can you see the address for the property on this particular photograph?
Yes.
Is this like right at the front of the property, right by the road?
Yes, it says you enter the address.
Thank you. And then People's Exhibit 43, is this the driveway?
Yes.
We see in People's Exhibit 44.
This is I believe across the road, which is just the intersection of Green Acres Lane.
So the paved road we can see in the bottom of the photograph is what you turn off of to get to that Burgess Road address.
Correct.
In People's Exhibit 45,
Again, driveway leading up to the house.
And as far as where the driveway is situated, is it in the middle of the property, to the left or the right, like this, the fencing and trees that we can see on the left, is that the majority of the property?
It goes to the back a little bit more, but it kind of offsets to the right a little bit.
And People's Exhibit 46?
Just more pictures of the entrance to the property, and I believe this was taken looking left.
And these trees and fence and kind of flat area, you could see this from the road.
Correct.
And People's Exhibit 47?
This would be, I believe, the back of the house, or I'm sorry, this would be the side, one side of the house.
And does this side of the house face the street?
Yes, it does.
And then People's Exhibit 48?
Again, another side of the house.
And is this the side of the house that faces the driveway that we've seen?
Yes,
And then People's Exhibit 49?
this would be the back of the house.
And that faces the back of the property or away from the street.
Correct.
And we can see a door there with a porch, but also some stairs up to another porch. Do you recall the stairs up to that porch? What room was that porch off of?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
We can see stairs going up to an upstairs porch.
Correct.
That porch, what room is that porch off of?
That would be considered the upstairs. I don't know what room you were talking about.
What, is it off of the master bedroom?
Oh, I got you. Okay, inside the house. Yes.
No, there are no rooms outside. I apologize. And People's Exhibit 50, what can we see here?
This is just a part of the garage and behind the house.
And then People's Exhibit 51.
This would be to the left or just behind the house, some outbuildings.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 52.
Just more outbuildings.
And what kind of outbuildings are we talking about? Are there barns out there?
Yep, barns, horse corrals, arenas and things like that.
And don't know, it just disconnected.
Shelley, if he was undercover, he's fucked then. The whole world has seen him now.
My apologies. Well, we're back at People's Exhibit 52. It's a little bit difficult to see, but on the right
Lefty.
side of the photograph, on the bigger building that we're looking at, is there some equipment, some larger equipment parked by that building?
Yes, looks like a back end of a tractor.
And People's Exhibit 53.
Again, more outbuildings, barns.
Is this flat land and then trees that we can see, are those behind the residence?
Yes,
So they're not, this isn't in front of the residence and towards the street, but it's towards the back of the property.
correct.
And People's Exhibit 54
Back of the house,
and 55.
entering the back of the house.
And again, these windows that we're looking at here, especially the window on the door, does that face the back of the property?
It does.
And People's Exhibit 56,
The kitchen,
57,
downstairs living room,
58.
just part of the offset to the kitchen.
Okay. And are we looking back into that kitchen area through the door and the window we can see in this photograph?
We are,
Okay, but it's not actually a window, it's kind of just a cutout in the wall.
correct.
People's Exhibit 59,
Kind of a day room bar area.
and these windows we can see in this photograph, are they facing the back of the property?
These, I believe, face to the side.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 60,
Yep, just an offset of the bar room.
And can we see through these windows some of those outbuildings that we saw pictures of earlier?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 61
Living room,
and 62,
I guess I would call it a mud room.
and what were, in People's Exhibit 63, what can we see about the contents of that room?
There was obviously a bunk bed in there.
And I'm gonna actually orient you with a different exhibit really quickly. In People's Exhibit 61, do we see a doorway with some stairs down?
Yes.
And is that the stairway we can see in People's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And where are we looking in People's Exhibit 65?
This is just offset goes into a hallway off the main living room.
Okay. We can see more of that hallway in People's Exhibit 66. Can you recall what those doorways lead to?
Bedrooms and I believe offices.
And People's Exhibit 67, is that first doorway?
It is.
And 68, what are the contents of that first doorway?
Appears to be a bedroom.
And 69?
Looking out from that bedroom,
And 70?
a closet in that bedroom.
There's kind of clothes in the closet and like papers on the dresser. Does this look like someone was maybe staying there in that bedroom?
Yes, it appeared somebody was staying there.
And People's Exhibit 71,
An ID?
was that found in the bedroom that we've been looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And People's Exhibit 72.
Pawn slip?
And was that also found in that bedroom we've been looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it have a name on it?
It does.
And what name is that?
Hollendorfer Joel.
Does it also have an address associated with that name?
It does.
And what is that?
9665 Burgess Road.
Are we further down the hallway in People's Exhibit 73?
Yes, we would have come out of that bedroom, moved down the hallway.
And next to that bedroom, what room do we see in People's Exhibit 74?
Appears to be an office.
And People's Exhibit 75
More of that office.
and 76.
Looking out from that office into the hallway.
And we're starting to see a staircase going up from this photograph. Where does that staircase lead?
To the upstairs kind of living area.
And can we see that same staircase in People's Exhibit 77?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the room at the top of the staircase in People's Exhibit 78?
Yes.
And is it the master bedroom, as I said earlier?
Yes, they would consider that. Yep.
And as far as these photographs go, those windows that we can see above the bed, are those facing the front of the property or the road?
I don't remember. I believe it's the side of that, if I'm correct. I'd have to see an overview.
And People's Exhibit 79
More of that master bedroom.
and 80?
Same. Goes into an office.
And then People's Exhibit 81?
More of that upstairs master living area.
And is that the porch that we were referring to earlier that we can see in People's Exhibit 81?
Yes.
And does that look out over the back of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And People's Exhibit 82?
Same room, still looking out back.
And People's Exhibit 83?
This was the garage offset from the house.
And that garage again was in the back of the house, the one that we saw the truck parked in front of?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 84?
More of the barns and outbuildings on the back of the property.
And 85?
Again, more pictures, the arenas on the back of the property.
And 86?
One of the outbuildings.
Is this the outbuilding that is closest to the house and the garage?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then what can we see in People's Exhibit 87?
Kennel,
Are there some smaller kennels and then a bigger area where you can see a horse is?
yes.
And People's Exhibit 88?
More of that previous photo with, the horse and the barns.
So for just directional, People's Exhibit 86 is closest to the house. Then kind of next closest is this kennel area. And then we're looking at two longer outbuildings in People's Exhibit 88.
Correct.
And we can see them again also in People's Exhibit 89.
Yes, ma'am.
What can we see in People's Exhibit 90?
This would be considered just a small arena that's unfenced.
And 91?
Another outbuilding just offset from the garage, which you can see in the picture.
And from this perspective, it's hard to tell, but those two white buildings that are in the foreground of the photograph, are those two long buildings that we saw previously?
Yes,
And People's Exhibit 92?
enclosed arena with the jumps.
And is that arena directly behind those two long white outbuildings,
It is. It's kind of offset. Yep,
but towards the back of the property?
correct.
And then what is this perspective that we can see in People's Exhibit 93?
This is looking back at the house from the back of the property, or part of the back of the property, in the kind of where we would call the corral area.
Does there appear to be kind of like a track here that goes up a hill and then back down?
Correct.
And what about People's Exhibit 94?
More of the back of the property, kind of offset from the barns.
And going back to 93, would it be accurate to say that People's Exhibit 94 is a picture of to the left of this area?
It is.
What can we see in People's Exhibit 95?
They call that the ground penetrating radar unit. It was in the back of the property.
People's Exhibit 96?
Those are flags that's done by a team that specializes in those ground penetrating radar units.
And where are those flags? Was that unfenced arena that you spoke about earlier?
It is.
And is that the same for People's Exhibit 97?
Yes, ma'am.
What can we see in People's Exhibit 98?
This is moving back past the arena into the back of the property.
Is it fair to characterize the back of the property as no outbuildings, no arenas, and more of like a wooded area?
Correct.
And is People's Exhibit 99 also part of that wooded area?
It is.
And People's Exhibit 100?
Again, more of that property.
And then People's Exhibit 101?
More of the back of that property. You see the team doing their specialties out there now.
And People's Exhibit 102?
Same as previous, just I believe this was to the right of it.
And then People's Exhibit 103?
Again, more of the same in the back of the property.
And in addition to participating in the search of 9665 Burgess on October 15th, did you also return out to around that same area on October 21st?
Yes,
Okay, and was there another property that was searched?
yes,
And is that property not exactly directly across, but kind of at an angle directly across the street from 9665 Burgess?
yes, it's offset.
And how would you describe that property just generally?
Same as the previous one, really wooded, heavily wooded. Houses sit up in the trees. Driveways kind of lead up to the house, covered by trees at the front.
Okay. And is it a residential property in a larger acreage property?
It is.
Did you assist with an excavation at that property across the street?
Yes,
Once that excavation was complete, How did you secure that property?
Locked the gate and we put on a padlock, I believe at the time.
And so there was a gate on that property that closed up the driveway that you could get into the property with?
Correct.
So a vehicle couldn't access that property once you closed the gate?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
No further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness would be Kim Veach.
Yes.
I didn't watch any of that trial. So, not guilty, you're saying, okay. I did sub to your channel as well, Wiz Stitcher subbed. What's left is saying zero faith in Jews getting your right. Too many shades. The DAs are ridiculous. Thank you to the 5 new subscribers today as well. Thank you very much. 20 yesterday, 5 today. Thank you, 1 member today as well. Enough of that. Thanking you. And obviously, thank you to Shauna for the sticker, super sticker as well. Well, let's see if I've been demonetized yet.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
I should just fucking mute myself sometimes, yeah? Dickhead. Who's this witness? I didn't hear it. He was muted.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Kim Veach. It's spelled V as in victory, E-I-T-C-H.
And Mr. Veach, what do you do for a living?
Technically, I'm retired.
Okay. What do you do in your free time then?
Search and rescue.
Are you part of a particular organization?
2, El Paso County Search and Rescue and the Colorado Search and Rescue.
And how long have you been a part of those organizations?
As of this month, 30 years for El Paso County Search and Rescue, 23 years for Colorado Search and Rescue.
How do you assist that particular organization? What are you doing to assist with the search and rescue?
Primarily working with canines.
Okay. Tell me about your experience. When did you start working with canines?
Oh, now I have to do arithmetic. Let's see. 23 years ago.
And did you take any types of classes or do any training before you started working with a canine?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about those, just generally.
Took training with Search and Rescue Dogs of Colorado and with the National Association of Search and Rescue.
And in particular, what are these canines being trained to detect?
Either or both human remains or live humans. Some also do articles.
What do you mean by articles?
Cell phones, items with GSR.
And when you, after you would receive that training, did you then train a canine?
I did.
And what did that training look like?
We like to say that training up through level of certification is between 400 and 600 hours of training.
What type of certification are they shooting for?
There are multiple levels of training and our certifications and types. A live find at the level my dogs are at is 160 acres with multiple subjects. They have to find the correct subjects, not people wandering through, and a night search of 80 acres. The human remains search is 3 areas with human remains in them and a blank area. And the human remains are on the surface, elevated, as in hanging, and buried.
And when did your canines first reach those certifications?
I honestly don't know, but they've been recertified at least 3 times, and that's every 2 years.
Okay. And what are you doing as a trainer when you're deploying a canine that has these types of abilities and capabilities?
Not really as a trainer, it's a team, and we certify a person and a dog. In other words, if I have a certified dog, you can't take that dog out as a certification. So you're with the dog, learning how to read the dog. What do the dog's actions make? What does interest? What does they find? Does the dog give you an alert? What do they do? How can you help the dog in the search?
And so you're not going out to a property without the dog, and the dog is not going out to a property without you.
Sometimes I will go through an area before the dog, but I'm looking for safety hazards,
Okay.
glass, barbed wire, those kinds of things.
But in order to do that detection that you were talking about earlier, you guys would need to be working together as a team.
Yes.
And approximately how many hours do you think you have put in to that type of searching? Not the training part of it, but the actual searching over the years.
Hundreds.
Are there any certifications for, are the canines certified with you, or are you certified separately?
Certified as a team.
Okay. So when they are getting those certifications, you are present with them.
Right. And yet again, it is not the canine that's getting the certification. It's you and the canine.
Do you currently have, well, I guess I'd ask back in 2013 and 2014, what canines were you certified with at that time?
At that time, I was certified with Ruffian, a Brittany, and Hunter, a Kleine Munsterlander.
Ooh.
I can spell that for you later.
And do you recall back in 2012, or excuse me, 2013 or 2014, how long Hunter and Ruffian had been certified at that time?
The Hunter was approximately 6 years for Ruffian and about 2 to 3 years for Hunter.
In addition to being part of the El Paso County Search and Rescue and the Colorado Search and Rescue, are you also part of the National Search and Rescue organization?
Yes, and I am a lead evaluator for canine teams for them, also for their basic search and rescue training.
And tell me what that means, being a lead evaluator.
Means that I can certify, let's limit this to canines, I can certify area, human remains articles, land, human remains, water searches for dogs nationally.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years. Longer for the area and the HR. The last one was articles.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would offer Mr. Veach as an expert in canine search.
Objection.
The witness will be admitted in that field as an expert, meaning he can render opinion based on his area of expertise.
Were you contacted by law enforcement in 2013 to assist with searching for a missing girl?
Yes,
And when you talked about working as a team with your canine, do you also work with other canine and handler teams?
yes.
And tell me about how that works when you're working with a larger area. Are you all checking the same spots, or are you running kind of together in a line to check different areas?
We check different areas, and what we like to say is we do a trust but verify. So all areas should be searched by at least 2 dogs. And if one has an interest, then we also verify that with at least 1 other dog, if not 2.
Were you asked to go in particular to an area that was previously named Sanctuary of the Pines?
Yes,
And is that now the Pineries open space, that same area?
that is correct.
And did you complete searches with canine teams of that area?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately how many?
Probably 3 or 4 formal ones. We also had permission to use that area as a training area. So we would train and also utilize that opportunity to search more of the area since it is a large area.
Okay. And so each of those times that you went out, let's take out the training opportunities. Were you searching the entire area each time or just a portion each time?
Just a portion, far too large to efficiently cover.
And do you remember the date range of when those searches were occurring?
I honestly do not.
Okay. Does September 9th, 2013 up to November 7th, 2013 sound right?
Certainly probable.
And each of those times, it would be a different portion of that property.
That is correct.
And were there other scheduled opportunities to go out to that property to formally search it where they maybe had to be canceled because of weather?
I'm sorry, I don't remember if there were or weren't.
Okay. Were you then recontacted in October of 2014 to assist with search of a different area?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall the addresses of those areas that you went to?
I do not.
Okay. Does 9665 Burgess Road sound right?
Yes,
And 11660 Green Acres Lane?
yes,
And does it sound right that you were at the Burgess Road address on October 15th of 2014?
yes.
And how many canine teams were out there for that search?
4.
4. And how did that search go? As far as, were you searching just the property? Did you search buildings?
Yes, we did search buildings. We also searched the entire property.
So if there was a home on the property, was the home searched?
Yes,
And if there were outbuildings on the property, were the outbuildings searched?
yes,
And if there was like horse arenas that were fenced or not fenced, were those searched?
yes,
And then how about any stalls that had animals in them?
yes.
And then as far as the property itself, was there a particular area of the property that was searched, or was the entirety of the
The
property?
entire area was covered.
Okay. And when you talked earlier about it being covered by at least 1 or 2 canine teams,
Yes,
did that occur?
yes.
And would it have been at least 2 canine teams?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Were there any areas of interest where the canines alerted?
Alert is a stronger term. I would say interest, yes.
Okay. Explain that to me. What does interest look like from a canine?
Is a weaker thing. I have excitement in this area, but I don't come back and tell you I have found it. I do not know if the dog that did that actually gave a refine to the handler or not. I have not discussed this with them.
But so from between the canine and the handler, there is different behavior or signs from the canine for excitement versus
Yes.
I know there are human remains
Right.
here.
Yes, that is correct.
And for 9665 Burgess Road, there were just areas of excitement.
10 seconds to think.
Of course.
The dog was Tucker. Okay. Sorry, I have to sort of rewind the tapes at this point.
No, that makes complete sense.
That dog, yes, gave that handler an area probably the size of the witness stand of interest.
Approach.
Yes.
Welcome back, Heidi. You see, Heidi comes back, the chat blasts it. I love having Heidi here. I'm not going to say what I normally sing. I won't sing it. What are we looking at in that trial then, Wiz? Is there anything going on? Is there a verdict yet? Or was it just jurors asking questions? Verdict saying, no, okay. Oh, I'm interested to hear what it is that,
So you
So
referenced
please let us
Tucker,
know.
and I wanted to clarify, was Tucker another canine that was part of the canine team?
Sorry, yes,
Okay. And did Tucker have a different handler that day?
yes,
And do you know, were you present for the time when Tucker was excited about that spot that you were referencing?
no, I was told by the handler.
So stop.
Did you and your canine for that day also go over that excited spot that Tucker alerted to?
No,
Okay. In addition to that 9665 Burgess Road address, was there another address that you were asked to search in October of 2014?
yes,
And was that on the same day of October 15th, or was that shortly thereafter?
it was not the same day.
Okay.
I cannot in close proximity, but I couldn't tell if it was the day before or the day after.
Does October 21st, 2014 sound right?
Certainly possible.
And same questions for that property. Was the entirety of the property searched?
I do not remember if the house was searched or not.
Okay. But taking the house out of the equation then, was the entire property outdoor
Yes,
part of the property searched? And was it with at least 2 canine teams like you spoke about with the other property?
yes,
And was there any areas of interest on that property?
yes,
And were those areas of interest identified by one of your canines that you were handling that day?
yes.
Okay. Can you talk to us about where that area was just on the property as a whole?
Down toward the southern side in a depressed area or depression where some runoff had occurred. Dog had interest in an area where some dirt had been excavated.
Okay. And did you remain on scene while they excavated that area?
I left while that was in progress due to the fact that my dog had an anaphylactic reaction.
Oh, goodness. Did you return with a canine later that day?
I do not remember.
Okay. During the search of the Burgess Road address and the Green Acres Lane address in 2014, were you aware if any remains were located?
May I elaborate a bit on that? In the Green Acres area, that's where the excavation was carried out. Yes, but we found out from the owner of the property that she had scattered cremains in the property.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to ask a specific direct question. Were there any intact human remains located on
No.
either property? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? Thank you for being here. You may step down. Want to take a lunch recess now or get
Oh.
10 minutes done?
I anticipate this next witness to be just about as long as Mr. Veach, and I don't know how long he took.
I would say about 20 minutes.
I'll get started, Your Honor, then.
Okay.
So
The people's next witness would be Pam Smith.
Pamela. We all like Pamela. We've all been friends with Pamela one time or another. Most of us still are.
Come on up here, ma'am, towards the bench. And if you'd raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through to this chair.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Pamela Smith, Smith.
And Ms. Smith, where are you employed?
I'm employed, well, I just retired, but Colorado State University at the Colorado Natural Heritage Program,
How long did you work there?
13 years.
Back in 2014, were you part of an organization, NecroSearch International?
Yes, I still am.
Okay. And can you tell us about that organization briefly?
It's a all volunteer organization of people. Some of them are in law enforcement, some of them are scientists with different fields of expertise. And our main focus is helping law enforcement. We only work with law enforcement.
You're not the only
find
one,
basically
Heidi.
clandestine graves.
Not the only one.
And what is a clandestine grave?
That is where somebody has taken a body and buried it out, sometimes out in nature, sometimes it's in basements. But I specialize in outdoor crime scenes.
Okay. And what is your specialty that you bring to that organization?
I'm a botanist.
And tell me about your education to get to where you are today.
I have an undergrad in botany and my graduate degree is in botany.
And then when you were teaching at Colorado State, were you also teaching in that area?
I'm not a teacher. I'm a researcher. The Natural Heritage Program is like a research
see.
organization under the arm, but we do teach interns that come out with us, but I don't formally teach classes.
And during your time as a researcher, were you researching in that field of botany?
Yeah, I did outdoor surveys, ecological surveys for counties, local governments, and state parks.
And you said you were doing that for 13 years?
Yes.
And prior to that, what were you doing?
I worked for a private consulting firm where I was also a botanist, and I did surveys, aquatic surveys and land surveys, usually for rare plant species.
And as part of your participation in the NecroSearch International organization, how many hours have you spent volunteer hours with that organization as a botanist or ecologist?
I don't have an exact number, but I've worked on at least 20 different cases, and I can spend anywhere from a couple hours to several weeks working on a case.
Okay. And I think I neglected to ask you, but when did you start working with NecroSearch International?
I started, I was invited to join in 2010, and the way the organization works, you work with them for a year or two and they decide to ask you whether you'll be a member or not. Then you have to give a presentation. Then they do background checks, and then you give a final presentation for the whole membership, and they vote you in or don't. And you were voted in 2013.
Okay. And so that 2010 to 2013 was just that.
I'm sorry, 2011 they voted me in.
Okay. So that 2010 to 2011 time period was just that kind of ramping up into the organization.
Right.
And you stated today that you are still part of that organization.
Yes.
Have you been since 2011?
Yes.
Okay. No breaks in that?
No, probably do 1 or 2 cases a year for botany.
And are they always in Colorado?
No. Yeah, no.
Could be anywhere in the United States or?
Well, there are 2 botanists. One of them's been in Russia. I worked in other states.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would offer Ms. Smith as an expert in botany and ecology.
No objection. The witness will be admitted as an expert in those fields.
When you are part of a deployment with NecroSearch International, are you contacted directly by law enforcement or is the group contacted?
We have a contact person, that's the main contact person that's would be contacted first, and then they notify the group there's a case, and we meet monthly. And so usually we will invite law enforcement who has asked us to come work on the case to give a presentation. At a minimum, they submit a questionnaire and then we discuss it in the group.
And do you recall being contacted in October of 2014?
Yes.
And what kind of a team was sent out on that particular request?
We had quite a few members. We had an anthropologist. We had one assistant who helped run the GPR. We had a geologist, and we had 2 botanists that were deployed, and one GIS expert.
And is that fairly common as far as what a team usually looks like? Or
Yes.
does it depend on where they're looking?
And it also depends on there have been some cases where the body's like in a basement or something. Sometimes the botany team won't, if they don't feel that there's an outdoor setting, we won't go. But it depends on the needs. We won't bring dogs if the law enforcement agency has dogs, things like that.
And when you arrive on a property like that, what is your particular responsibility as the botanist?
We usually go in after the dogs. We go in order of least destructive surveys. Depends on how old the crime scene is, all sorts of different things, but typically the dogs run first. And then after that, the botanists go out and look, and the dogs kind of help narrow the search. We searched all areas usually, or as much of an area as we can, but we definitely concentrate or focus on where dogs might have shown interest or hit. And then the geologists go, because they remove vegetation if they find a place of interest, because they need to for their equipment.
So as you're surveying that property, what are you looking for?
Well, it depends on why you're there, but it depends on the time the burial was estimated to have taken place. So I'm looking for succession in vegetation. Was it recently cleared land? Or, if the case is over 10 years old, we would be expecting a different set of vegetation to be in different sites than, for example, a murder that had occurred within 5 years or less.
You're kind of looking at the age of the vegetation and maybe some disturbances in the vegetation as well?
Right.
We might as well. If you think it's only 5 or 10
yeah.
more minutes, we'll just wrap it up.
So were you aware whether or not dogs had already searched that property when you arrived?
Yes, we got there as the dogs were being deployed.
And were you taken on a tour of the property by the owner of the property?
Yes.
And do you recall her name?
Betty.
What was she specifically telling you about as far as the property while she was giving you the tour?
Focusing on where animals had been buried, dogs and horses mainly.
And then after you walked the property with Betty, did you walk the property with another botanist?
I did.
And at that point in time, as you're surveying the property, do you know what you're looking for as far as when they think that the burial occurred?
I was looking for disturbance within 2 years.
And in particular, were there any hurdles that you ran into as a botanist with this particular type of property?
Oh, yes. The whole, is it northern or southern? Northern? I have to look at my map again. The area with the ponderosa trees, they had all the land had been cleared. They'd raked the pine needles. They'd had bulldozers in there. There was a lot of disturbance on the property. It was hard to pick out anything that hadn't been disturbed actually in the understory in the last few years.
When you are walking the property with the botanist after the dogs have gone, were you able to find any areas that of interest that the dogs did not alert to?
We did. Well, we looked at an area where some brush had been piled up, and it was kind of a small pile. It kind of stood out because of that. And so we targeted that area. and to be looked at by the GPR or the electromag people who would come in later.
Do you assist with that second part, the GPR surveys, or is your part kind of before that, when that happens?
We focus on getting all of our things done, but we do go and help as needed if we finish our survey.
Were you then asked to assist with a search on a different property?
Yes,
And do you recall where in location that property was to that 9665 Burgess Road?
it was across the street, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it similar to that property where it was kind of a large acreage?
Oh, it was it was larger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about how it was different from that Burgess Road property.
Well, it was much less disturbed. The surface vegetation, almost all of it was perennial grasses and trees. There were only a few sites that looked like they had been disturbed recently.
Did you participate in kind of looking at a specific site of interest at that property?
Yes.
And tell me about what you did, how you participated.
Well, by the time I had arrived, they had already cleared the vegetation. I think the police department had photographed what was there first, but the site had already been cleared, so there wasn't a lot that I could do. We did survey the rest of the 20 acres looking for small disturbed areas, and I think we picked 2 sites that had been recently disturbed. There was annual and biennial plant species just in very small areas.
I want to talk just about that area where they did run the GPR on that second property. Can you tell us, from a botanist perspective, what was interesting about the vegetation as they begin to excavate at that property?
Well, there was none because they removed it, but it was underneath a big, there was trees. And so there were some roots there. And I remember there were cut roots there, like they had been cleanly cut. And that was interesting.
And then was there a point in time during that excavation where they got deep enough that the roots were no longer cut like you had seen?
I don't recall.
And those cut roots, you said they were cleanly cut.
Yes.
What in your experience creates a cut root like that?
Nothing in nature.
So there would be some sort of
A
human
blade.
interaction.
Yes. Yeah.
I want to direct your attention back to that first property, the Burgess Road address. The one way that you guys keep records is you label the sites that the GPR is run at, like GPR site 1 and 2 and 3 and that kind of a thing. I want to draw your attention to GPR site 3. Do you recall that one?
That's the horse grave for Milo the horse.
And can you tell us about the landscape there, anything that you were able to determine?
That was the area of the property that was all ponderosa pine overstory. There was large spaces between, but they had cleared a lot of the top vegetation. But that site with the horse grave, we did do a vegetation survey and it was all annuals and biennials suggesting that disturbance had taken place in the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay. And was there anything difficult? You talked about the hurdles with this property earlier, but was it difficult even knowing that it was a horse burial site to determine where the disturbances were, since there were many of them?
To the exact burial site wasn't clear. There was a big cleared area. And it was my understanding that the horse burial took place with a bulldozer. So that made sense because you can even see from the air photo, it's a pretty large area, cleared area compared to many other areas on that property.
And did it appear to you that that area had been continually disturbed over years?
Yes, the surface had.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
I tagged everyone and I think they all disappeared.
All right. Any questions from the jury for this witness? Looks like we have one.
Oh, one question. Okay. No, by the way, I think they all left. Literally, I posted it. Half a minute later, everyone just left. We went down from like 24 to like 15 something. Ba-da-ba-ba. It was sad I watched that on the MLS law site. And to see a 19-year-old go to jail like that, scary, man.
Were you involved with any kind of search in 2022?
No,
Any follow-up?
for this case, no.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here. You may step down.
To be honest, I don't really get the
So
point of that
members of
question.
the jury, it's about 12:10. Let's take a recess until 1:30. Of course, all the same admonitions apply. Have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30. I'll rise.
All right, Borat.
Please be seated. The jury has left. Going back to redactions. I think I overlooked the first objection on the 2022 recording, and folks can feel free to have a seat. Where we're, again, 2022, the clip that's referred to as 8:43 to 8:56, or otherwise 9:25:43 to 9:25:56.
And for that one, Your Honor, I re-reviewed the clip that I had chosen, because again, I think defense has different timestamps. What they are worried about is not what that clip talks about. The clip from 8:43 to 8:56 is what car the defendant was driving at that time that was asked of Ms. Hollendorfer.
Okay, so the line, there's no reason at that time, that line has been redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then turning to 2014, talking about 5:23 to 8:34. And again, this is law enforcement speaking with Ms. Hollendorfer. There's a general objection to the witness reading from her journal and people's response, people's response.
So she is referencing the journal. It's clear that she has it in front of her. She says that on the recording. It is just audio, so we can't see whether she's reading from it or just referencing it. We have pages from that journal that we intend to admit from Ms. Hollendorfer, so it would not be new information. And she would have those pages as she testifies in court
And when did she complete the journal?
at the time. So these are her day planners. She has extensive notes on each page. And these ones that she's referencing are for the date of offense and surrounding dates in 2012.
Okay.
She pulls those out and uses them while she's speaking with law enforcement in 2014.
Okay, so recorded contemporaneously with the event that's described.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Husher, does that change anything?
That's hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, how about recorded recollection exception?
To think about it, I'll maintain my objection at this time.
So critical here is that Ms. Hollendorfer will be testifying. And so these notes that she has written, she can certainly be subject to cross-examination on. So in general, the hearsay objection regarding referring to the journal is overruled. Next, there's reference to a quote piss test.
That has been removed.
Okay.
And I made edits based on that. I thought I'd taken it out, but I had not, so I
Okay.
removed that.
And then complaints about his use of money there, 1138 to 1153.
That has been removed as well, Your Honor.
Okay. Moving on to 1409 to 2045. And this is a conversation generally about dogs buried and horses buried. You're not objecting to horse burials, or are you, Mr. Husher?
For the record, we'll object for relevance, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'll find the probative value is not substantially outweighed by any danger of unfair prejudice, and certainly allow the conversation about horses. Then dogs. Did you wish to be heard further on that one, Mr. Husher?
With regard to horses and dogs, no, Your Honor.
Or the dogs in particular? Okay, same ruling there. Then there's a reference to a demographic there, 1853 to 1950.
I'm going to have to re-listen to that one, Your Honor, because I did not recall that being in the portion, but I wasn't able to look at it this morning.
Okay.
So I will do that.
Okay, so in general, I would sustain the objection there, but if there's some real probative value to it, but otherwise I find there's a substantial danger of unfair prejudice there. And then another reference to DV classes that would be coming out.
I'll look at that one again, Your Honor, but my recollection is the same as the class reference before, where it was just he had to go to class and was showing where he was that day, but I will double check that one as well.
Okay. 2049 to 2135, another reference to piss test. That's the quotation. And that would come out.
It will, Your Honor, if it isn't already.
Okay. The objection regarding leaving for class, as long as the language is just left for class, I'll overrule any objection. If certainly if there's any reference to DV or anything at all criminal in nature, I'll sustain the objection. Reference to a Virginia situation on the next clip there, 2659.
I'm sorry, will you say the timing again, Your Honor?
I have it in the email as objection to 2659. And if it would be easier for you to come up and just see what I'm looking at as the issue.
And this is one, again, Your Honor, I believe that that's not in there. I can imagine that I would have left that in there, but if it is, I will certainly take that part out.
Okay. Another piss test, same ruling. And then a reference to Christina. And is Christina the spouse at the time? Okay. What would be the relevance to that one?
Governor, for that one, it's relevant to where the defendant was staying at the time and his relationship with his ex-wife at the time.
And I take it your objection is just to the nature of the conversation that's described.
It is, and just generally to the relevance, Your Honor.
So I'll allow certainly testimony about, I assume she's going to testify he was staying with her. Ms. Hollendorfer is going to testify he was staying with her.
I mean, at times, yes. I think that in particular, this statement indicates that he was staying with her from time to time. She isn't able to recall specific dates, which is one of the reasons that day planners are helpful. And I forget in this particular clip if she's referencing a certain date that occurred or not.
Okay. Well, any further argument, Mr. Husher?
Like
If the question was posed to Betty Hollendorfer, was there ever a conversation where Christina called and asked him to come over for a booty call? We would very clearly be objecting to that not being relevant. I don't think it's any different that it's in video.
And Your Honor, I would just, I'd like to remind the court that we had a motions hearing on April 26th of this year, where the court ruled that Ms. Palmer and the general nature of her relationship with the defendant, that subject was relevant. We just were not allowed to talk about specific incidents that had been charged. So,
And so when is this phone call in relation to the alleged date of offense here?
I'll have to re-listen to it, Your Honor. She's going through her day planner, so.
Okay. Well, I'll find there is some probative value to the nature of the call and the request made by Ms. Palmer. And there may be some unfair prejudice based on the nature of it, but not to the point where there's a real danger of unfair prejudice that's going to sway the jury in some improper way. So I'll allow it. And then the officer indicating he knew about the contact with Kara. Here's an objection there.
Your Honor, that's just part of the conversation that he's having with Ms. Hollendorfer, asking her about the timing of whether or not she knew the defendant to be at the property that evening. And I don't recall if it was a statement or a question, but even if it was a statement, it was part of a question to Ms. Hollendorfer about his actions that night or what she knew about that night.
Okay, Mr. Husher.
I think she can obviously be asked when she testifies if she remembers where he was that day. I think that's perfectly fine fodder for a question. I think that admitting the video like this is basically it.
Okay. So, and again, just to reiterate, we are just talking about the video here. I'll order that the officer's statement be taken out under 403, unless the answer that comes from Ms. Hollendorfer then just can't be understood. But otherwise, I think it's unfair for the jury to hear that an officer has concluded what Kara had, or his comment that he knew that the defendant had contact with Kara.
And that just tracks with the phone records. At 11:08 p.m., there's phone contact between the two individuals. So I don't think that he's saying that they had in-person contact.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I'll allow it, finding that the danger of unfair prejudice is not substantial in light of the testimony, certainly that's already come in about everyone's awareness of contact by phone.
I could I'm not sure that is entirely clear in that statement, Your Honor. I think it would be entirely clear if we could then cross-examine the officer on that comment, but I don't think that's something we'll be able to do because this is a video, and so I think it would be much clearer.
I take it the reference is clearly to the telephone contact, or is there some inference that could be drawn that the officer knows they had in-person contact?
Your Honor, if it can be, an inference can be drawn that way, I will simply remove it. But if it references the phone, I would ask to keep it in.
Okay. Okay. Then 3818 to 3828, what's your gut feeling? Is this a relevance objection? And it looks like as part of that same time frame, description of knowing Joel going to clubs, meeting women.
It's also 403. I think it's prejudicial to the client. I think it's just asking her to speculate. So for those reasons.
Okay, just a second. I don't see an issue with just the question. I take it she doesn't.
Responding to the entire thing, to her response as well. That's right after, but.
Okay, I take it Ms. Hollendorfer doesn't respond with, well, here's my gut feeling about things in a way that would be prejudicial to your client.
No, I believe the response is more about him going to clubs and meeting women at clubs around that time. And so we think that that sounds prejudicial and would be. For removing that, we would be asking to remove the question essentially, just to.
Got it. Okay, Ms. Powell.
Your Honor, the jury just heard extensive admissions from the defendant that he was using escorts. In fact, he references many details about that. I can't imagine that this statement by his mom about knowing what he was doing and into at that time would be any more prejudicial than the admissions that the defendant has made so far.
What is the jury's clearly heard that, right? And so they've heard that from his own mouth that he's seeing women or was seeing women right around that time. There's some relevance to it, but there's also some danger of unfair prejudice such that I'm inclined to say, well, I don't think we need this.
And I will have to double check the context, but they're asking her, did he bring girls back to the house? Did you ever see him bring girls back to the house? So there's definitely, at least initially there, that fact was being contested, whether the defendant even brought the victim back to the house. Ms. Hollendorfer will testify that she lived there at the time, and that she was there that evening. She didn't know whether the defendant was or not. And so I think what she knows him to be doing and whether or not that connects to their property is extremely relevant.
So I'll sustain the objection. Certainly your questions about did he ever bring women home? What did he do that night? Those are of course all right, but I'll order that there not be a mention of Ms. Hollendorfer's knowledge that he's going out to clubs and seeing various women. And that's again because the jury's heard it from his own mouth. New driveway being poured.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Driveway. I mean, is there any unfair prejudice?
Timestamps are off at that point, I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, I don't remember getting any parts of the driveway in unless it's combined with, they're asking her about any improvements or disturbances to the property as they're trying to figure out where they should focus on for that 2014 search. And so that's the only way that the driveway is relevant, is that it got poured at a certain time, which again, they could be interested in what's under the driveway.
Overrule the objection there. And then when horses, specifically that one horse was buried.
A different horse than is at issue, and so we would also be saying it's just not relevant to this case.
It's just another horse.
It is, Your Honor, but I think the knowledge that Ms. Hollendorfer has about where the horses are buried and when is extremely relevant.
All right, overruled. Probative value not substantially outweighed by danger of unfair prejudice or waste of time. And then finally 4333 to 4523, how to get to the back of the property and how they buried the dogs.
Well, Your Honor,
That seems hard. Is there danger of unfair prejudice about that?
Do you think there's some danger of unfair prejudice? I also think it's a little confusing. I need to go back and look at it again, but I'm not sure if it's how she buried the dogs, how my client is supposed to have done it. And so
I think I need to re-review that section. I don't think my client's mentioned during that section.
Okay. In general, I find evidence about the burial of animals, whether they be dogs or horses, is relevant, and there's not a lot, if any, danger of unfair prejudice. So overruled. And then using plastic to bury the dogs.
Basically making the same objection I just made, Your Honor.
Okay. So not finding much danger of unfair prejudice or waste of time. I'll overrule the objections there as well. And so anything else before we recess until 1:30 from the people,
no, thank you, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Which I would ask that the court allow me to make a short record to explain the timing since Friday, what we've been with.
Timing? Okay.
Because I'm worried that it's been characterized in a way that will harm Mr. Hollendorfer. So in addition to the videos that we're working on redactions to in this case, there was more that we received on Friday or after. We also received on 5/24/23, obviously less than the deadline for discovery before trial, which we did not object to. And I feel like our lack of objection has hurt us today in a few ways. The phone calls we received total 105.25 hours. And then on Friday, we received 9 phone calls. I didn't do the math or ask anyone to do the math of the length of those, but we have, thankfully, because we have help, been able to go through all of those calls, make a rough transcript, and find redaction times on those. So it wasn't just the videos that we've been dealing with since Friday. One of those videos, I think it was Miss Geist, we got during the day, I think it was the first day of trial, or maybe it was second. And I got up at 4 a.m. to be sure that those reductions were done. Of the 9 phone calls that the people sent us that they plan to introduce, there's no apparent relevance to these calls except for one, which is call number 8. The majority of the calls mention warrants, having public defenders, priors. One of the calls includes Charlotte Ankeny on the phone while she was out at Mr. Hollendorfer's mother's house. This caused us to make the rough transcript to try to go back and make sure we have the right calls, even because it's confusing as to why. I think a number of the video redactions did come to us on Friday. And the reason that I asked for an earlier deadline for redactions is because I'm aware of my lack of technological ability. And so we have had help from other people. That 2014 interview, I think, was the first one we received. That was why that one was done first. We also did receive an exhibit list, and that exhibit list was received on Thursday. Miss Peroni apologized that she realized that it was supposed to be received, I think, by 5 p.m. and it was received by 8, very similar to our mistake yesterday. We did not object. The proposed list that we did received Joel Hollendorfer, Betty Hollendorfer, Colleen Geist, and Christina Palmer interviews. We are aware of the existence and have obviously transcribed and gone through all these interviews. That exhibit list we received, which was at the deadline or after, had 63 exhibits. When we came to court on Monday, the exhibit list was 246 and included 2 additional videos that we were asked to look at redactions for. For Mr. Hollendorfer's interview that came in 2022, we just cannot get the technology to work such that it makes the timestamps match the DA's. And I've had other people look at it and try to make it work, tried to look at it by using just the audio and can't make the
Okay. Response?
Brief response, Your Honor. Regarding the email that was sent with the initial exhibit list, I was under the impression it was due by 5 p.m. When I went back and looked at my notes, I think Your Honor actually ordered it by noon. I sent it at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday. So that was the timing on that. And regarding the amount of exhibits, in the email I said, we're still picking the particular photos for the searches and autopsy. So they were marked as just, there'll be photos from this search, but we didn't have the specific photos at the time, which is why there's a discrepancy in the numbers. Obviously, you've seen the amount of photos. In regards to the redactions, the records have been made. It is what it is. We're dealing with it now. Nothing further from the.
Okay. And then,
apologize.
Okay.
Slate is not objecting to anything the DA got a slate. It's just that to make the point that we're doing our best to keep up with it as it comes.
and I do find that to be a helpful context, Ms. Cox, and where I get animated myself is just because of the jury. I just really want to avoid delays for the jury. And so I totally recognize how hard the attorneys are working and doing your best. Just briefly about these 9 phone calls that the defense is saying are irrelevant, except possibly number 8.
And so, Your Honor, we also have help with our jail calls. I can't imagine the time it would take to review all of them. And so we are able to narrow them down based on some transcripts that are provided to us. And then we chose those 9 from there. We are working on re-listening to them and getting the particular areas that are relevant, but we anticipate that being testimony next week, which is why the other redactions have been our priority.
Okay, sounds fine. So you may end up using 0 of 9. Okay, anything else from the defense? All right, 1 hour, court will be in recess.
Oh, thank you, guys. Sunday school teacher, though, fucking hell. I don't think Sunday school teachers swear, though. No, thank you. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for the kind comments as well, enough of that. And I always give credit to the chat because genuinely, I don't think people realize. Most people, okay, some people are here for hello. She's not kicking me out now, is she? No. That the chat plays such an important role because I have to be quiet a lot of times. So if the chat aren't engaging, it's crap like. Oh, I was gonna say, Heidi, fucking hell. Sunday school teacher? I'd have been so insulted. See you later, Wiz. Again, a whiz, you see. Wiz is like, I'm just going for a whiz. Just going for a piss, like. All these names, like, Tinkle, go for Tinkle. Go for a whiz. Enough of that. I can't explain to you enough of that. I'd love for everyone to know her history and stuff. She always pops in. No matter how busy she is, she always just pop in. But obviously, moving houses and stuff like that, it's not easy. But enough of that is very similar to Mad World, I would say. So, but without the potty mouth that Mad World has. And she's not as Mad World, but they're very similar. Um, Salvador, I love Sal. I posted right saying we're now on break, but I will still be here entertaining the masses. Birdie told me that the girl for herself, Lady Law, might be joining at some point, right? And Salvador coming in and was like, "What? Lady Law's a grandma? Yeah, she is." You have to shout it out, like, yeah, yes. So, um, okay. Good. So yeah, Lady Law might become. Oh, Mad World, you legend. Good to be back. Yes. Always great to have you here. As I said, we've lost most of the people that were here at the start. I think literally, I genuinely think it's just you, for that. Mad World and Spider. I think that literally that's it from the like genuine first lot. I can't think of anyone else that's a regular. Um, that's fine, Shauna, the judge. That's fine. And also, yeah, please. Right, so we're gonna put the Facebook group on private. Come, I think Spider's done it Friday, so it's still public at the minute. If you got Facebook, join it. It's just a bit of promotional thing. It is. It's a bit of fun. Do you know what I mean? It's called the Alternate Corner. Um, yeah, Mad World's in there memeing. She's practicing. Um, Shauna, no, it's absolutely fine. You don't have to mess with it at all. It's absolutely fine. Most people actually, in fairness, I've just created a page on Facebook just to join it. So you can do that. You don't have to add people. It's nothing to do with Facebook. It's a closed group or will be a closed group come Friday. And it's just a promotional tool and where we could get hold of each other, basically. What have we got here? Mad World and me are buds. Click that. Yes, you are buds. You're very similar as well. You're very similar as well. I would say. Just you are less mad and less angry than Mad World. So you're more calm, so Mad World's calm as well, but she loves the resting bitch face comments. Yeah, so you're saying growing enough for that. We had 95 people in here yesterday at the max. I did read 97, but apparently YouTube says 95. Um, so yeah, we've got 95 people, but today we've had about 24, 25 tops, which is good. I know there's others with hundreds and stuff like that, but we're growing slowly. We're growing slowly. We're growers, not showers. Do you know what I mean? They can show off with their hundreds and thousands, wherever. But we're growers. We grow as a community. I love it. What else we got here? You slavering it. What's these words? Slavering. What's these Irish words about? Like. I gotta take the piss out of you, Madwell, because you don't like compliments. So I gotta take the piss out of you. White taco, yes. Lefty loves it. Yeah, loads of subscribers as well. The last couple of um, you know, last couple of weeks we've just taken off really. Today we've got 16 subscribers, yesterday 20, day before, so we're slowly but surely getting there, so it's good. Madwell, I know mouthing off, I know, but like I know as well that you don't like compliments. So how do I compliment you? By mouthing off about you. Do you know what I mean? Yes, and yeah, your tits. Yeah, we love your tits as well. It's all good. It's all good. Um, slobbering. Lefty gets it every day of the week. It's all bands. It's all bands. Thanks, my model, Madwell, as well. She's a great model. Shop in Colorado Springs, Joe. Damn straight. So, yeah, I give a shout out. I'll give another shout out to some of these guys if they're still around. Yeah, and if that everyone is friendly, yeah, they are. But we're here most days. As I say, we're doing 2 streams today as well, so it'll be a very tired alternate corner tonight. Oh, where is this from? I lost it. Yeah, baby, I lost it. The hardest thing for anybody to do is to actually say hello in chat. Once they say hello in chat, we're all over it. We got everyone all over it. You think about it, we had oh fuck I don't know who else is here. Think about it, right? 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, Amy came in and said hello. She's stuck with us. Heidi came in randomly, said hello. She's stuck with us. Both of them are now mods. Like, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? So it is just a matter of saying hello and just contributing. And as long as you can take Lefty, it's absolutely fine. Help you paint. Now she's got a wrench, yes. Lefty. Do you know what? I don't even need mods, do you know what I mean? But I had to because of you, Lefty. Do you know what I mean? Ah, the mods are fantastic. But they don't listen to me. None of them are about Spider Girl though. Spider Girl's done it, but they don't join Discord or anything. I think they're too scared of you. Half, more like 90% of them. Yeah, I mean, they basically, yeah, that's the whole point. Literally, all you have to do is literally just accept Lefty stuff. Um, sorry, I'm just messaging. I'm messaging the mods at the minute. Messaging the mods. But they always ignore me, so I don't know why I bother messaging them. Right, mods, what do we think? I just messaged you. People think that this is my channel. This is my channel, but I'm not the boss. They're my boss. All four of them: Amy, Heidi, Spider Girl, and Mad World. They all tell me what to do. Heidi, you're always forgiven, Heidi. You are forgiven for everything. I'm like Palpatine, but better looking. They ignore me because they've got no time with you. But also, Heidi's got every excuse in the book. She is a paramedic and she's super, super busy. Amy's got an excuse because obviously her neighbor and friend is going through chemo. And Spider Girl is ill at the minute. Madwell's got no fucking excuse. Pizza has benches for sure. Which one's that? Oh, that's the next one. That's the next one we're doing. Um, I like these new ones. For fuck's sakes, lefties and stuff like that. Madwell's just lazy. She's gone sitting there with her tits out in my DM. As long as she's modeling my stuff, I don't care. She's allowed to do it. Yeah, 'cause Spider Girl's ill today, so that's why she can't do it today. But Madwell's taken over. Madwell's my main model. She's been modeling like hell. Enough of that. I totally agree with you. Get him out. Oh, enough of that. You missed my video when I became monetized when we had enough thing. I actually did a stream topless. I got my tits out for everybody. Got 'em out. I did. Enough of that. I'll take my DMs. Okay. Okay. Is Lefty still out there? Tits and pricks every day. Nothing has impressed me yet. I don't blame you, Heidi. I don't blame you. In your job, I can imagine. What's that, Lefty? What have you put there? Yeah, Shelley, we're at lunch yet. People don't think twice about my. He ate pepperoni pizzas. Oh, you twat. People don't think. No, I don't see about no, but most people, have a go at me on Twitter being fat. So I don't care. So I just take my top off. Tits and pricks every day. Oh, Jesus. No, thank you for joining us, Shauna. Okay, let's do it temporary then. I'll evaluate a few months. Spider, how do we? Spider, if you're listening to this, I've got a message for you. How do we we sort this. So we got a bit of news for you. Lefty, don't go anywhere. I got a bit of news for you. But I need Spider to help to tell me what I need to do. Because I don't know what to do. We got a bit of a promotion going on, right? I'm just waiting for my ladies, my bosses then to tell me. I'm not going through. I got a question for you. Question for you though, eventually. That's fine. Okay. Well, let me make the announcements first. Spider Girl, where are you when I need you? Oh, no, to be fair, she might be looking. So we're just waiting on Spider Girl, all right? Because she's the genius here, and then I will. What? Who? Who? When? What? How? What the fuck are we on about now? Have I missed something here? Because I potentially have missed something here. I don't know what we're on about now. I'm just waiting for Spidey. Once my Spidey gets to me. Why? I have no idea why. You're fucking all confusing me. Where? This is what I'm saying, Spider Girl. Where the hell are you? No time to be ill, Spider Girl. And in fairness, to be fair, she is ill, so I'll give her a break. I'll give her a break. And I don't know what time. Well, what to announce this? I'm hoping to announce it now, but I can't until. Well, I could. Could I just announce it now, could I? But then we've got to be patient because I don't know how to do it. Topless. It's a topless thing. We all do a topless thing. All topless again. So I'll just say it now. It's not nothing. What should you bring? Just bring yourself. That's what I say. Just bring yourself, Heidi. Just bring yourself, innit? Wine. You could bring wine. We're not the wine mums though, because they all take the piss out of me. So fuck them. Booze. Plenty of booze. Where the hell's this? When Lefty. Lefty. That's funny. When Lefty enters YouTube chat, Mad World and Spider Girl, tag them in it. If you're on Twitter, you should really see that. With white gravy, pigs in black with white gravy. Ah, hang on, let me get Twitter open here. I gotta show this tweet. This is Lefty in a nutshell. This is great. Oh, and thank you to Claudia as well. She's just shared my channel. Retweet and like that. Where's Lefty here? Oh, I have to just search you, Lefty. Lefty. Get back on StreamYard. Yeah, I'm going to put it up. I'm going to put it up. Here we go. Right, let me just share it. Present. Hang on, I need to get. Hang on, you don't mind. I'll try and hide your. Oh, I know. I think it's fine. I'll try and hide your kids. Um, Lefty Twitter. So here's Lefty. When Lefty enters the YouTube chat, Mad Will and Spider Girl. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. You gotta laugh at that, don't you? If you don't laugh at that, there's something wrong with you. That's hilarious. That's the sort of comedy I absolutely love. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely love that comedy. And you can just imagine Mad World and Spider Girl doing that. Do you know what I mean? Ah, fair play, Lefty, fair play. I'm not going into politics with you. Um, right, stop screen. But that's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. That's the kind of things I like. Right, hang on. Let me put the just kick my lips. Damn it. I'm surprised you didn't tag you and Amy. To be fair, surprised did not tag you and Amy. Discrimination. Right, I need to. Where's this meeting in progress? Shit. Licked. I just licked my lips. We all do it. We all do it. Um, right. Let me entertain you. Boom, boom, boom. Let me entertain you. Bam, 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 bam. Right. Let's see if Spidey's. No, right. Doesn't matter. I'll announce it, and then you'll have to give us a day or two, all right, to sort it out. But basically, I've always. Oh, actually, if Jamie's here, she might be able to tell me as well how to do it, because I know she knows how to do it. So if not, you'll have to wait. Blame Jamie and blame Spider Girl. Um, antagonize them. You won't antagonize them one bit. They are cool as cucumbers. Those two girls. So we're doing these memberships now, right? And obviously the Blue Wench, Lefties Expo, and then the ultimate Gilf Shakes. I've always said, do not expect Gilf Shakes one was a laugh. You don't get anything except for one piece of free merch or whatever. So it's not worth your money. The only people that should get into that one is if you just like you really enjoy the channel and you're just like fuck it, I'd rather give him that money than Netflix. But otherwise, don't buy that level. Lefty, obviously, I will always expect Lefty to buy Lefty's Expo. So I was spoke to lots of people about what you'd give away for membership because I want to add value. I want to make sure we're adding value to you guys. And everyone said, "Oh, you need to make them pay for certain things like Discord and stuff." I was like, "Okay," because I was thought, maybe we don't do that. But anyway, no one's buying um Lefties Expo. I'm not sure because it's the name of Lefties in it. Do you know what, Lefty? Do you know what? I am thinking of doing that, Lefty. I'm not kidding you. I'm thinking of doing that to see if somebody will actually do it. Um, I'll show again, Mad. It's a great video. So what we're gonna do for a trial basis anyway for the next 3 months, anyone that's a member of the Blue Wrench, I think, club will have access to Discord. So that's why I need Jamie or um Mad World, not Mad World, Spider Girl to let me know how I do it. We've got a list of members here, but I don't have a list of, you know, how so I know who should be in there, but I don't know how to do it, essentially. Also, Lefty, I checked. It literally um only 9, your gifts, your membership gifts, only 9 I've had. And one of them's from Jamie, so it's only 8 from yours I've had. So I'm not sure if they don't get snapped up in a certain amount of time that they just go back to you because I've certainly not had them. So that's what we're gonna do for the next few months, and then see if it works out, and if it's doing well, stick like that. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't have everyone's DM, Lefty. That's the problem. I don't have like Shelly. We can't. You know, Kim. Shauna. They none of them are on Facebook or Twitter or anything. Also, we got other members there now that you gave out to, like Hot Mess. and stuff. There's a way to do it. I know there is. I know Jamie knows how to do it. It's just I don't know how to do it. Like it's okay for people like you and people we know. Like I could do it for Erin, Jamie, all that. That's not a problem. It's just those other ones. So that's what we're gonna do. Because I'm hoping to encourage people to like continue every month. I don't think that level's too expensive for what you get. And I do honestly slay my guts out. I try and stream 6 days a week. But members links section of the channel. Well, this channel. I don't think I can do. This is why I need Jamie. This is why I need Jamie or Spider Girl to tell me what to do. So yeah, I know. Yeah, fine. I will do something. You're right, Lefty. But again, I need not 100% sure how to do that yet. But I was thinking as well, Lefty, for incentives, not now, but later on, that for Lefties Expo, if people do actually become Lefties Expo, that once a month there's a Lefty night. Maybe we started off on the Blue Wrenches level and then move it to Lefties Expo afterwards. If there's interest, if you're interested in doing that a Lefty night, whether you're streaming on Discord or you pick a film or whatever, or you could do it when you're not going to watch the Vikings. You could have you watching some NFL and everyone's watching whatever you think. Just have a Lefty night. What do you think of that idea, Lefty? I know you go and watch games, so you can't commit, but something once a month, just a Lefty night. Like it essentially is Lefty's Expo. Just do one thing. I don't know. Oh, what a night. Lefty night is what a night. Lefty, 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 lefty night. Lefty's gone all quiet now. Look at him. I just put him on the spot. He doesn't know what to do now. He's gone all quiet. He's gone all shy. Lefty shy. Never sort of thought I'd see the day that Lefty went shy. I just think it's, you know, ladies' night. We're Lefty, ladies' night, Lefty. Only if you want to do it, Lefty. I'm not putting pressure on you, but I think people would enjoy, and I think you'd enjoy doing a couple of hours doing something. Doesn't matter what it is. I think it could be the NFL. Do something on my channel or yours. I don't care. Well, I'm just thinking do something Discord and help to promote your channel as well. Do you know what I mean? Whatever. Do you know what I mean? We can link stuff then to your channel or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You know, I always try and help you grow your channel as well. But I was thinking more specific for Discord. Um, just something that's of interest to you. And even if it's just an hour or 2 hours or anything you want, one evening. And it's something like you'll link then to your channel. Even though hopefully everyone that's watching would be watching your channel. Or you could, I don't know, do whatever. We could think about it. But if you want to do something, he hasn't got a channel yet. Enough of that. He hasn't got one. Yeah, Lefty, we're gonna do plenty of linking up anyway on your channel, my channel, anything to help you grow. You know that. But I was just thinking, all these guys love you, so it's like, um, if you want to do something, or there's no pressure on it anyway. Um, he's going to do a channel enough for that, but he hasn't got one yet. But he will do. And once he's ready, he's going to jump on here and test his equipment out. Oh, you got one already? Well, put it in. What is it? Link it then, Lefty. I didn't know you had one. Yeah, that's fine though, but it's better to link it now so we can all subscribe. Put it in the chat. What's your channel? So then everyone can go and join there, can promote it throughout the streams then. Promote yours and Lady Laws at the same time. So go and grab the link, put it in chat, and then we'll all join. So yeah, so hopefully you all enjoy the idea that you will have access to Discord once we figured it out. As I say, it might be a wrong move, might be the right move. I have no idea, but I want to test it for at least 3 months to see, and also hopefully encourage people to repeat their membership, because if you don't repeat it after a month, we can easily just remove people. So it's trying to encourage people to just resubscribe. Or Madwell told me that when she joined, she could click like a recurrent thing. So she's like, every month now I'm just paying, I don't care. Which is very kind of her. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do, encourage people to make this channel grow and sustain itself, really. But where's Lefty with this link then? Bloody hell. So here we are. There's a song there, but I don't remember the name of it. Here we are, Mr. Anderson. Something, 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 do. Don't know how to make a link in chat. Just post it. Just post it. Then I'll grab it. No, you can't. Just post it. As a copy and paste it from your thing. Thanks, Niff, for that. Appreciate that. Thank you very I mean, honestly, that's what basically you pay my wages. So I appreciate that, Anna, for that. Yeah, DM it just spider, fucking spider. You. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Spider. Sorry. My apologies, Spider. You've answered me back. What's your uh okay, so it's Spider. That's fine, but you can post it in there. I could have done it, but okay. Thank you, Nick, for that. Yeah, and memberships are great. The only problem with memberships are people that get them don't renew them. So that's why I'm very grateful they've done that, because um, those are gifted them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna reoccur and do it again. Also, Lefty did like 15 of them, but I only got 8 from Lefty. It's weird, and 1 from Jamie, which is Lefty. You must have got the money back then, because I didn't get it. Oh, that's good to know, Nuff, that. I hope the others do as well, do you know what I mean? But it's up to them, do you know what I mean? It's up to them now, if they want to or not. And that's what I try and offer as much content as possible. Yeah, gifted ones don't renew, you're right. But did you get the money back then, Lefty? Because if not, where's that money gone? Because I haven't got it. I only got money for 8 memberships. So, just so you know. So you should have got that money back. I've also subscribed. I genuinely haven't, mate. Genuinely haven't. I'll show you. I don't mind showing you, Lefty. You could take literally, Lefty, I think you take pretty much everybody with you, so 100%. You you definitely would, mate. Let me get this then. It doesn't matter that you see who is um Members. He's gonna come on if that. He just needs to set everything up, like. Present, share screen. So no, everything's gone through, Lefty. Not joking you. So enough of that was today. Hot Mess picked up one of yours yesterday. Shauna picked up one of Jamie's. Lighthouse, Lou, bought their own. Amy got one of yours. So that's 1, 2. Jamie bought her own. Reason is Key grabbed one of yours. Spider Girl grabbed one of yours. Sea Swept grabbed one of yours. Shelley bought her own. You got one. Oh shit, Wiz got a gift from you. Kim bought her own. Erin, I believe, got a gift from you. Sal got a gift from you. And Madwold bought her own. Lady Law, Sarah P. And Sarah P. There's 5 definitely bought, 6 now definitely bought their own. And you can see 8. Oh, hang on, I need to remove that. You see the bottom? 18. 5 have 100% bought them. 6, sorry, have bought themselves. And there's 12. So that's 12 left, minus 1 for Jamie, so it's 11. No, I'm not miscounted. There's 18, right. So enough for that. So it's 18. It says at the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to Spider Girl. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 to Mad World. 17, 18. Right. So enough for that bought herself. Hot Mess was one of yours. Shauna was from Jamie. Um, Lou bought themselves. Amy got one from you. Jamie bought herself. Reasoning is Key was one from you. Spider Girl from you. Sea Swept from you. So that's 5. Shelley bought her own. Lefty, you bought your own. So that's still 5. Wiz got one from you. Kim bought her own. Erin got one from you. Sal got one from you. Lady Law did. And Sarah did. So 10. 10. So and it's not because I'm like, oh Jesus, or whatever. It's your money. You put your money in, and it's not with me. So make sure you get that because I know that you did at least 15, but I've not received them unless they. No, I've not received them. Ba-dum-bum. 7 subs, and I'll keep it. We'll still promote it, Lefty. So it's all good. We'll get you hopefully about 20 at least today. So and Lady Law if she comes on. Yeah, she got one of yours. Yes. No, Mad will pay herself. 100% Mad will pay for herself. I know the Mad will definitely pay for herself. Um, meeting in progress. This is the one. Maybe get pizza, but I don't need to lose out, mate, because obviously, yeah, I know, but still, who's got the money? I haven't got it. You haven't got it. So did YouTube nab it? That pricks if they did, like. Yeah, Madwell did. Madwell didn't have to do it at all. All my mods, I've said they don't pay anything, but fair play to her. She did anyway, um, to support. But yeah, well, well, I mean, I've got to be careful here what I say now. You're welcome on anytime you want, Lefty. Even if it's as enough with us. Even if it's just during the breaks or whatever. If you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on. So if you want to come on now, you can. Up to you, my friend. Or yeah, even if it's not today, tomorrow, whenever you want, mate. So it's all good. I didn't realize you were all set up. And also I was waiting for us to actually be monetized first, and we are now, so it's all good. Oh, jeez. Yeah, yeah. Whenever I know you got kids there today, that's why I was like, you don't have to do it today because I know you got the kids. So, but whenever you don't have the kids and stuff, and you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on whenever. I think that was a good idea by enough for that, even if it's just a couple of breaks. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, Lefty, that's what I meant. I wasn't gonna put pressure on you to do it now because it clicked to me that you had the kids there. So I would never ask you to do it with the kids there. It's not about that. It's just more. It's not just that, but I don't want them to be doxxed on TV. Do you know what I mean? On stream. I'm very careful about my nieces coming on. They're desperate to come on, but you just don't know who people are these days. So, and I'm sure everyone here is great, but there might be another Bob in the somewhere, and will do something or say something inappropriate to them. So gotta be careful. I'll referee. I can mum them and F out of them. Yeah. Oh, hey, Lefty, I don't care. I don't care if there's noise from them. It's just more I don't want them. I understand how people are. I don't care if there's noise in the background, mate. It's more I don't want them to be doxxed. Do you know what I mean? So okay. Oh, that's fine. No, it's fine. I mean, look, when the testimony is on, wherever, even if you just want to jump on now whilst the break's on, Lefty, and then you can fuck off. That's fine. Let me get you a link anyway. I'll get you a link now. I'll post it to your Twitter as in your DMs. Oh, here he is. Yeah, he posted the wrong person there. He just sent it to Luna. Lefty. It's fine. I've sent you a link if you want to come on, even if it's for like next quarter of an hour. It's fine. Yeah, no, Lefty, don't put your pressure on yourself. Literally, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's look, or even if you want to come on when um Lady Law's on later on, if she comes on, you work yourself to it. Oh, you don't know who Luna is? She's not here. She's watching another trial at the minute. Hang on. I need to take a pic of that because she posted the other day here and everyone ignored her. Okay, let me send that to Loons. Oh my God, I was watching the wrong channel. What channel were you watching then? What channel were you watching, Kim? Jesus. No, Lefty, she's got half day today. So she'd be home now. I think, well, probably she's home now. So she said yesterday, half day today. Luda's a huge titted freak that comes in once in a while. She's the best. Yeah, it pretty much sums Luna up. She's a weirdo. Absolutely off her head, but she fits in. She fits right in. That's the idea. I'd be like that as well. What the fuck's going on? You're in somebody's stream. Random. Oh, Lefty, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Sorry, mate. You are right. You are right. It's tomorrow. Well, why don't you come on tomorrow then? If she comes on tomorrow, which she might do, and she's off Monday, Jesus, Lefty. When she says you're a stalker, I think you pretty much summed on. Um, I'm going to stream on Monday anyway, probably doing something. So just if she's up for something Monday and you're up for it, then just join. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. Do, 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 do. That's right. Yeah, he's a massive stalker, obviously. That's what Lilo keeps saying. I thought I knew a lot. I thought I know more than Lefty. But it's a Thursday today, isn't it? Not Friday. Lou! That's Lou's fault because she came in and was like, Happy Friday, everyone. So now I keep thinking it's bloody Friday. Friday, Friday. Don't come on tomorrow. I'll come on Saturday for sure. Because there we are. Yeah, come on Saturday. I'm doing Depp and Heard. So I'm doing Depp and Heard on Saturday with me and Spider Girl. So you're more than welcome. More than welcome. I'm sure Spider Girl's really looking forward to that now. She's probably like, oh my days, I might be sick on Saturday. Oh, my singing's the best. Simply the best. Dun, dun, dun. Better than all the rest. Dun, dun, dun. Better than anyone. Better than. I don't know the rest of the words. Bam, bam. Simply the best. Bam. That's enough of that one. Nid yw'n gofyn bywyd moethus ar y byd a'i berlau man. Gofyn rwyf am galon hapus, calon onest, calon lan. Calon lan yn llawn daioni, Ticach yw na'r lilyd los. Dim ond calon lan all canu. Canu'r dydd a chanu'r nos. That's a bit of Welsh for you. I nearly pissed myself. I saw your comment, Lefty. Spider already white. Panties. I was like, oh my God. Right in the middle of singing. Spidey's ill today. Spidey's ill. We'll lay off Spider Girl. Pick on Madwell as much as you want today. Amy has had a bad day. Heidi's working hard. Yeah, yeah, Amber Heard. So we've left enough of that. We're doing Amber Heard and Johnny Depp every Saturday now because I've never watched it. So yeah, because I've never watched it enough, that's what we're streaming. Yeah, I mean, let's not tweet that again, FD. How needs your love na for that? Spider Girl. That that's that's been and gone. That was like 2 hours ago, Spider Girl. I mean, Spider Girl's like an hour, 2 hours behind everyone. Verifying now. Don't have to, we'll tell you. She's found guilty. Guilty of causing death, Spider. Spider Girl's. I don't know how I do it, but I collect all the weirdos in this chat. All the weirdos. But I love it. If you don't fit anywhere else, you're 100% gonna fit here because we just got a collection of weirdos. It's the best. It's the best thing ever because I'm a weirdo. I'll start that shit again. Fuck those bots. I know, but it was terrible though, wasn't it? Oh, is that right? 9 to 30 years. Oh, jeez. I hope she gets a 9 and like she's not gonna survive in prison. I don't think, but. Um, I just love the fact that Spider Girl's coming here about an hour and a half too late and be like, "Oh my God, the verdict! I'm gonna verify now." Yep, we can verify for you, Spider Girl. Guilty. Oh, what does she do? Spider Girl, what are you doing? Must be sleeping. A little over an hour. What have you been doing? We've been talking about it, yeah. Oh, right. Everyone, lay off Spider. She's ill. Lay off her. She's ill. So for today, I was nice to Madwell yesterday because Madwell was ill. Heidi's busy today. She could do less. That's a recommend. Okay. Well, hopefully, but that was such a quick verdict, though. Do you know what I mean? So, Jamie, is Jamie here? Are you here, Jamie? If you are here, pop in and say hello. Jesus, I need to figure out how to do something. I know you know how to do it. That's fine, Spidey. I said we lay off you today. Lay off Amy as well today because it. Well, okay, fine. You don't, but I do. I lay off Amy because she's had a tough day as well today. But hey, just smash in with Madwell today. You know, she had an easy day yesterday, so smash her today. It's I was about to post that as well. Now, don't go picking on the for that now, Lefty, because she'll eat you alive. Marcy pops in now and again, but she came in for one of the last trials for the Travis Rudolph one for a couple of days, but then I haven't seen her since. But yeah, literally everyone at the start, you can think of. I think they've gone to other channels, but it's all good though. It's all good. We develop. Do you know what I mean? But we got some cause here. You might regret this, and for that, you might regret this. All I can say, you might regret it. I'll put the lights on. 2 seconds. See my legs? See my shorts? Legs a bit white. Okay, I thought they finished. That's why I was like, maybe. Oh, she's probably going for lunch or something, so it's all good. It's not a problem. Ah, trust me, you don't need to be on too much for Lefty. Jamie, hello. Right, Jamie, what I want to do, I'm gonna be right. So you missed the post, right? So basically, we're changing stuff up a little bit here, and because the Lefty Expo is not quite working as I wanted to yet, I'm going to put the Discord for every member of the blue wench group. But how do I do it? Because I don't want everyone to have access to it unless they become members of it, of the blue wench group. And obviously, I want to know who they are so that if they don't resubscribe next month, I can kick them out. I know that MLS, you do something and you can authorize things or whatever, but I don't know how you do it, essentially. And I believe that you know how to do it. And it might be something offline, but fine, you keep it straight. That's fine. Might be something I can DM you about or something. Because I don't know some of these people's, like for instance, Shelley doesn't have social media, so I can't post her a link. How do you post a link to these people? How do you know they are the right people? I got one member, Hot Mess. I don't know who Hot Mess is. Things like that. Do you know what I mean? The fact that you just said spreadsheet, I think Spider Girl's here somewhere. She's like, what? Yes, spreadsheet. That won't be a problem with spreadsheet. It's just more of a how do I get them in and get them out. So, uh, yeah, fine, fine. No, there's another way, Lefty. I know MLS have said something. Um, but how do I? Yeah, okay, fine. Rosie, Rosie, we see sparingly. No worries, Jamie. No worries. Yeah. So, she posted the day she was watching the Parkland whatever officer one with somebody else. I don't remember who is called now, but I think she's got other streamers she prefers. But she does try and pop in for the Johnny Depp one. She has from the three that we've done, she's popped in twice for them. But she's working in the week, and I think, like, let's be honest, I'm not I don't give any advice, and I think Rosie's that intellect where she wants to learn stuff, and she's not going to learn anything from me. So I don't begrudge her. She's great. Yeah, I just think that yeah, she probably. I say she does pop into the Depp and Heard one, so you might see her there. But yeah, in these trials, we don't see her. Um, uh, yeah, but I think she's the only one that keeps slight contact. I don't think there's anyone else that does keep contact that you'd know from the start. Times have changed, you know. Also, I lost a lot of them because I made a video. It was called a troll video where I made fun. I was a troll on Twitter, and I got some backlash from some of the regulars on that one. They were not impressed. So you win some, you lose some. I can't, you know. Please just see you next Tuesday. I thought she'll see you next Thursday. Yeah, we do that on Saturdays between 1:30 Eastern. Probably for Deb. Yeah. So we're on this Saturday. We're on day 2. Wherever is day 2, we're on day 2 for the Depp Heard one, but I think it's a short one this week. And enough of that. It's every Saturday. So even if you can't pop in this week, every Saturday I'm doing it around 1:30 Eastern, because I've never seen the trial. So for the next 24, 25 weeks, we'll be doing it. So pop in whenever. It's all good. Pop in whenever you want. And you might know when all the depths and stuff are on anyway, so just time in on that. I'm team nothing at the minute. I got lynched by everyone in the last one because I didn't know. I thought it was Heard. Hi, C Swept. Hiya. I thought it was Heard suing Depp. Then I found out that no, they're suing each other. I was like, well, this is new to me. I didn't know. So I'm neutral at the minute. Yeah, you want to pop in on Saturday, lefties about. Hope you're well, C Swept. Oh, I saw you on. Yeah, I saw you on the MLS channel. So it's I did come back. I didn't really comment too much when I came back again when the result was on. Oh shit! Better put these on so I can hear. I can't hear myself when I put these on, so I feel like I'm always shouting. And just remind people after this, we're finishing this stream, and then we're starting a new stream. We shall put. Oh, C Swept. Hang on, I got something for you. I got something for you.
All rise, please.
All rise. C Swept. This is a link for you. This is Lefty's channel, so please go subscribe to Lefty's new channel. And that's for everybody that hasn't done so yet, please. And I do realize
Please be
Lefty,
seated.
he could steal or everyone, but let's
Welcome
not do
back,
that.
members of the jury. People's next witness.
The people's next witness would be Jim Reed.
Come on up here, sir, towards the bench. And that's good. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on over here to this chair.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
James Philip Reed, R-E-E-D.
And Mr. Reed, where are you employed?
I have a company called Rockware in Golden, Colorado.
Do you also participate on a volunteer basis with NecroSearch International?
Yes, I do. I've been with the group for about 40 years.
I'm sorry, how many?
About 40 years.
40 years?
Yeah, since it was first started.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So that's when it was started, is about 40 years ago?
That's a guess. So
And tell me about your particular specialty that can assist in that NecroSearch International organization.
well, I am a geologist, but I also use a lot of geophysics. And so although I'm not a geophysicist, I've used it long enough that through just experience, I feel comfortable with it.
And in your 40 years with NecroSearch International, can you tell us about any type of equipment that you're using?
Yes, there's two tools that are most commonly used. One is called an electromagnetometer, which basically is a long stick that has a radio transmitter at one end and a radio receiver at the other end. So the signal goes into the air, into the ground, and is conducted and then it's picked up by the receiver. So if you walk along with this thing and then you look at the difference between the signal, you can kind of figure out what is conductive, which would typically be where the ground is more moist. So a grave has been dug, it's going to be a little bit more conductive, just like turning the soil in your garden. Now, the other tool that is probably oversold is called ground penetrating radar. And that's an instrument that uses a similar principle, except it's using a radio wave as opposed to well, it's still electromagnetic energy, but it's putting it's sort of like sonar or seismic, where you're putting a signal into the ground and then you're measuring the response that comes back up. So if you move along the ground with like a little cart that has the antenna on it, as you move, you're looking at the response. And what we're looking for is the disturbance in the layering. Everything outside is layered. And so if something has been disturbed, if the layering has been pierced, you'll see that disturbance in a difference in the radar signal that's coming back. So it's a good tool, but it's oversold as to how good it is.
And when you call it ground penetrating radar, is the shorthand for it GPR?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to back up just a little bit before we get into too much about how you use those tools. Can you talk to us about your education that got you here today?
Oh, boy. I started out at the University of Wyoming, ended up going to Washington University in St. Louis, where I worked. I got a job with NASA on the Viking mission to Mars and did a lot of work with that. So that was my introduction to computers and digital imagery. And then, which is another technique, it's not a geophysical technique, but it's also used for investigations. But, and then from there, I went off to, from planetary geology to mining exploration, working for big mining companies throughout the Southwest. And then about, how many years ago? About 40 years ago, same as the NecroSearch, started a geological software company. And that's what I've been doing ever since.
And you spoke about your experience, your 40 years of experience with NecroSearch International. Have you been using the devices that you spoke about for that entire 40-year period?
Yes, and the technology has gone through, quite a metamorphosis, of course, over the years, but still the principles are physical principles, so those never change. So it's all pretty much the same thing. It just gets faster, lighter, easier, better, but yes.
Approximately how many hours do you believe you have worked on those projects for NecroSearch International?
Oh, I would guess it averages out to 1 weekend per month. And there are other months, of course, are much busier, but during the winter, things seem to taper off. But there's also that experience, and then the experience of using the same kind of technology for my paying job, which is doing the software stuff.
And at this time, the people would offer Mr. Reed as an expert in geology.
First briefly?
Yes. So the witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of geology.
And Mr. Reed, there's a number of photographs that are in front of you that are previously admitted exhibits. And I want to bring up one of them to look at while we're talking about the GPR device that you spoke about earlier?
You're referring to this one?
Yes, People's Exhibit 95, and that's, it's on a photograph in front of you, but it's actually on the screen for the jury right behind you as well, sir. So in looking at this device, can you tell us about the parts of it that we can see in this photograph?
Certainly. The cart, when I bought this, I asked them, the sales lady said, well, it's just like a baby cart for pushing your baby. And I said, what's the difference? And she said, $6,000. So that's a $6,000 baby cart. And then that orange box below it, that has if you take it apart, it has what they call a bow tie antenna. And it's putting out a signal at, I think that one's 400 megahertz, which is just the right frequency to get a good depth of penetration of the signal. If there's just a rule of thumb for all geophysics, and that is that the higher the frequency, the cleaner the signal, but the less depth of penetration you're going to get. So if I wanted to look for something like a wire inside a wall, I would use a much higher frequency, much smaller antenna, but it's only going to get me a few inches through the wall. We've got a larger antenna that's barely fits in the back of a pickup truck that's 150 megahertz, and that'll get us down to say 60 feet, but it's going to be a really fuzzy image. So you either have resolution or depth. You can't have both, and that applies to pretty much all geophysical. I think it applies to life, so, but it pretty much applies to all of these gizmos that either a good resolution with a shallow depth or low resolution with a deep depth. So this is the one that will get us down about to typical clandestine grave depths and still have good penetration.
What depth is that it has pretty good penetration?
I would say 2 meters max, or let's say 6 feet, 6-7 feet.
And is there, so you talked about the orange boxes on the bottom. Is there a reading that's being put out that you're
Yes.
watching as you're pushing this?
Yes. For example, if I take that antenna, and by the way, the device up at the top of the cart is a flat, hardened computer. And that's where you're actually seeing an image. But if you left the antenna just sitting, and you'll see a squiggly line, and that's showing you it's not really depth, it's actually time, because but later we'll do what's called a time depth correction, because different materials will reflect the electromagnetic energy at a different speed. So there's some machinations that go on. But anyway, if you leave it in one spot and you've got an object at depth, nothing will change. You'll just see the squiggly line will stay the same. But if something changes, that'll cause the line to change. So they use this, in fact, to find, say, earthquake, people who are trapped in earthquake rubble, where it's sensitive enough to pick up like an aorta, moving, lungs expanding, collapsing. But we use it in a different way. And that is, if you plot that curve and then had a colored pencils and you shaded in the highs and the lows, and then you move the antenna a little bit, shaded, eventually, if you kept doing this, you would end up with a nice, pretty cross section showing what the earth looks like at those depths. And so you're going to see disturbances, because we can't see a body with the radar. And anybody who tells you that you can see buried human remains with ground penetrating radar is a liar, because it just doesn't work that way. We're looking for where the ground has been disturbed. So when we see an anomaly, a disturbance in these cross sections, we're just saying, well, that could be consistent with a clandestine grave, but we're not going to tell you that, no, that's a body. So I'm getting carried away, but
Well, and I'll
sorry,
just,
go ahead.
it's okay. I just kind of want to clarify what you're saying, in that there's a readout that's showing those squiggly lines that you then have to determine what that's showing based on the cross section you were talking about.
Well, in the software itself, when I talked about coloring in with a colored pencil on those little curves. The software on that tablet computer there at the top near the handle, that's doing the coloring for us. So we're seeing these colored layers. And so it's pretty obvious when something's been disturbed. But then again, that depends on the geology, if that's been disturbed.
And so I want to clarify that this cross section that this device is projecting out with the software that you talked about is not like an X-ray where you're able to tell what exactly is under the ground.
Absolutely not.
And it's not certainly a picture where you're able to tell exactly what's under the ground.
It's more like a Rorschach test. You know, it looks like an ink blot, but if we do a long enough stretch, we can definitely identify individual layers and see whether or not those layers have been pierced or disturbed.
And we have, the jury has heard previously about the K-9 teams that came in, and then we heard from Ms. Smith about the botany aspect of it. Once the areas of interest are identified, can you talk to us about what the process is to get to using this device that we can see?
Well, we want to always go from the least invasive, the least disturbing to the environment to finally, actually digging into the ground. So start out with imagery, and for imagery on this particular site, I subtracted a satellite image that was taken before the date of the disappearance and the date afterwards. And then we have a technique where we can basically subtract one from the other and see what's changed. We use this on Mars to look for frost between 2 days. So it's a tried and true method. The problem is that we seldom have that luxury of the same sun angle. So one of the differences will be shadows, but we try to correct for as much of that as we can, and we subtract the images, and that's the first step. And then we go through, the botanists don't want the geophysicists or the geologists smashing the plants. So, but we'll get the dog people, they'll do their thing, then the botanists. And then finally, the radar's not too bad. As you can see, we're just making tracks with the wheels. But then at a certain point, and there's other geophysical methods like the electromagnetics that I mentioned. And then finally, when it's time to break ground, we approach that as an archaeological dig, which means we don't dig with metal, we dig with bamboo, because we don't want to scratch anything, produce any, contaminate the crime scene or destroy the evidence. But one of the techniques that you can see from I'm not sure if I see some other photographs, is a device that's called a cone penetrometer, which is a fancy way of saying it's a stick. And we take this metal stick and you stick it in the ground. And if you get a lot of resistance where the soil's been hasn't been turned, it's unlikely that has been disturbed. If you get a deep, you can stick the stick much farther, then that or you can surmise that the ground has been disturbed. And so it's just like gardening. If the soil's been turned, it's gonna be softer. But the problem with the cone penetrometer is that you could destroy evidence. And so it's sort of a desperation move that as the last thing before we finally start digging. However, in most sites, we don't actually use the penetrometer before we go to digging.
Okay.
So.
And so were there a number of, and I'm not sure if I asked you this because we had talked to some other witnesses, but I'm talking about the address of 9665 Burgess Road, where the search was completed.
Yes.
And that's where People's Exhibit 95 is from, with the GPR that we can see there and the flags. Were there a number of sites on that property that you ran the GPR over a certain area?
Oh, yes. I don't know how many total sites we did, but as far as coming up with potential exploration targets, I know we came up with 3.
And did you prepare a map where you outlined the GPR sites?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 41. Can you let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is this the map that you prepared that outlines the GPR sites that you used?
Yes, it is.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that map?
Yes.
Under the people would move to admit Exhibit 41 into evidence.
No objection. 41's admitted.
So Mr. Reed, as before.
Thank you, Farrell. Appreciate you.
Here.
Let's fucking
behind you.
go.
And
Thank
actually,
you.
This is kind of a cropped version. Let's go back to the original here.
That's fine for me.
So the original here is what you can see in front of you, People's Exhibit 41. And is this the 9665 Burgess Road address, an aerial view?
Yes,
And we can see a directional annotation in the bottom left.
correct. Yes.
And then I do want to zoom in because I think that other one is fairly hard to see. It looks like the GPR sites are identified in like a blue square with some blue writing.
Yeah, I screwed up. So,
Harder to see.
yeah.
Well, let's just start. We're going to go through them. So let's just talk about GPR site 1. And that one is on the top of the right side of the photograph or the map.
Mhm.
And can you talk to us about why that became what you labeled as exploration target number 2?
No, I'm sorry, but I forget.
You forget how you got to that one?
All good, Erin. All good.
I do forget. Yes.
Whenever
It's totally
you
fine.
know with MLS,
And then we have
you're my
GPR
bitch, so
site
it's fine.
number 2,
I look
which
after all my
is on the
bitches.
bottom right side
It's all
of the
good.
map.
I'm sorry. I need to back up. Yeah, the red is showing where there was a during the image differencing where there was an anomaly. So the reason why those targets were GPR'd was because they were the most distinctive of the of all the image anomalies, where there was the biggest change between the before and after images. We thought we'd focus on those to begin with for where we're going to do the GPR. Now, this is a biased sample because I'm not showing the other anomalies that are shown here that we didn't get a GPR anomaly on. So these were the sites where it was both photogrammetric, it was difference in the pictures versus as well as a GPR anomaly that would be consistent with a clandestine grave.
And is that kind of difference in the pictures depicted by the red shading that we can see on this map?
Yes, yeah. The red are the photo anomalies, and the blue labels that are impossible to read are where there was also a GPR anomaly that corresponded with those.
And so for this one, this is what I refer to as GPR site 1, which you labeled as exploration target number 2. And so you said that you focused on that one because of this red area right here where it looked like it was an anomaly when you compared the photographs.
That's correct.
And I think you said this, but I'm not sure you talked about the dates. When you compared those photographs, were you comparing one from 2012 to one from 2014?
I do not know. I know they had to be before the person went missing and after, but I can't tell you the exact dates of those images.
So you're using 2 maps, one that you can confirm was before October 9th, 2012, and one that was after.
Correct.
So then looking at GPR site 2, which is in the bottom right here, we also see kind of that red shading. And then there's some notes about vegetation on that one as well. It says vegetation disappeared. Is that what?
Yeah, there was basically a bush or a juniper or something that was in the earlier image that was missing from the later image. And so don't know why, but
Something to look at.
yeah.
Okay. And then GPR site 3, which we can see in the bottom left of this map. It doesn't look like there's any red shading in
No,
GPR site 3.
No, in other words, and the reason for that is that it was disturbed, or it was different, or it was that white in the first image, and it was white in the second image, so there's no difference. The reason why we checked that out was because I think the owners had told us that they had buried a horse there. So I thought, well, gee, I'd like to see what a GPR profile over a horse grave looks like. So I think we really did, or at least my motivation for doing it was more scientific curiosity as opposed to forensic type stuff.
Or thinking that you wouldn't find anything there.
Well, we find a horse, or what a horse grave looks like. That was it.
And then moving to GPR site 5, which is on the top left, it looks like that overlaps with a horse arena.
Yes, and we were told that I think some tree stumps had been buried there. I think that's to the best of my recollection. That's what I recall.
And there is in that GPR site a little bit of that red shading in the top left of the blue box.
Yes.
And in addition to labeling them GPR sites, are the size of the boxes important as far as how big the area was that you ran the GPR device over? Because the one on the top left, GPR site 4, is significantly larger than GPR site 3 on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. That one took hours to do. And when we run that cart, this little baby buggy, we try to run it so that the paths overlap. It's just like mowing a lawn where you're just going back and forth. But I also like to run the lines perpendicular to it, because later we can take those profiles that we're generating and we can put them into some software that will generate a 3-dimensional model of the object. But this one, there wasn't anything to justify going to that trouble. So on the big blue box up at the in the horse corral, or the horse thing, but the other boxes were quite a bit smaller.
And then in a number of the pictures, we can see kind of white flags and maybe one of those like larger measuring tapes that, what are those used for when you're using the GPR?
And this is the old way I do it, but basically we do everything in metric, because I got 10 of these and doing, feet, it's easy to get confused when you're non-base 10 units. So we do everything in metrics. So we set out, those flags are spaced 1 meter apart. 1 meter is about this big. And so we'll set up a grid and have the flags so we could, and then we'll stretch the tape so we can keep the lines perfectly parallel to each other. And that way it's just that much more reproducible, that much more accurate if you've got a good grid set up. But it's a real pain. And these days, we hardwired all with 4 tapes instead, and using cones to keep on. It's just gotten a lot better. Kind of proud of. We've come a long way since here.
And I want to talk about the kind of results that you found when you ran the GPR over GPR site 3. Did you find that the readings, that cross section that the tool provides to you, was consistent with a horse burial?
It was, well, I'd never seen a horse burial before. So all I could say at the time was, yeah, this looks pretty disturbed. This area is not really conducive to good GPR, because it's the Dawson Formation, which is a sort of a grungy sand stone and conglomerate gravels and stuff. And so it doesn't, for GPR to work perfectly, you want contrast, like a soft clay, a hard sand, a soft clay. This stuff is grunge, and I was very disappointed overall with the results of the GPR, although it did indicate that, yeah, that it had been disturbed, but it wasn't what I was hoping for a perfect profile.
So the readout that you got was consistent with a horse grave as far as you could tell, or some amount of disturbance.
Well, again, I'd never seen a horse grave up until then, so I could I'd have to qualify it and say it was consistent with something big, a big disturbance.
For the readouts for the remaining GPR sites that we have up here, so GPR site 1, 2, and 4, was there anything that the GPR readout showed as far as a disturbance that made you want to talk to law enforcement about doing some sort of an excavation at those locations?
I would qualify it and say that in terms of all the sites, the other GPR profiles I'd seen on the property, that these were the most promising. These are the best we got. And usually it does come down to that. Almost everything is, it's the best we got. But the biggest, problem with GPR is the best part about GPR is you're going to find anomalies. The worst part is you're going to find anomalies, no matter what. If those were buried stumps, buried horses, or geologic features like a buried river channel, that those will also produce targets. So.
So I want to speak with you now about a second property that you also helped search that's right across the street from this Burgess Road property. Was the process for determining areas of interest the same for that property as it was for the Burgess Road property?
Yes, using the imagery as the first place to look, the anomalies off the imagery. Yes, it was.
And then was there a location that was honed in on by the canine search team?
Yes.
Did you run the GPR over that location?
Yes, and the results were horrible. The soil profile there was so thin. I mean, but like this thin before you got into hard rock or consolidated arkose or a dirty sand. It was about just 6 to 8 inches before it got very difficult. So the radar was kind of a bust on that one.
So it's not telling you very much as you're running it over that part of the property.
No, that one was worthless.
Did you kind of scrape off the top layer of that area of the property and look at it a little bit more?
Not before I used the penetrometer.
Okay.
And the cone this one is a really nice one. It has it's a T handle that shoots, there's a little sonar thing like the old Polaroid camera distance finders, shoots a signal down, bounces off the ground. So it keeps track of how far in it is. And it also has a pressure transducer in the handle that keeps track of how hard you're pushing on it. So it's a really fancy stick that you stick in the ground. And very expensive, but it gives you depth and pressure. So I can put it into our software. It's like we use the same thing on a grander scale for site characterization for construction. If you want to know, can I build a bridge pier here? You want to know pressure and depth. So this simple one, just pushing it into the ground, was very noticeable over a rectangular area, consistent with the size of a grave. And then just to prove the point, I dropped little flags in all the holes that were left behind, and you could see the height of the flags just deepening where the ground had been disturbed. So.
And the flag heights were deepening because the soil was soft enough for them to kind of sink down.
Right, or the hole that I left behind when I did the penetrometer had pushed, you push it to what's called the point of refusal, which is a fancy way of saying where I gave up because it was too hard. I don't want to hurt myself. So just did that and it worked out. It was beautiful.
So that worked out a lot better than the GPR did for that particular area.
Absolutely.
Did you then come back the next day to assist in an excavation of that area?
Yes, I did.
And once that excavation was complete, were you able to determine why the cone penetrometer worked so well? What anomaly type there was there?
The ground, yes, I was. The ground had been turned there. And to emphasize or to prove that, There were cut roots. There were, I mean, the roots, big roots had been cut, and you could only do that pushing with a shovel or lasers, or I don't, but anyway, at that point, I was absolutely convinced that someone had tried to dig there and gave up when they found out how shallow the soil was. Just that there's no way you're going to dig a hole or a grave here.
And then the roots were consistent with that as well,
Very much so.
because at some point, the roots were not cut.
Correct.
For either the search that you participated in at the Burgess Road address or the Green Acres address, were any human remains detected or recovered?
No.
So just to clarify that area that we talked about where the roots were cut and the cone penetrometer worked so well, was that the area that the canine dogs had, the cadaver dogs had alerted at?
They had alerted just to the side of the grave. Not on, or I mean, I'm sorry, not, it wasn't a grave, it was an area, a disturbed area. The dogs had alerted to an area adjacent, and by adjacent, I mean, you know, there's about a gap like this between where we were digging versus where the dogs hit.
And you were, where you were holding your hands was about 18 inches, you would
Yeah.
say, something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
No, this guy's a legend. This guy's good. I've lost track with chat, if I'm being completely honest with you. So just keeping going. Looking at beavers.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it Dr. Reed?
Nope.
Just Mr. Reed?
Just Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed, good afternoon. I just want to ask you a couple of questions to clarify some of the things you said.
Sure.
Specifically, when you were doing those GPR readings, you told us you don't have an X-ray view into the ground, right?
No.
Okay. So you can't exactly tell what's down there. You can
No.
tell there's a disturbance.
Correct.
Okay. You told us there are a number of things that might cause a disturbance, right?
Correct.
Sure. I think just a moment ago, you said that might be something like a horse, right?
Mhm.
Might be a stump,
Correct.
might be something like a river channel.
Correct.
Okay. And without actually digging down and doing other things, you can't determine with confidence, what is below the ground right there.
That is correct.
Okay. With regard to the area across the street, the shallow area that you were talking about, do you know what I mean? Or not the shallow area, but the area that
on
you
the
could only-
north side.
on the other side of the street.
Okay.
You were talking about a area where you couldn't really get more than a shallow area into the ground.
Correct.
Okay, and you were saying you thought that indicated that it had been disturbed recently.
No, my reason there were two reasons why I speculated that area had been disturbed. One was the cone penetrometer showed that it was much softer in a rectangular area. And the second reason was because once we started digging and saw the cut roots, I mean, that's inescapable in my mind.
Sure. And the logical next question is that doesn't give you any evidence of who did that digging, right?
Oh, of course not.
None at
No,
all. Yeah.
no.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would next call Eric Bryant.
come on up, here, sir, towards the bench.
Here we go. Beaver away,
That's
girls.
good. Raise
Beaver
your right
away.
hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'm an
Come on
emoji
through.
god now. I can fucking create them just like that. I think Sal's here somewhere.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello,
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Eric Bryant, Bryant.
Mr. Bryant, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role there?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing crime scenes since about 1993.
And how long have you been with CBI?
A little over 9 years.
And talk to us about what the duties include as part of a crime scene investigation position.
So as a crime scene investigator, my main task is to identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence as it relates to the crime that's being investigated.
And how are you kind of assigned throughout the state of Colorado?
So an agency will call in, state that they have a case and that they would like crime scene assistance with it. We usually get a little bit of background information, and then we will respond to that location and assist them with the scene in whatever capacity they need.
And do you have any particular experience in excavations?
Yes.
Can you
If by
talk to us about
excavations, you
that?
mean clandestine graves?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you talk to us about that experience?
Sure. So during my career, I was active duty Army criminal investigations. As a forensic science officer within the Army CID, I would deploy to Iraq, and we would look for missing service members and contractors. Based on intelligence that we would get, we would go to a location and we would search for a clandestine grave where that person might be buried. And so I did that 2 or 3 times a month for the 2 years I was there.
And have you done any trainings on that particular subject?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about those?
So over the course of my career, I've had lots of training, but in particular, when I was in the Army, we had an advanced crime scene class. It was either 2 or 4 week class. And as part of that training, we had a several day session where we trained on clandestine graves and how to excavate them, that kind of thing.
And did you in fact teach that training?
Yes, shortly before I retired, I was invited by the head of the physical evidence branch at the military police school. And he asked me to come and assist him in teaching clandestine grave exploitation.
And do you recall when that was?
That would have been sometime late 2010, maybe early 2011.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would offer Mr. Bryant as an expert in crime scene investigation.
Yes, Kim. I'm streaming the
Witness will be admitted as an expert. in
Parkland
that.
officer after this one. but
Were
it's gonna
you
be another
contacted
link.
in October of 2014 to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office on a human remains recovery?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall when that was?
That would have been October, I think 21st is when I was called.
And as part of your assisting that particular law enforcement agency, are you documenting your investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Bryant, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 32 through 40. Can you just let me know if you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are they of generally?
So one is a crime scene diagram or a scene diagram that I prepared, and then the others look like scene photographs.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of your investigation in 2014?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit Exhibits 32 through 40 into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
And Mr. Bryant, I'm going to start with People's Exhibit 32. And the particular address that you were asked to assist with was 11660 Green Acres Lane. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and is this Exhibit 32 an aerial shot of that property?
Yes, it's a Google Earth screen capture of that area.
And what on there did you document as far as the area in particular that you were focused on?
So the purpose of the diagram was simply to kind of give the viewer an idea of where the address was located and where the possible burial site was located on the property.
And can you just describe for us in context, because it's a little bit difficult to tell from the Google image, how far away is this potential burial site from like the house that was on that property?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't very far. I'd have to look at my report to recall specifically.
Could you see it from the house? Or vice versa? Could you see the house from that area?
You know, that was almost 10 years ago now. I can't remember. I think so.
I guess you know what, you don't put an exact measurement, so I'm not going to ask you to give me one now if you didn't have one then. Can you talk to me about the area itself versus where the house was located? Was it higher or lower in the ground? Was it surrounded by trees? That kind of a thing.
You know, I think the ground was rolling. It wasn't flat, but it wasn't, you know, very steep in any one particular area. And I recall that the area was heavily wooded. And so line of sight from any particular direction was going to be difficult just because of the dense woods.
So we're going to look at People's Exhibit 33. What can we see in this photograph?
So this is the driveway leading from the main road.
And it appears that you can kind of see, but is the building on the left side of that photograph that you can kind of see through the trees, is that the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And then People's Exhibit 34.
That's just another photograph further onto the property.
And I know it's not probably on this photograph, but in which direction? To the left of the house or to the right of the house as you're looking at the photograph was the site?
A long time ago, but I believe it was to the right.
And what can we see in People's Exhibit 35?
So I believe this is a view from the road to where the dig site was located.
And by road, do you mean the driveway? Into
The
that
driveway,
residence?
yes.
And what can we see in this photograph as far as, is that like police tape that's surrounding the area?
Correct. And then a blue kind of canopy for weather protection, that kind of thing.
And what can we see in People's Exhibit 36?
So I think this is a view of the from the possible grave site back towards the main building.
And it appears from this photograph that it's at a kind of a lower elevation than where the house is.
A little bit lower, yes.
And People's Exhibit 37?
So this is a photograph of the actual site itself with some of the equipment and the barrier tape.
And was this the way that it was set up when you arrived?
Yes.
So they, other people in the investigation had identified this as an area of interest potentially the day before.
Correct.
And then what can we see in People's Exhibit 38?
So at this point, the possible gravesite has been prepared with stakes and with flags to designate the grid that we were going to dig.
And did you yourself assist with the digging?
I think so, yeah. It was a long time ago.
And what is the like usual procedure that you not only used in your prior experience, but in this case, as far as is it layer by layer? What are you using to dig? That type of a thing.
So when you're trying to dig a clandestine grave, you want to be very careful with whatever evidence might be in the grave. And so you grid out the possible grave site and you extract dirt from each grid to a very shallow depth with very small hand tools, being as careful as you can not to damage anything that you might recover.
And do you recall if that was the technique used in this case?
Yes.
And what can we see in People's Exhibit 39?
So this is the grave from a closer standpoint. There's some orange kind of engineer paint on the ground to kind of designate the perimeter of the grave. You can see the stakes where the string will be tied to create the grid, that kind of thing.
And then are the flags kind of working in the same way as the paint on the ground to kind of designate an area?
Yes.
And then what can we see in People's Exhibit 40?
So this is just a closer shot of the grave. I believe we've started to excavate at this point. And so we've removed some of the soil as best we can. There's also a soil probe there on the left.
Okay. And do you recall about how deep the excavation went?
I believe we got down to a depth of about 18 inches total, maybe a little deeper. I can't really remember.
And did the excavation end at that point?
I know at one point we got down pretty deep. We kind of had a meeting to determine if the depth that we had reached was sufficient to say that there was nothing in there, because we encountered a pretty big root at the bottom of where we had dug. The root had obviously been there for quite a while, and it seemed very unlikely that there was anything underneath that root. In order to have buried something under there, you would have had to have disturbed the root, cut the root, and the root was pretty much pristine.
And that was at about 18 inches,
If I
if you
recall
recall?
correctly, yes.
Up until that root, that other 18 inches that was above that root that you excavated, was there any other intact roots that you saw?
There were a lot of roots. I mean, you can see it in number 40 there. There's a lot of roots kind of all over there, but most of them were pretty small and potentially could have grown in after a body had been placed there. But that big one was obviously much bigger and older.
Did you notice any cut roots when you were participating in the excavation?
I don't really recall any, no.
And at that point, when the excavation had reached 18 inches, was that consistent with the GPR anomaly that had been determined?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Leave it up?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Hello. Where this site took place, I just want to ask about for a minute. This was at the, I believe it's 11660 Green Acres address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's across the street from the Burgess address, right?
I don't know who lives across the street.
Okay, but this is 11660 Green Acres.
That's where we were asked to dig, yes.
Okay. Now you were referring to this as a possible grave site, right?
Correct.
Okay. During the excavation, you did not discover a body, correct?
No.
Okay. You did discover some tree roots?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you did not feel that you discovered anything of evidentiary value. Is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
The jury. Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would next call Scott Mackey.
He was really good. I liked him. I don't know what half the stuff he said because I was bloody doing other stuff. But it's nice to see the chat
Come
bounce
on
in.
up here towards the bench,
Nice to see you,
sir.
Suzanne.
Do
So
you
what people
solemnly
talk
swear or
fucking-
affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
He's got a package there somewhere. Jesus. I hope he sits in front of the camera now then. Look how he's happy.
Can you state
Oh,
your name for the record and spell your
motherfucker.
last name, please?
Sure.
Oh.
Sergeant Scott Mackey, Mackey.
And it's pretty clear for us in the courtroom, but for the record, where are you employed?
El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And you stated today that you're a sergeant. What unit were you with in October of 2014?
I was with the investigations unit as a detective.
And as part of your duties in that unit, did you assist with a search of 9665 Burgess Road?
Yes.
And as part of that search, did you search the property and the house?
Yes,
After that search was completed, that you participated in, is it common for you to get additional kind of tasks to follow up on?
that is correct.
And were you given such a task in this case?
I was.
And what was that task?
Was to make a phone call.
I'm speaking to
Who were you
Toxic.
trying to
Hi,
contact?
Toxic.
Christina Hollendorfer.
Welcome. Thank you for being
And
a
at
sub.
that time, did you also know her as Christina Palmer?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Just don't disrupt me, right? Hey,
Were
thank
you able to
Toxic.
get a good phone number
Fucking
for
hell.
Christina Hollendorfer or Palmer?
My knowledge, yes.
Okay. And did you make attempts to call her?
No
I
worries,
did.
Toxic.
Do you recall about how many attempts you made?
Probably about 3 or so, 3 or 4.
And during those attempts, were you leaving a voicemail or just making a phone call?
If a voicemail picked up, I would leave a voicemail indicating who I was and I needed to speak with her.
So asking for a call back?
Correct.
Okay. And at any time during those calls, did you know that you were calling the right phone number, like from the voicemail or anything like that?
As best as I recall, yes, the voicemail stated something about her name.
Did you receive any return phone calls from Ms. Hollendorfer or Ms. Palmer?
I did not.
And to this day, have you received any phone calls from her?
No, I have not.
And you were tasked with doing this in late December of 2014?
Correct.
And so do you know if you completed those phone calls kind of at the end of 2014, early 2015?
That would be correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Questions from the jury. Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
I tried,
Thank you, Your
Farah,
Honor.
but I
The people would
can't.
next call Colleen Geist.
Yes.
Amateurs, we're covering over 500 cases, Doctor. Jesus.
All right, ma'am, if you just come up here a little ways. Would it help to sit down? Yeah. Why don't you have a seat and I'll swear you in?
Oh, what's wrong with this one then?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
As comfortable as you can get.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Pauline Geist, Geist.
And Ms. Geist, do you live in Colorado Springs?
Yes,
And did you live in Colorado Springs back in 2012, 2014 timeframe?
yes,
And were you, I don't know what the right word is, so I'll let you fill it in, but friends or acquaintances with the Hollendorfer family?
yes, with John.
And did you meet Joel Hollendorfer through his father, John Hollendorfer?
Yes,
And at some point, were you requested to co-sign on a truck with Joel Hollendorfer?
yes.
Do you recall the timing of that, when that was?
No, I do not. I've had a series of strokes, so I have a really bad time remembering things.
Would you say it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Sorry.
And as part of that purchase of the truck, did you know whether Mr. Hollendorfer was trying to trade in a vehicle in addition?
He asked if he could.
Okay. And who did he ask?
The dealership.
And were you with him at that dealership when he was asking to trade in that vehicle?
I was when the paperwork was being signed.
Do you recall what type of a vehicle he was attempting to trade in?
No, I just remember him saying it had been sitting for a while.
Did he tell you where it had been sitting for a while?
At his parents' house?
Okay. Do you know the address where his parents lived at the time?
No. I know it's out in the country somewhere.
In like the Black Forest area?
Yeah, if that's the country.
And you said that the dealership, or he was asking the dealership to trade in the vehicle. Did they allow him to do that as a trade-in?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember whether it felt like he was reluctant to trade in that vehicle or anxious to trade in that vehicle?
Anxious.
And did you get any details about, while you were there at the dealership, about what that trade-in would look like as far as the value of that older vehicle?
No, I wasn't really in the room much. I just was there to sign paperwork.
Did that purchase of the truck go through?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you on a title with Joel Hollendorfer for that truck for a period of time?
Yes.
You described the vehicle as older. Do you remember any of the other characteristics of it, of whether it ran, what kind of shape it was in?
No, I just remember he said older.
Okay. Were you aware of a car yard or junkyard that was associated with John Hollendorfer?
Yes, I worked there.
Okay. And was that owned by John Hollendorfer?
I believe he was part owner. He was somewhere in their ownership. I'm not sure if it was fully owned by him.
What was kind of the purpose of that junkyard? Did they take in vehicles?
Yes, and parted them out.
And then allowed people to come buy those parts?
Yes.
And did you work there for a substantial period of time?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it was?
Not exactly, no.
Were you present when Joel Hollendorfer, gave possession of that older vehicle to the dealership?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Do I pronounce it Geist?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Geist, do you recall that the date of that truck that you purchased was March 2014?
No.
If, do you have any reason, I guess, to believe that it wasn't March 2014? I don't
remember when
just-
it was.
It's difficult to remember dates for you.
Yes.
And when you were talking about the salvage yard, that was a salvage yard for automobiles and automobile parts.
Yes.
And that was a yard that was owned by Mr. Hollendorfer's father,
Yes.
or at least at periods of time owned by his father, and you worked there, right?
Yes.
And so that is a place where somebody could take an old vehicle
Yes.
and leave it there forever.
Yes.
And one of the things, one of the reasons that that Mr. Hollendorfer got a truck was that he had a vehicle that he had said had been sitting around his parents' property, right?
Yes.
And you observed, there was a period of time when you observed Mr. Hollendorfer getting rides from other people,
Yes.
and it was prior to getting that truck.
Yes.
And he would get rides from coworkers up until the point where he was able to get that truck with your help.
Yes.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Very direct.
To clarify that kind of salvage yard junkyard that you're talking about, when someone brings a vehicle in there, are they compensated for that?
That part of the business I didn't know. I did inventory.
And when a vehicle was in the yard, let's say, and people were coming to get parts from it, were cars in that salvage lot for years?
They could be, yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. During the time that Joel Hollendorfer was trying to trade in that older vehicle for the truck, did you suggest that he take it to the salvage yard or the junkyard instead?
I don't know why I would know. I mean, I don't remember if I,
Do you remember telling Detective Arndt that you suggested he take it to the junkyard?
no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
What you want about Lefty? There you go. Yeah, Toxic, if you just send it to Farrell, then she'll get it to me. It's not a problem. Happy days, I got it. Oh, happy days.
This time the people would recall Detective Gouliat.
Oh, happy
All right.
days.
You're still under
When
oath.
Jesus was. When Jesus was. When. Oh, she's back, motherfucker. They keep coming back, man.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So earlier this morning, we had played that interview you did with the defendant back in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And you were present when the court asked about a specific timestamp, is that right?
I was.
Were you able to go back and look at what the quote, the statement by the defendant was at that 1632 mark?
I was.
Okay. And do you remember what the defendant's statement at that time period was?
I believe it was something like, I wish I would have met up with her.
And do you remember that he said, I wish I could tell you she died on my watch?
Oh, I remembered that. I just did, yeah.
Yes, sorry, it wasn't a very specific question.
Thank you.
Okay, so he didn't say, yes, she died. He said, I wish I could tell you that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Also in that interview, when you're talking to the defendant about his phone records and you said, and that's when you called Cody. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Who is Cody?
Cody is his longtime, sounds like lifelong childhood friend.
Okay, and would that be Cody Grant or Cody Grant Guerrera?
Cody Grant Guerrera, yes.
All right. So at this point, after the searches that we've heard about have been done and this interview has been done, where were you at in the investigation? And I guess where could you go next, if anywhere?
At that point, we were kind of at a standstill. I mean, we did the search on Burgess. We really didn't have a definitive area to dig or look for a grave. We had the phone records, we had the GPR, we had the, we kind of plotted everything out. And at that point, we were kind of looking for new avenues.
And we've heard about the ground penetrating radar, the GPR, and there were some target sites is what Mr. Reed stated. I guess why couldn't you just go dig up all of them?
Well, because we didn't have, we didn't have a right to do that because we didn't have enough information to allow us to dig in those areas. I mean, we could be digging for months just on those 4 sites if that's what we decided to do. So
okay,
we just felt we didn't have enough yet to do that.
Okay. And we just heard from Ms. Geist about the defendant trading in an older car and getting a new truck. And we've heard testimony that in October of 2012, the defendant was driving a Nissan Altima, I believe.
That's correct.
So when you had contact in 2014, did he still have that Nissan?
He did not.
Were you able to track it down?
I was.
Where was it?
It was in, I'm sorry, can I refer to my report?
Would it refresh your recollection?
It would.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thornton, well, the title said Thornton, Colorado, but we realized it was not in Thornton. It was in a suburb further north of Thornton.
Okay. And Thornton is north of Denver?
North of Denver.
North of Denver.
That's
All
correct.
right. And were you able to recover that from the current owner, recover the Nissan from the current owners?
I did seize it.
Okay. And it was photographed and processed to your knowledge.
Yes, it
Okay.
was.
We'll hear more about that later.
Okay.
And then we also heard Ms. Geist say that the defendant's father ran a salvage yard for vehicles. Were you able to, were you aware of that or able to confirm that?
I was able to confirm that, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the name of that business was?
Harris Auto Parts on Las Vegas Street in Colorado Springs.
All right. So at this time, after your interview with the defendant, at this point, you were aware of the Loaf and Jug gas station location. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And at some point in the investigation, and I believe it was last year actually, did you go and I guess go to that area to see the distance between where Kara was living and that gas station?
I did.
Okay, and were photographs taken of that area and the route from Kara's house to the Loaf and Jug?
They were.
Handing you what's marked as people's exhibits 29, 30, and 31.
Okay.
You recognize what I handed you?
I do.
And are these all maps of different locations in El Paso County?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they fair and accurate representations of those areas?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish exhibits 29, 30, and 31.
No objection.
So admitted, granted.
This is back on. All right, so this is People's Exhibit 29. Can you tell us what area this is a map of?
This is Mission and Galley Road.
Okay, and are there two locations marked with addresses?
They are.
So that first one, 6710 Mission Road, what is that location?
That is Kara's address.
Okay, and then, so 6695 Galley Road, it's connected to one of those buildings, but that whole corner of that, oh goodness, southeast corner of that intersection, is that where the Loaf and Jug gas station is?
Yes, it is.
And I'll check this. I'm gonna use my laser pointer. So the building that the address is actually connected to, what is that?
That's the car wash. The Loaf and Jug is actually the first white building.
Where my laser pointer is here?
Yes, ma'am.
Right
and
on.
that- Yes.
And then buildings
It's
and
a-
area here.
It's a storage unit.
And so this one right in the center, are those the gas pumps?
I believe so, yes.
And then People's Exhibit 30. Is this another map of an area of El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
And again, we have two addresses marked. What are those two addresses?
6710 Mission Road, which is Kara's address, and 9665 Burgess Road, which is Joel Hollendorfer's address at the time.
Okay. And Exhibit 31. Is this another map of the Black Forest area?
It is.
And we again have two addresses. Could you tell me what those are?
9665 Burgess Road and 11660 Green Acres Lane.
And those are the two areas that we just saw pictures of where the searches were conducted?
That's correct.
All right, next we're going to go to and handing you People's Exhibits 104 through 120. So look at those and tell me. Done?
Okay,
Do you recognize the exhibits that I've handed you?
I do.
And generally, what are they?
They are the route from 6710 Mission Road to the Loaf and Jug on Galley.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate representations of that route and that area?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish exhibits 104 to 120 into evidence.
So admitted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hanson, I'm going to put the projector back on. All right, so this is People's Exhibit 104. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
6710 Mission Road.
And this is the residence that Kara had lived at back in October of 2012.
That's correct.
And these photos, were they taken last year in 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. People's Exhibit 105
That's the sidewalk in front of the house.
and 106.
Still the sidewalk heading to the stop sign.
107.
Galley Road.
And you can kind of see like some white buildings and a red awning type thing. Is that the Loaf and Jug and the storage unit?
That is
108,
still heading in the direction of the Loaf and Jug.
109,
Valley looking at the Loaf and Jug.
110,
The driveway into the Loaf and Jug.
111.
The parking lot of the storage unit and Loaf and Jug.
And did you actually walk this route?
We did.
How long did it take you to get from 6710 Mission Road to the gas station?
Oh, it was just several minutes. I believe, this is just a guess. I don't remember exactly. I believe with my feet, just stepping in my stride, it was 500 to 600 feet.
Okay. Exhibit 112.
That's the driveway going into the Loaf and Jug and storage unit.
113.
The office to the storage unit.
114.
The car wash that is in the same parking lot as the Loaf and Jug.
115.
It's just more of the parking lot. More of the parking lot.
And this building that we can see on the right-hand side of the photograph, is that the car wash?
That's the car wash, yes.
117.
Still the car wash.
118.
It's the back side of the car wash and the storage units looking at the Loaf and Jug.
119.
It's the driveway looking at the back of the Loaf and Jug.
Okay. And 120.
It's looking, Galley is right here and then Mission is right over there. The house to the, on the left.
Okay. So you can actually see 6710 Mission or that general area from this view.
It's that general area.
Okay, thank you. I have one more map that I would like you to take a look at. Okay. People's Exhibit 248. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And is this a map with several marked locations of El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and the addresses?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit and publish Exhibit 248 into evidence.
248's admitted.
So on this map, we have 4 different locations marked. So starting at the bottom, 521 Jersey Lane. Were you present earlier when Mr. Shabazz testified?
I was.
And did he testify, or is that the address he gave for where he was living at the time?
Yes.
And 1135. And I apologize, I have the wrong name on mine. Did Mr. Holling testify that he lived on the Jersey Lane address?
Yes, Mr. Holling, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And then the 1135 Modell Drive. Were you present when Jesse Rodriguez, Kara's ex-boyfriend, testified?
Oh, yes, that's his address.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then 1320 Potter Drive.
That's not familiar to me.
Okay. Were you present, and you were present earlier when Mr. Carl Juarez testified?
I was.
And do you remember him giving the Potter Road or Potter Drive address as his?
I don't recall it.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then the 4th location up at the top right, what is that location?
East Woodman Road and US Highway 24.
And does that location have any significance?
I believe that is where one of our towers were.
Okay. Where Kara Nichols' phone last pinged?
That's correct.
And so Mr. Holling, Mr. Juarez, and Mr. Rodriguez all lived South Colorado Springs. Is that right?
They did.
None of them lived up in the Black Forest or Northeast
They did not.
portion.
They did not.
Okay, I have just one moment.
All right.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
I,
Just wanted to ask you kind of the timeline in your investigation as far as the Nissan Altima. Okay,
I'm sorry, say again?
just kind of want to put together like a little bit of a timeline regarding the Nissan Altima.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So Kara Nichols went missing October 9th, 2012, or around that time.
That's correct.
And do you recall that the Nissan Altima was a 2005 Nissan Altima?
Can I look at my report?
Sure.
Yes, 2005 Nissan Altima.
Okay, so in 2014, that was a 9-year-old car, if I'm doing my math right. I
Yeah,
think I'm capable of that level of math.
it is.
And then due to your, or through your investigation, did you find out that Nissan Altima was sold in either March to May 2014 to a dealership in Denver?
AutoNation, yes.
And you know why I'm saying March or May? Or do you?
I don't.
Is it because there's some evidence that it was sold in March and then Miss Geist had said potentially May?
Yeah, I have the title search here. I mean, I can look on there and give you an exact date,
Okay,
but I understand why you're saying that, yes.
well, just the point being that it was around that springtime of 2014 when it was sold.
Correct.
And did you ever get records from the Nissan dealership concerning the condition of the Altima when it was traded in?
I did not.
Or anything about like what the actual trade-in value was at that time?
I did not.
And this, again, sketchy math probably, but I think correct. This sale
Bye,
of the
Nafata.
Altima would have been about a year
Bye.
and a half after Kara disappeared then. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing the math myself.
Okay. And also this sale, if it was in this March to May 2014 time period, would have been several months before officers and crime scene people did that first big search that we heard about today out in Black Forest. That
Yes.
search was in October 2014.
Yes.
And then also coinciding with those searches in Black Forest, that first in-person interview that we watched today with Mr. Hollendorfer was also in that October 2014 time.
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
And so, just very briefly, Ms. Cox was just referring to the sale of the Nissan to the dealership, and you said donation. Can you explain that?
I said donation
Yes.
in my report.
No, on the stand. You said that the Nissan wasn't sold by the defendant, it was donated.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Okay. Do you know if, when you pulled the title search, if the Nissan was actually sold to somebody or sold to the dealership?
It's hard to tell on the title search.
Okay.
Because there seems to be several titles with their signature on it. So I don't know.
Okay. And when you did locate the Nissan in 2014, or I'm sorry,
2014.
In 2014,
Correct.
the current owners, were they the first owners after the defendant or something else?
They weren't. There were that car, after Joel traded it in, that car went to two other dealerships or owners. prior to the Platts purchasing it.
Okay. The Platts being the current owners in 2014?
The owners I seized the car from,
Okay.
yes.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down. Members of the jury, why don't we take a 20-minute recess, so 3:20 or so. We'll see you back ready to go in 20 minutes. All rise.
Cool. No, we agree, Suzanne. It should never have been brought to trial. 100%. Absolutely ridiculous. Travis Rudolph was brought to trial. It's true toxic. Not everyone has the same taste. I literally am the only one streaming this, so.
From the people.
Just one thing, Your Honor. Based on no blame here, but based on the time of the redactions that we're having to do, most likely we are going to end early today again. However, I can tell the court that as we've been adjusting, the people are confident that we will actually rest probably on Tuesday instead of Thursday. So even if we do end early today and possibly tomorrow, we are still on track to actually finish earlier than expected.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
No.
All right. 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise.
All rise. Madwell coming in half an hour later. Happy days. Right, where we at? What are we doing? What the fuck's going on? Right, 2 people there. Am I in the way? Nope, layout's fine. It's a little bit funny. Right, what we do? So Tuesday they're resting, fine. Then defense coming on. I don't. How many witnesses is the defense gonna have? Not many. I mean, she's found in his bloody parents' garden. I know the defense is gonna be about. I hope they do not blame it on drugs. Well, I know that they will blame it on drugs. But I hope they don't blame it on the parents or something. Do you know what I mean? But we'll see. Lefty's gonna be back, Madwell. Lefty's gonna be back any second. Do you know that? So this is finishing early. So as I said, we are streaming another one, the Parkland Officer. So I'll post a link here and in the description box when this finishes. So anyone that wants to come over, obviously some of you are watching it with me, but anyone's welcome to come over and watch it. It's from today's day 6, which we're missing because of this trial. So streaming it this evening. George will join us. Here is Inside Scrape. Oh, Core. Wow, that's great insight. Thank you, Core. Well, it makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Who are they going to bring? An expert in what? There's nothing really from to bring here, really. So we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. And thank you, everyone that's new and popping in. Oh, I can take these off now, can't I? Yeah, Shelley's not on any social media, I don't think, is she? But cool, that'll be interesting. I reckon if they don't put any witnesses, if they're arrested on Tuesday, I think we get a verdict on Tuesday. From what we're hearing, I mean, I don't really hear anything positive for him, so. Are you being slow, Erin? Are you? Are you being slow? With nacho cheese? Well, nacho cheese, yes. White cheese. White sauce. Um, I'm lost with chat. You women, you dirty bitches, like you fucking your innuendos are worse than lefty half the time. Tacos are the best. What about beaver? Beavers are the best, aren't they? Anyway, with that, um, I know I'm gonna lose probably most of the followers when Solomon's on, but we'll watch Solomon tomorrow night or something. Those are missing it. We'll stream it tomorrow night after this trial or something to catch up with it. 'Cause I want to watch it, but you know, I got stream to look after. Where are we at? Channel, right. I will post this now. We'll post this in the description box. Where takes me forever to find these bloody things. Ah, description box. No, it's not that one. It's a little bit funny. Link to Parklands. I'm posting a link in the description box of the actual thing I'm trying to post. It's not that one I want. It's a live one, isn't it? This one. This is what I want. Link to the Parklands officer. Trial 36. Here we are. It's in there now. Mothers. Save. Right. So the link for the next stream is in the description box. No excuses. No worries, Heidi. See you in a bit. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Oh, fair. You watching the? Yeah, I'm not watching later because it'll be like 4 a.m. by the time I get off tonight. But I will be watching it probably tomorrow. I've no idea what's going on here now. Heidi's gone, fine. Back in a few, fine. Shelly, we can't DM. Are you all watching? I'm not sure what we're watching, Shelly. Suzanne, sorry, I'm not sure what we're watching. I don't know what. Sorry, Suzanne, I don't. Oh, Shelly said yes, we are. So, yeah, if Shelly says we are, we are. I don't know what you're talking about, but seriously, Shelley's like a mystery, like, you know. She's one of the best contributors on this group by far. I mean, like, I couldn't. Oh, I shouldn't have said that because now Spidey's gonna be in my inbox saying, "Oh my god!" But Spidey's fantastic as well. But as a researcher, oh, oh yeah, sure, yeah, yeah, Kim, I know, but I can't watch it because last I can't because I got this, and then I got the Parkland trial straight after. So, but what I'll do is I'll stream it hopefully tomorrow at some point. If not, um, it's there. I'm not gonna miss it. I mean, I can watch it anytime, so it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, they are doing live questions, Kim. I just can't watch it tonight, that's all. But it's one of those things where you can watch it anytime, so I'll watch it. I'll stream it probably for people who are staying here tomorrow or something. We watched, yeah, watch Travis here. We've got this trial and we're doing the Parkland shooting officer one as well. More than welcome to join us, Suzanne, if you want to. We're literally the link I put in the description box is what we're going to after this. See what time it is. We might take a 5-10 minute break, but I'll start it anyway so people can jump in. But you're more than welcome to join. What's your opinion? You can say your opinion. But I think our opinion, majority, I think, I'd say probably 70-80% of this chat that watch it think that I shouldn't be going to trial. But then there are a few that think it should be and there should be due punishment. My personal view, and I'll always put an asterisk on here, I know nothing about guns, I know nothing about shooting, so take it with a pinch of salt. I'm ignorant, so I'm just learning. But I don't see how it got to trial, and if it did get to trial, why is he the only one that is why I don't know what that means, but yeah. Um yeah, if it's a trial, why is he the only one? Where are other people's? Um Solomon's fantastic. That's why I'm gonna watch it, but not live. That's all. Um, yeah, if I think he's been made a scapegoat, and he shouldn't be. I think other people should be on the stand next to him if they want to make this criminal. Um, but yeah, I don't believe he should be. I think yes, be punished by losing your job, but not to go to jail for 100 years or whatever it is. I don't think that's justified. I don't like the way they're doing this trial because it feels like we're trying to convict Nicholas Cruz all over again, um, or not all over again, but because they did have a trial for Nicholas Cruz, I feel like they're trying to say, well, this is the trial for him, so people can see it, and using this guy for that. That's just my opinion. As I say, there are people that don't feel the same. Yeah, that's what I mean. If we're gonna make him go to jail, why is he the only one? Yeah, yeah. Suzanne, you're in like the 80% then of this group. Um, and to be fair, the 20 that agree with it are also very well. But hang on, he shouldn't be going to jail on his own. They're very much about there should be more people taking accountability as well. Yeah, Amy knows everything. So Amy, one of our members, I'm not sure if she's still here now. I know she's been having migraines and also, unfortunately, was very ill. She's suffering from cancer and low bloods and stuff. So she's been looking after her and taking her to hospital and stuff. So I'm not sure if she's here, but um, so yeah, essentially, Amy was one of the. So after it all happened, Amy was part of a group, an impact group that went in and reassessed everything and helped change how we deal with school shootings and stuff like that. And she lives very close to Emma, not Emma. What am I saying? I just saw Emma there, to the school. So she's got an interesting story, and she's the one that keeps us up to date with everything. But I say, unfortunately, the last couple of days, because her neighbour's been having chemo and problems, fair play to her, she's been looking after her. So she'll pop in when she can. I'm sure when we play it, hopefully she'll be here, she'll be back, but we'll see. No, other opinions are always good. Nobody should ever be mad because somebody hasn't. No, I only put a caveat on my opinion because I know nothing about school shootings. So you could take my opinion with a pinch of salt, because I don't have the full breadth of knowledge as you guys do, living in America. But that's how I feel. And Suzanne, what? So Suzanne, okay, well that's. Oh, Suzanne, hey, if that's towards Suzanne, fucking hell, you can say any opinion you want in here. No one's going to jump on you. Even the 20% that said that they disagree. We have a very civilized conversation here, so absolutely everyone has an opinion here. Never be scared to put your opinions in this chat. And if anyone, like I banned someone yesterday, but that's because they were having a go at me. But anyone has a go about someone's opinion, sorry, but you're out. I don't tolerate that, you know. We're just too much of a good community to break up. So feel free at any time to have an opinion. Yeah, Mad Wolf for once, the same sense. Echo chambers aren't healthy. Feel that all the emotions felt towards Cruz are being displaced onto this one. Yes, exactly. And also, everyone that keeps saying, "Oh yeah," they keep asking, "Oh, would you have gone in?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'd have gone in on our own." Yeah, but most of them are like members of SWAT. Or they got big rifles and stuff. It's like Jesus, you know. Oh, hey, Suzanne. Honestly, me and Mad would argue all the time. She's a right cow to me, like, but I still love her. She's still great. She's thick as shit, but so am I. So we suit each other. It's good. Doing something. Oh my goodness, so scary. Exactly. You gotta learn, don't you? Lou's back. Lou, you fucked me over. I thought it was Friday all day today now, after you said good happy Friday to everyone. I was like, fuck, it's Thursday. Lou, you gotta come back in tomorrow now, Lou, going, happy Friday, everyone. I love it, yes. I love reasonable minds can differ and then some absolutely. Well, I mean, look, Shelley. So Shelley wouldn't be here unless we can have a laugh. Yes, we swear. Yes, we cuss. Yes, we have sexual innuendos. Yes, we have lefty. Yes, we have people from the UK, from America, from Canada, from Australia, from wherever. Everyone's opinion here is welcome. Well, the thing is, Lou, so did I afterwards then. So bloody hell, I was like, fucking hell. Tomorrow we'll be happy, sat, I think. Yeah, I know. That's the trouble with Lou. Lou, you're not allowed to say happy any day from now on. Um, and also, you'll find that I can't do two things at once. I often don't know what day it is. I mean, Farrell's in the house. Well, yeah, Lefty's not here. Lefty's not here, Farrell. Um, but we got Beavers in the chat. Look, you guys wanted Beavers, done it. You guys, nobody's toxic. Nobody's toxic. See you in a bit. You wanted bloody, what do you call it? Your cum sauce. The cum gravy, is it? That white stuff, that cum gravy stuff. You wanted that? Put it up for you. Put the gilf up. Put Lefty up. What you ask, I give. Jamie, are you here? Oh, do you know what? Don't worry, I'll message you, Jamie. Message you on Messenger now.
Do you think
Um,
you want to stay? Versus some places where I can understand where they want you to.
you girls, like Farrell, honestly, you girls rile Lefty right up.
Some people need to stay longer.
He's got, before he goes to work, I think he's got to knock one out and then get a shower and go to work. But he loves it. And he's always on when he's in work. Um, what time do we start tomorrow? I think depending on. Oh shit, they're back. I didn't even notice they're back. So
Please be seated.
after this one, we got another trial on the link, as you said. Tomorrow,
People's
probably
next witness.
10:15
The people would call Betty Hollendorfer.
Eastern. 10:15 Eastern, I think, Suzanne. Um, if this is start at 8:30, then it'll be 8:15 Eastern. We'll be starting. But as I say, stick around if you want. We got another trial. I'll jump in later if you want. Parkland one. Pixel didn't happen. He's left the only other male. We got Carawin. Carawin is here sometimes. Absurd beats, but we don't. He never comes in now. C. Oh, what's his name? C. C. The defense lawyer. Oh, I forget his name now. C something
Come on up
69.
towards me, ma'am.
So there's about 3-4 males here, I think.
Why didn't you just come on up and have a seat in this chair?
So hang on, I need to go to YouTube. Short bus. What's a short? I can't make that out. Short bus.
That's okay if I have these.
That's fine.
I don't get it, Erin. You have to spell it out. Just say what it is. I don't understand it.
And you could raise your right hand.
Here he is.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Slow person. Well, obviously that's me then because I didn't get that.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Betty Louise Hollendorfer, Hollendorf as in Frank, ER.
And Ms. Hollendorfer, what is your relationship to Joel Hollendorfer?
He's my son.
Okay. Do you see him sitting in the courtroom here today?
I do.
And can you identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
I don't know if that color is black or blue suit with a sort of maroonish pinkish tie or whatever.
Or will the record reflect that identification?
All right.
Ms. Hollendorfer, can you tell me about your family unit? Do you have any other children?
No.
And who were you married to?
John Hollendorfer.
Is Mr. John Hollendorfer still with us?
No.
Are there times that you call Joel Hollendorfer Joey?
Since he was a baby.
Where do you live?
Burgess Road in Black Forest.
Is that 9665 Burgess Road?
Correct.
How long have you lived there?
Since 1985.
Any of the outbuildings or homes on that property, did you build those or have them built, I mean?
Some, yeah.
In 2012, did you have a home phone or a landline?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that phone number was?
719-495-0543.
And then did you have a cell phone at that time as well?
Yes.
And do you recall that phone number?
Same, the only number I've ever had. It was 719-339-6661.
How big is the property at 9665 Burgess Road?
10 acres.
And is it kind of in the shape of a rectangle?
Yes.
Who else has lived at that property over the years that you've lived there?
My son and his wife and kids on and off. Well, they only lived with us when they moved up from Virginia.
And then did you and your husband John live there as well?
Yes, and my brother-in-law Dave lived there with us for a short time.
What type of property is 9665 Burgess Road? Is there a residence on that property?
Yes.
And then what is the remaining acreage used for?
Horses.
And are people riding horses throughout the property or only in certain areas?
They can, down the side of their property. It connects to the trail system out there.
And all the horses that have been on that property, did you own those horses or did other people
No,
board their
no,
horses there?
Students and boarders owned a bunch of them.
How many horses did you board at a time throughout the years?
The maximum I ever had was 18 at one time.
And were all of those boarder horses and none of them yours, or?
No, one or two were mine. I couldn't afford to own any more than that.
When you refer to students, what do you mean?
I taught riding lessons and broke and trained horses.
Did any of those boarders or students, and by boarders, I mean the humans, not the horses, live at that Burgess Road property? Did you, aside from the people who boarded there and the students that you were training, did other people train their horses at your property?
No.
Do you recall how many horses were on the property that you had in 2012?
I'm sorry, I don't.
What was the highest number of horses you had at any one time that were yours, were not boarding horses?
The highest number for me was 3.
Did anyone else in your family have horses? Like, did Mr. John Hollendorfer have horses? How about Joel Hollendorfer? Were there any horses associated with your grandchildren?
I bought my granddaughter, well, I didn't buy her. I adopted her from the Waldo Canyon fire, a miniature horse.
Okay. And so all the other horses that were on the property that you owned were yours for use, basically?
Not my students and boarders' horses, just mine.
Just yours. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hollendorfer, I am approaching you with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 142. Can you take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it?
Yeah, it's what do you call that? Aerial of my house and my neighbors.
And in that one in particular, there's a number of annotations on there. Do you recall making those annotations during an interview with law enforcement?
Are you talking about these circles and stuff?
Circles, the X's, there's a couple numbers with circles around them.
Yes, I do.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of a map that you've previously annotated on?
I guess.
One of the people would move to admit Exhibit 142 into evidence.
So admitted.
Understandably, over time, you lost some of these horses for various health reasons or for age and things like that. Was it your practice to bury those horses on your property?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a particular area where you buried the majority of the horses that,
No.
no? Was it kind of all over the property?
And just the court reporter can only write down words. So if you could just
Oh,
say yes or no.
I'm sorry.
And Ms. Hollendorfer, if you don't mind moving the microphone a little bit closer to you as well.
Okay, is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to put People's Exhibit 142 up behind you, but feel free to either look behind you or on the sheet in front of you.
Oh, same thing, right?
Same thing, yes. So when you were choosing where different horses were buried on the property, what went into that decision?
The weather a lot of times, the trees where you could get the backhoe in there to dig the grave.
That's kind of my next question. How are you, I mean, horses are large animals. How are you burying them? Are not with like a shovel digging the hole?
No, would hire somebody with a backhoe out there. A big one.
A big one. And would they kind of bring the backhoe down your driveway, or how did they get the backhoe on your property? Do you recall?
Yeah, I've got gates that I don't think you can see them on here, but gates to access and down the driveway.
And was there anything in particular that, like, was there a consistent depth at which you would bury the horses?
6 feet.
Okay, and why was that?
Because the wild animals out there will dig them up.
So you felt like anything less than 6 feet might be dug up by a wild animal?
Well, 6 feet because the horses are so big to fit in the grave.
When you are having to have a horse buried, are you supervising that burial? Are you, the person that you hired, or?
Sometimes, sometimes not. Sometimes I had to work.
Were any of the horses ever buried on top of each other, like a deeper grave and then a shallower grave?
My last 2 thoroughbreds and miniature pony.
And where were those buried?
Okay. Over here.
Okay,
Wait.
Mayor Pro Tem Witness Round.
Yes.
If I can. Is this my arena right here? Can you tell?
That looks like the arena.
No, it's not that. Oh, thank you. Hang on a minute. Right here, I think. No, wait. That's my house. That's my driveway. This is my trailers. That's my, yeah, right around here. I can't swear to that because I, honest to God, can't see that well on this.
And it's hard to tell for you from the map.
Yeah.
So for the jury, the area that you were pointing to was this kind of cleared out. There really aren't trees in that area. Is that right? Where you're indicating?
No, there.
Where the black is right here?
Oh, Dressage Arena, little barn. Yeah, there's a low spot there and the ground is softer there.
And so that's where you know at least 3 horses to be buried.
I know of 2 ponies and 3 adult horses are buried there. Well, they're not right on top of each other, but close there because it was a runoff area and softer ground.
So it's kind of a more condensed area where about 5 of them are buried.
Yeah. Probably about the size of this room, or maybe not as big as this room. Once you bury one, you don't want to disturb them.
Sure. For those horses, you said there were about 5 in that general area. Are you marking those horse graves at all so that you know where they are to not disturb them?
No.
Okay.
You live there every day, every night. You kind of remember.
And then I'm looking at another annotation that you made in kind of the bottom left-hand corner of the map of your property. It looks to me like a number 1 encircled. Kind of right here.
I don't know if that's a 1 or not, but it looks like some magic marker or something on it.
Would that be consistent with any area where a horse was buried?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what horse was buried there?
Milo.
And did Milo have any particular significance to anyone in your family?
He was my horse. He was my granddaughter's favorite horse.
And kind of in that same vein, was that particular grave marked, unlike some of the other ones?
Years and years ago when we lost Milo, the kids put just some sticks out of the back. They put a cross on his grave, but that's all we ever did.
And you said years and years ago, but do you recall when Milo passed and was buried?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you know if it was before or after 2012?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not Joel Hollendorfer knew where these horses were buried?
He knew where Freddie was buried, which was out in my front pasture, who was my first horse I lived there with. But he wasn't around after that.
When these horses are being buried, when the individual that you hired has the bulldozer and is burying them, is it pretty apparent after the horse is buried and the dirt's put back over them that there's something under there?
The very first few days, maybe. I mean, I always used this guy out in Black Forest that was close, and he would pile up some dirt on top because with the weather and the sinking, he did that, but no, not really.
So maybe for a week you could kind of tell that there was like a little mound, and then after that it was.
Unless we got heavy duty weather, then it was gone.
When you referred to Milo being your granddaughter's favorite horse, what's your granddaughter's name?
Caitlin,
And how is Caitlin related to Joel Hollendorfer?
she is his daughter.
In addition to the horses that we've talked about, well, let me take a step back for 1 second. How many horses do you think are buried on your property?
Between mine, students, boarders, I'm making a guess, maybe 10, maybe.
And along with those horses, are there any other animals that you would bury on the property?
Yeah, I did the hounds for fox hunting.
Okay.
And when we lost the hound, we'd bury him on my property.
And approximately how many hounds do you think are buried on your property?
After 30 years, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
Would you say more than 10?
Maybe. I really don't know.
Was there anything different about how would you bury the hounds versus burying the horses?
Dig a hole, put them in a garbage bag, put them down. We wouldn't bury them as deep, but we have coyotes, foxes, bears, mountain lions, and everything out there over the years. You don't want them dug up.
So you'd have to at least bury them deep enough that you felt like the wild animals couldn't get to them.
Yeah,
And who's digging those holes?
I would in early years. My husband would help me.
Would Joel Hollendorfer dig any holes for burying the hounds?
No, he wasn't there then.
Was there a particular reason that you're burying the hounds in a garbage bag?
Well, the horses are 6 feet down. And with all my other horses and being on the property, you would know if something was digging there. But the hounds, you can't dig that ground 6 feet down with a shovel.
So it was just to protect them from the wild animals as well. So we can see on People's Exhibit 142, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like kind of the middle third of the property is the one that you guys use the most. So that's where the house, the outbuildings, the arena, all that kind of stuff is.
Yeah.
And so what do you use the front third of the property for?
It's a pasture for the horses.
And then how about the rear third of the property?
It's a turnout pasture for the horses.
How often would you say you are in that back part of the property?
Now, I haven't been back there for years. I can't walk that far.
How about in 2012?
I don't know. I didn't go out there much. I couldn't make it around back there.
And that was my next question. How is the access to that part of the property? Would you have to walk or ride a horse? How would you get back there?
There's an alleyway between me and my neighbors to the west, and that's where the trail access is. And you could drive an ATV back there. You could ride horses back there because that's trail access to the trail system. You could, and the people behind me, it goes all the way between theirs too.
Okay. And so that kind of trail, is it pretty much where the yellow line is that delineates where your property is on the left side of this? Right here?
Yeah, it's on the west side. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a little bit difficult to see because of that yellow line.
What, the trail?
The trail itself, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to be there, you know. There's so much trees and stuff.
And how wide is that trail? Is that trail wide enough for a car to drive on?
When we first moved there, but now all the trees and stuff have grown up so much, and I don't know.
Do you have an estimate about how wide it would be, just in feet or?
There's parts of it that are maybe from there to there. There's parts of it that are narrower.
Okay. And just for the record, you were indicating the bar that's in front of the jury box and then the higher wall that's to the left of your
yeah.
chair.
Yeah, that's approximate.
Are you able to see that kind of back third of the property from the house?
No. No, you can't. The trees are too thick back there.
Okay. As you're kind of using the property for horses, you have the barn, the borders, all that kind of stuff. Did you ever have lime on your property?
Years and years and years ago when I had dirt stalls, I mean, you sprinkle a little lime over their pea spots and then it wouldn't stink so bad. But EPA, we couldn't use creosote for the fence posts anymore or lime because the EPA discontinued that a million years ago.
And when you stored it on the property, what form was it in? Did it come in like kind of like a soil bag type of, or a fertilizer type bag?
A fertilizer type bag, and I put it in a trash can out in the barn. so I could just sprinkle it when I cleaned.
Do you recall if Joel Hollendorfer was living with you in 2012?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall if he was living with you in 2014?
No, no, because that's when I lost my husband.
And also in 2014, did law enforcement come do a search of your property?
Was that the year they came? I remember that.
And when they did a search of your property, were you tasked with walking around with some individuals and pointing out the horse burial sites as best as you could recall?
As best as I could, yeah.
And then did you also provide an interview that day?
Yes, I did.
When was Joel Hollendorfer living with you in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when he kind of moved back into your house with you?
17 maybe. I don't remember.
Okay.
Somewhere like that though.
And then I'm thinking back to that 2012, 2014 kind of timeline. Was there a period of time where Joel Hollendorfer was living with you kind of on and off?
I don't know.
When he was either separated or divorced from his wife?
Yeah, but yeah.
And during that time when he was either separated or divorced from his wife, did you know him to bring women back to your house at Burgess Road?
No,
Not a single time?
no.
Do you recall back in 2012 who was living at your neighbor across the street, the 11660 Green Acres property?
Is that on the north side you're talking about of Burgess?
Yes.
That was my good friend Martha Love.
Okay. And can you tell me about whether or not you or your family were on that property very often?
Martha was, my friend was, she wasn't back then, but when she moved into assisted living, we went over and helped her pack up and move what we could.
Do you remember when that was?
She rented that place for like almost 6 months or something before we moved her.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
It's okay. When you say we moved her, who assisted in that?
Me, my husband, John, Joel came if he wasn't working and helped John load up big stuff and take it to the dump for her. And the kids came and helped us.
Do you recall what type of a vehicle Joel Hollendorfer was driving in October of 2012?
I don't know. He's like his dad. He trades vehicles all the time. They get bored.
Are you the type of person who takes kind of extensive notes in your planner?
I've done that since I think 7th grade.
And do you keep all of those planners?
I lost a bunch of them in a flood water a long time ago.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Hollendorfer, I'm approaching you with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 148. Can you look through those photographs and let me know if you recognize them?
Yeah. This is pages from my planner.
You recognize that handwriting as your handwriting?
It is my handwriting, yes.
And if you don't mind just taking a look at all of the ones in front of you, just to confirm that for every single one of them.
Yes.
And would you say that they are a fair and accurate representation of the contents of your planner for those days?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Aside from some necessary redactions, which are the black boxes that you can see, do they look altered to you? Or does it look like just a picture of your planner that you wrote?
Yeah, I wrote these things. It's my planner.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit exhibits 143 through 148 into evidence.
Okay, council approach.
You know this, Shelley. I'm going to do RD. I'm just going to say, remember, link to the next stream. So once this one stops, link to the next stream. Probably give it 10 minutes so I can have a little twinkle, and then have it making another coffee, and then we'll stream it. It's much interesting now, Cole. You're right. Fucking hell, I got a blister, motherfucker. I thought I had something as well. The bus. Beep beep. The small bus is coming. Small bus is coming to pick up some beaver and some lefties. Oh Jesus! Also, can I just give a quick shout out as well? Motherfucker! Just hang on. Yeah, we had someone say twinkle earlier on, like a piss, and someone said twinkle. I don't remember who it was, but where's this gone? No, not that one. Remember to support Zachary Anderson. We're a channel that supports Zachary Anderson. Give us a bonfire.com to get t-shirts, or join the Facebook group. Just search for Free Zachary Anderson. It's a private group, so you have to join. And also search for the alternate corner, and you can join as well. These are the t-shirts. They come in different colors and different designs as well. But I'm a big believer in the Zachariah was innocent. So I always try and support when I can. His brother's doing a Q&A right now as well. Tinkle or twinkle is different. Tinkle, right? Okay. So yeah, I have a tinkle, innit? Could I have a tinkle? We don't say tinkle. We just say I'm sure I could have a piss, like, or have a wee wee. So I'm missing the Zachariah Anderson Q&A. I know some people will have gone there, Kim and all them, but I'll stream it tomorrow.
All
During the
right,
break
so
or something.
pursuant to 803 subsection 5,
Shelley,
the exhibits
spinning-
are not admitted into evidence,
spitting
but the
truth.
witness may read them.
Ms. Hollendorfer, I'm gonna just talk with you about these exhibits, and I want to go through them one by one. For these offered exhibits. One second, let me get in so that I can follow along with you.
I do, but because someone said tinkle, I was like, tinkle? A wee wee. We could have a wee wee. Getting old now, a bladder can't handle it anymore. Still hoping Lady Law joins us, but she,
I think we talked about this
weather's bad
earlier,
in
but
Oklahoma.
you are kind of a meticulous note taker in your planners.
Well, I don't put everything in there, but I've always done that.
You're annotating things like the weather.
Well, with teaching and hounds and all that, I'm like Wendy the weather girl.
And then you're even annotating things like when Joel Hollendorfer is at your house and activities he's doing, like helping you paint something from the horse jumps and things like that.
He's done that before, yeah.
For instance, on what has been marked as People's Exhibit 143, you annotate Joel here early, fix shower.
I'm sorry, what day are you talking about?
I am talking about September 13th. It's the top of that first.
Oh, okay, I got you, yeah.
And then on September 14th, you're annotating things like kids spending the night.
A particular day or something, I don't see that.
On the 14th of September, just on that same page.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it down there.
And who does kids refer to?
My grandkids,
And that would be Joel Hollendorfer's children.
correct.
On the next page, what has been marked as People's Exhibit 144, that is for September 24th through the 26th. And here you are, can you read me that first line of September 26th? Can you read it?
Um, 6:15, Chris called. Is that what you're talking about?
And that was, you're absolutely right. That's the first line, but no, I meant the first one in the box that starts with Joel out.
Oh, all night out of gas on Vollmer. That's what that says.
And then you even annotate things like he slept till later afternoon on that same day.
Yeah, I see that.
And then what has been marked as People's Exhibit 145 is from October 8th through October 10th of 2012. And it doesn't look like there are any notes for October 8th. Is that right?
Yeah, I missed some days.
And then for October 9th in the it looks like in the morning at 10, you say Joel here.
Yeah.
Is there anything on October 9th of the 2012 planner that indicates to you whether or not Joel Hollendorfer spent the night at your 9665 Burgess Road property?
I don't see any notation like that.
Do you have an independent recollection of whether or not he spent the night at your property on October 9th, 2012?
Sorry, I don't.
Want to draw your attention to just that next entry for October 10th of 2012. Did you annotate on there that Joel called
Yes,
and then due here about 11 a.m.?
yeah, I wrote that.
And then moving on to what has been marked as People's Exhibit 146, which is October 2012, the 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Yeah,
On October 11th, do you annotate Joel here?
yeah,
And then on what has been marked as People's Exhibit 147, that would be October 2012, the dates 15, 16, and 17. On the 16th, did you annotate Joel and kids here at 10?
yes,
And then it says C spend night.
that's for Caitlin.
And then on the 17th, do you also annotate Joel and kids here 10 a.m.?
Yes,
And then towards the bottom of that entry, does it say Joel and kids spend night?
yes,
And then finally for People's Exhibit 148, which is October 2012, the dates of the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Did you note on October 23rd, kids spend night?
yes,
And then on October 24th, 7:15 p.m., Joel home.
yes.
And when I said PM, I want to be specific. PM isn't written, but it's written at the bottom of your entry.
Well, I'm sorry, at the bottom of my entry?
At the bottom of that box that is for October 24th.
It over to the right side of where it says 7:15 Joel home?
Yes.
That's PM, white snow cold is what it says.
Okay. And so what I'm asking is, would that 7:15, because it's written at the bottom of that entry, would it have been 17:15 PM?
I guess, yeah, it should be.
And in fact, in each of the boxes where it has a date and then it says like the day, like Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, there are lines that go from 9 to 5. Are those to kind of help guide the times of day that things occur?
Not always. I mean, you can look at my teaching schedules and I would do so many students sometimes in one day, I just write them all in really teeny so I could keep track of what their balances were. So that's not always the actual time where it's written.
Sure. I already spoke with you about being on the property in 2014 when law enforcement did a search. Was your husband, John Hollendorfer, on the property that day as well?
Yes, it was.
Was Joel Hollendorfer on the property that day?
No,
To your knowledge, had he been at the property earlier that day?
I can't say that for sure, but I don't think so. I just don't.
And then did you do a second interview with law enforcement in 2022?
Yes,
And did law enforcement come back out to your property to search your property?
Yeah, they met me at the door and then took me down to the police station.
And is that where you completed your interview?
Mhm.
And while you were completing that interview, is that when they were searching your property?
I guess.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh, she looks bored. She just doesn't want to be there. So she basically did as Shelley told us, nothing.
When law enforcement was on your property in 2014, and you just testified that Joel Hollendorfer was not on the property when law enforcement was there.
No,
Do you recall calling him and telling him that law enforcement had been to search the property?
they asked me to call him, so I did.
Okay. Do you recall what he told you when you told him that?
They told me to ask him to go down when he got back home. Where was he? South Dakota, maybe, I think. I don't remember for sure, but
Okay.
they asked me to tell him to go down and talk to them whenever he got home.
Because they wanted to interview him?
I guess. I don't know. That's just what they told me.
Do you recall when you were brought down to the sheriff's office for an interview in 2022, speaking with Tammy?
Tammy. I talked to a lot of people that day.
Tammy Gouliat?
I don't know the last name that.
Okay. Do you recall her telling you that they were going to go back to your property and dig until they found her?
I don't recall. I don't recall that, but I don't know.
And do you recall that your response to that was, will this finally settle this shit?
Is that what I said?
Mhm.
Well, obviously not, huh?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
My question though, if as a mother, if that was your son, would you not do the same? I'm
Good
just
afternoon,
asking.
Betty.
Hi.
I lied to you. I said it was gonna be Eli, but I'm gonna do it, okay?
I'm sorry, what?
I lied to you and I said Eli was gonna talk to you, but I am. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. I wanted to follow up with a few of the things that you talked to the district attorney about, okay?
Sure.
First of all, I think one thing that wasn't mentioned, well, let's start here. Sorry. You rode horses your whole life.
Yes,
They're a big part of your life.
yes,
And you taught people how to ride horses?
yes. And I broke horses and drained horses. Yes,
All of the horse things, right?
all of them.
And then at some point, did something happen where you were unable to do as much of that anymore?
Yeah, one of my triple discipline champion thoroughbreds. All we were doing was trotting along, and he had a brain aneurysm and was dead before he hit the ground. So it was traumatic brain injury for me.
Okay, so you say traumatic brain injury for you. Obviously, that means that due to your horse's aneurysm, you were injured. Is that right?
Yes.
And as a result of your injury, has there been lasting effects?
There will be for life.
And when did that happen?
Um,
And if you don't remember an exact date, just around when?
2004.
Okay. So fair to say well before this time period when the police were out searching your property.
Yeah.
And so would it be fair to say there was a period of time when you were able to be much more active with horses than you were around the time of 2012, 2014?
Yeah, it took almost 2 years, and then but the neurosurgeons and everybody told me I'd never do it like that ever again. It just too much damage.
And so
I
sorry.
had to quit totally in 2009.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't hardly make it out to the barn.
Okay. And so when the district attorney was asking you questions about that back third area of the property, in 2012, that wouldn't have been an area that you were able to go out to anymore, really.
No.
Were other people able to ride their horses to catch the trail out there?
Yeah, 2012. I think I only had a couple of boarders left, but they had friends that would come over. But then everybody used that trail that goes by my property for
Okay.
the Black Forest Trail system.
And would you allow them to do that?
Yeah, I gave that little strip of land. It was my land, but I gave it to the Black Forest Trails Association.
Didn't you have like an agreement with your neighbors to do that so that people could still use that?
Yeah, some of them didn't want to do that, but
eventually it happened, right?
yeah, everybody would go up and down that strip of land to stay off the roads out there.
Okay. And then those horses that you were speaking to Miss Powell about, the horses that were buried close together, those thoroughbreds and the ponies, did those horses pass away in 2018 or 2019?
One of them was one of my 35-year friends. That horse was 36. E.T. was his name. And I'd have to look back on that to see what year that was, but that was way back when is all I can say. But
Okay.
and then my 2 thoroughbreds and the 2 ponies, they were 2020, I think.
Okay. So well after the time period when Milo died.
Yes.
And well after that time period when the police first came out and searched your property.
Yes.
Did your grandkids ride their horses on the property at all?
I never would let Caitlin ride alone. She was just learning. And Adrian, in the arena, I let Adrian ride alone, but he was never really interested. That was a passing thing. He didn't want to go out and ride.
And to clarify for the jury who Adrian is your grandson, right?
Correct.
And he was Christina's son.
Correct.
And Joel was his stepdad.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
He only ever talks about him as being his dad, so.
Sure. So one of the things that the district attorney asked you about is whether you kept, before the EPA wouldn't let you, I guess, anymore, that you had some lime on the property, right?
Yeah, 100 million years ago. I was so sad when they did that because nothing would control the stink of the urine out of the stalls.
And
until I could work hard enough, save up enough money to buy black rubber mats to go in the stalls.
Okay. And so you said this, but you used that lime to get rid of the smell and to clean out those stalls, right?
Correct.
Did you use it when you were burying horses?
No,
Is that something that when you were burying horses, you would pour lime into the grave?
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, is when you were burying a horse or somebody was helping you bury a horse, was it something that happened that you would put lime in there along with that horse?
You know, I think early on, way back when we did, because to keep the coyotes can dig forever. Trust me, they can. I think we did it way back then. I don't remember for sure.
Do you remember how long ago, way back when was?
When we could use lime, is that the question?
Yeah, because you said it was 100 million years ago.
Yeah, it's a look it up. Somebody, the EPA and what was that? Creosote.
Okay,
So you could treat your fence posts from rotting in the ground.
okay.
And they discontinued that, right?
Okay, so you don't remember how recently you were able to use that on your property, is that fair?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And so the district attorney was asking you questions about those journals and how you would keep notes of when Joel was around, right?
Yeah,
And you would keep notes about when people stayed over
right,
and when people did certain chores.
right.
And when you would write J and J, that meant Joel and John,
Correct.
right? And even at times when is Joel your only child?
Yes,
Even at times when Joel would not be living with you per se, he was always free to be there. Is that fair?
they all were. They all had keys. They could come and go when they wanted. Our home was there.
Okay. So Joel could be at your house whether he was living there at that point or he wasn't.
Correct.
And no grandparent really wants to keep their grandkids away, right?
We would have kept those grandkids all the time.
So fair to say that whether or not he was actually residing there or not, he could be there.
Correct.
That's all I have, Betty. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
Just one moment, Your Honor. No, thank you, Your Honor.
Do any jurors have any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here. You may step down. Just be careful about the stair.
That's interesting.
Yeah, give me by braille, right? What do I do with these?
You can just leave those there.
That's interesting. I'm glad I asked the question about whether you would like defend your son and stuff. I always thought mothers would, or a lot of mothers would then. So, yeah, interesting. I'm glad I asked the question now. Thank you for answering. This is why you're confused on. Oh, okay. I'm with you, Shelley. No, Cor. Not that I believe. I don't think so. They're probably keeping the X until the last day, I imagine.
You can't. I'm sorry.
I'll give him a hug.
I'm a kiss.
They will kiss.
Your Honor, that's the last witness that the people have for today.
Okay. So members of the jury will recess
agree.
for the afternoon/evening. I understand from the attorneys, we're still a little ahead of schedule, which is the silver lining, the ending early today. So if you could be back ready to go by 8:30 tomorrow, all the same admonitions apply. Just a reminder, don't drive anywhere near any of the locations that have been described in the evidence. Just stay away from those locations. And all the other same admonitions, of course, apply until deliberations start. So thank you for being here today. We will see you tomorrow. All right.
I'll be honest with you, I did feel a little bit emotional there when she wanted to give him a hug. I know maybe I shouldn't, but Jesus. She hasn't seen him since, well, not touched him since February 2022.
Please be seated.
That got to be more than I thought it would. Jesus.
The jury has left. Are there any issues we're anticipating that we could start talking about now, or do we think we're all on a good course? Maybe who do you have lined up for tomorrow?
Well, and that is, I don't think it's an issue, but I don't know how the court feels about it. We are limited pretty significantly with a number of people who are out of town this entire week. And so there are individuals that we can't call tomorrow to finish up testimony. So our anticipated end tomorrow is be about 2 p.m. And then our anticipated end on Tuesday would be around noon, potentially right after lunch.
To rest.
To rest.
I wish I'd asked earlier because one of our jurors is going to sit here until 5 waiting for her ride, and will presumably be waiting until 5 for her ride tomorrow. But
Can contact them.
no. Let's talk about it in the morning, and that person can call whoever her ride is earlier and get a better window for when that pickup might be. Okay, so otherwise, no evidentiary issues that you think we need to talk about today?
So those are the last redactions that we provided, that we discussed earlier.
Okay. Anything else then from the people?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Defense?
Maybe just ask to clarify if there's anything that doesn't 7 interview because, oh wait, I'm getting on.
So I have
February 7th interview.
I have IT working on the redactions, the defendant's interview. And so if it's not done now, if you want to walk back to the office with me, I'll get you the redacted copy so you can review that maybe tonight.
Sure, that'd be great, thanks.
But that won't be played until Tuesday because that witness isn't until Tuesday.
Then I can just get it from you tomorrow. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure, because I work, so,
Anything else from defense?
no judge.
All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow, 8:30.
All rise.
She said she had never told Sarkeesian anybody.
I'm sorry.
They're gonna shut Moss now. Ah, you fuckers. Right. How do I get? Oh, you bastards. Right. You see my motto? Do you see my motto? That's our motto in the channel. Right, I'm gonna keep the stream going for a little bit. Gonna load the other one up. Multitasking is not always my forte. There we go. Got that. Got that. Copy. Got that. Stream here. No, not that one. Here. Yeah. So this is a link for the next trial. Heidi, you're back. You're just in time. We just finished. But I've just posted the link for the next trial in the chat. If anyone wants to join us, I will probably start that in about 10 minutes. Catch up a little bit. Yeah, you can catch up a little bit. Do a 1.5. Thank you, Core. Well, welcome back tomorrow. About 10:15 Eastern, we'll be going live on this one. So, yeah, the judge went quite quickly there. Later, Farrell. Thank you, everybody. Let me just check here now. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna damn it, I can't do that. Yeah, pop in. We'll still be online for the next 4 hours at least. So, pop in anytime. Yeah. Thanks, Suzanne and everybody. Right, I'll leave this open for a little bit so you can say your byes or whatever. I'm gonna open the other one. So there'll be 2 streams going at the same time. You can go over. To be quite honest, I lost some of that just now. Where is it here now? Enter studio. I just can't multitask, guys. I just can't do it. Go live. Right, I'm live on that. All I need to do is make a coffee, and then I'll be back. So the chat is now open on the other one as well. So feel free to go on that link if you want to. Does true. I know it's 11:30 in the evening here, but I'm prepared to stay up till about 4 o'clock in the morning to do this. So I will still go in, but you need to go to that other link. Thank you, Toxic. No worries at all, everybody. We're going live tomorrow for this trial at 10:15. Or if you want, come and join us. We're doing the Parkland officer one in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah, I'll say I'll post a link again. No, wrong page. Cut here. And it's in the description box as well. So no problems at all, Suzanne. You're more than welcome anytime you want. Please come back tomorrow morning. And if you're around in the next hour, couple of hours, pop in. Not a problem at all. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see everyone. Thank you very much. I'm going to dart out of this. I'll leave this going for another 5 minutes and then I'll shut it down. And hopefully the conversation can continue on the other channel, hopefully. If you guys head on over there, I'll be back there in about 5 minutes, guys. I am live there. Yeah, so there's a couple of people in there already. Just start chatting. You gobby motherfuckers, and then we'll get going. Right, with that, peace out. Thanks, guys. Ta-ra.